2025. This is the 10th meeting of 2025 and the 39th regular meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Carolyn Nafee, the co-founder and former executive director of Our Place Nashville. Ms. Nafee is the guest of District 34 Council member Sandy Ewing. Go ahead,
Thank you, Madam
Ms. Nafee.
Vice Mayor, and I'm delighted to be with all of you this evening. Our Place Nashville opened our doors 10 years ago yesterday with a simple mission to empower adults with developmental disabilities by providing homes that are affordable, work that is meaningful, and inclusive communities in which to live. Our first Friendship House opened with 12 residents. 10 years later, we have 150. Half are adults with disabilities. They range from autism to Down syndrome. The other half are their housemates, graduate students, seniors, struggling musicians, and others in need of and eligible for affordable housing. Together, our residents with and without disabilities build a natural family dynamic, supporting each other, eating together, playing together, and sometimes driving each other crazy, kind of like you all. The foundation of our shared living model is community, something described as Ubuntu by my fellow co-founder, Vanderbilt professor Jaco Hammond. Ubuntu is a South African philosophy, often is expressed as I am because we are. It encapsulates the interconnectedness and interdependence of individuals within a community. It is only by working together that we can provide individuals with developmental disabilities and other differences a safe and supportive place in the community to call home, a place they can afford, and a place that allows them to live the extraordinarily ordinary lives that they hope for. Our Place Nashville's work can be replicated by others. 2 other nonprofits began providing private pay options last year, providing an additional 12 spots for individuals with disabilities, but Our Place remains the only affordable option with rent, utilities, Wi-Fi, and a residential fee costing $420 to $547 a month. Our partners are responsible for much of our success. To date, the Metro Council, you are our biggest donor. And we are tremendously grateful for your support in helping us grow and providing hope for these individuals and their families where before there was none. That's your credit. The mark of a great society is the way in which it treats and cares for its most vulnerable citizens. The work you do helps ensure they are provided with dignity, opportunity, and a supportive and vital community to belong to. We are very grateful and thank you for your service.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Ms. Nafee, for that invocation. All right, welcome council and community members. Quiet in the gallery, please. Quiet in the gallery. I want to start first this evening by thanking the Metro ITS Department and the Metro Nashville Network, the MNN team, for all the work that they do in the background and in partnership with the clerk's office and the council office to make these meetings run so smoothly and to make sure that this meeting and a wide variety of Metro government meetings are accessible to the public. The ITS and MNN family lost one of their own recently, Mr. Michael Kilbane, whose funeral mass was today. We are grateful for Mr. Kilbane's service to Nashville, and we extend our condolences to his family, friends, and Metro colleagues. The council has honorary resolutions this evening for Pride Month, so happy Pride, and for Immigrant Heritage Month. Council is also wearing orange ribbons in partnership with Moms Demand Action as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and Wear Orange Day is the first weekend in June. Council members, you will have received and I'm thinking that I do not have it in front of me. You will have received this afternoon from Special Counsel Darby the ruling of the Court of Appeals of Tennessee. And I issued a statement to the press this afternoon, and I do want to read that to you for the record. So if you will bear with me, because I think it's still in my office on the printer, just to be real about it. Okay. I've got it. I am grateful to the Metro Department of Law for their expert argument before the Court of Appeals of Tennessee in March of this year to uphold the charter of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County on behalf of the voters and residents of Metro Nashville. Metro Nashville was first in the nation to fully consolidate a city and a county government, and in so doing, a 40-member, highly representative local legislative branch was created by the voters. I am disappointed that today's Court of Appeals decision failed to respect the will of our voters. The Home Rule Amendment of the Tennessee Constitution, in part, stands for the proposition that the size of the Metro Council is a decision for the voters of Metro Nashville. The General Assembly's 2023 Small Government Efficiency Act was advanced purportedly to address the efficiency and effectiveness of Nashville's legislative branch. For the last 60-plus years, this 40-member council has capably and effectively served the interest of our constituents, who today number some 715,000 persons. Over the course of this recent term, this council has delivered numerous efficiency improvements, and we will continue to represent all Nashvillians to the best of our ability. I appreciate the dissenting opinion of Judge Armstrong, and I look forward to discussing our next steps with Metro's Department of Law. Mr. Clerk, kindly call the roll of the 40-member Metro Council.
Councilmember Zulfat Swara, present. Councilmember Delisha Porterfield. Councilmember Evan Siegel. Councilmember Berkeley Allen. Councilmember Olivia Hill. Councilmember Joy Kimbrough. Councilmember Quante Toombs. Councilmember Jennifer Gamble. Councilmember Mike Cortez. Councilmember Sean Parker. Councilmember Clay Capp. Councilmember Emily Benedict. Councilmember Deontay Harrell. Councilmember Tanya Hancock is not present. Councilmember Jennifer Frinsley Webb is not present. Councilmember Jeff Eslick. Councilmember Aaron Evans. Councilmember Russ Bradford. Councilmember Jordan Huffman. Councilmember Jeff Gregg. Councilmember Jenny Welsh. Councilmember Terry Vo. Councilmember Tom Cash. Councilmember Jacob Coopin. Councilmember Rollin Horton. Councilmember Brandon Taylor, not present. Councilmember Sherry Weiner. Councilmember Tom Druffel, not present. Councilmember Brenda Gadd, not present. Councilmember Jeff Prepty. Councilmember Courtney Johnston. Councilmember Robert Nash. Councilmember David Benton. Councilmember Tasha Ellis. Councilmember Sandra Sepulveda. Councilmember John Rutherford. Councilmember Joy Stiles, not present. Councilmember Antoinette Lee. Councilmember Sandy Ewing. And Councilmember Jason Spain, not present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the last May meeting, May 20th? Properly moved and seconded. Seeing no one seeking to amend the minutes? Okay, the minutes of the last meeting, second meeting in May are approved. All right, next we're moving into section E on our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons that were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's two-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Prep T, committee report, please, sir. First for any withdrawals or deferrals.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. With regards to the Work Release Commission reappointment of Father Edward Steiner, the committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a two-meeting deferral.
Okay, would you please make a motion then for the deferral of Mr. Steiner, please, or Father Steiner, rather?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any noes or abstentions? All right, we've deferred that one. And Mr. Prepty, did you share as well already about historic zoning, social services, and the other two?
I have not.
Go ahead, sir.
With regard to the Historic Zoning Commission reappointment of Ben Mosley, the committee voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting. And with regard to the Civil Service Commission appointment of Chandra Allen, the committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, all righty. So again, those are referred back to committee by rule. No votes are taken. Next, Chair Prepty, a very brief summary report. Let's see. Okay, we've got you on that one. And so now we're moving into section G for confirmations. And so you're recognized again for your committee report on these 4 appointees in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process and a consolidated motion, or first for deferrals if there are any, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. With regard to the Health Board appointment of Heather Powell, the Parks and Recreation Board appointment of Alice Hudson Pell, the Transportation Licensing Commission appointment of Ann Butterworth, as well as Juan Mera, the committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And with that, I move approval.
Oh, okay. There is a motion to confirm these 4 appointees, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? All right. Council has confirmed these appointees, and to our confirmed appointees, if you chose to return to the council chamber this evening, which is not required, do please stand as I call your name. So council has confirmed the appointment of Heather Powell to the Health Board, Alice Hudson Pell to the Parks and Recreation Board, and Ann Butterworth and Juan Mera have their appointments confirmed to the Transportation and Licensing Commission. So we thank you all for returning here this evening. Whether you're here in person or watching from home, we appreciate your willingness to serve our city. I had some weird. Thank you all again very much for your service. We appreciate you. All right. So now we are moving into the public comment. Okay, so this is not our public hearing portion, but public comment. This is Section G of our agenda. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak at a council meeting during public comment may sign up at the table outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of a council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. All right. First, for public comment, I will mention the first person and then the person who will follow that person. So I'd ask the subsequent person to go ahead and come on up and be prepared so we can move along timely. First is Trent Benj, and he is speaking on the Memorial Day press conference. Following Mr. Benj will be Brett Windrow. So if Brett Windrow would go ahead and come forward. Go ahead, Mr. Benj, you are recognized.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Trent Benj. I'm a small media business owner, musician, and community advocate. And I'm also the Antioch Regional Chair for the Davidson County Democratic Party. Part of the diverse community that I represent includes the neighborhoods of District 28. On Memorial Day, this district council member chose to demonize and denigrate his own constituents, the very people that he swore an oath to represent and to protect. As our neighbors, friends, and loved ones were disappeared from off our streets, from our neighborhoods, and from our churches, Councilmember David Benton chose to cozy up to a congressman under federal investigation. I have seen it firsthand. I was born, raised, and chose to build my life along the Nolensville Pike corridor. And night after night, I watched as my neighbors, my friends, people who raised me, the people that I know and love, were kidnapped as their families were torn apart and local businesses were decimated. And the council member chose to demonize these folks as criminals and enemies, calling their presence in the district, quote, a failure. Attacking his own constituents, our neighbors, our community. So to the hundreds of Nashvillians here in this chamber and outside in the mezzanine, here to fight for a better budget, for better leadership, and for a better city. Are you ready to organize?
Mr. Benj. Mr. Benj.
Are you ready to knock some doors?
You're speaking to the council. You're not speaking to the gallery.
Yes, ma'am. We're getting ready to talk to our neighbors. Antioch bows to no council member, to no congressman, to no king. Councilmember Benton must resign. And if he won't, we've got our work cut out for us. Thank you.
Next is members of the gallery. This is going to be a long night if we clap after everything, okay? Let's please kind of keep it mellow. Mr. Brett Windrow, you are recognized to speak on the topic of immigration. Go ahead.
Hey there. I'm Brett Windrow. I am a seventh-generation Tennessean, an attorney here in Nashville, head of the Young Democrats, and a member of our county party's board, like Mr. Benj here. It's hard to go after that, and I don't need to restate the facts, but simply stated, a member of this body last week spoke with a bunch of out-of-town Republican politicians looking to destroy the city and to oppose the immigrants in his district, the people of his district, and ultimately Nashville itself in this body. When asked for a defense when the understandable backlash occurred, his first defense was that he'd taken 30 trips to Mexico. And his second defense was that he was only talking about the undocumented community, which is something that I've heard a lot from relatives and people on this subject, so I just wanted to briefly speak on that. These raids caused trauma to children, disappeared pillars of the community, has subjected the Hispanics of the community to dragnets, lost workers, caused a shortage of workers, and caused businesses close. I want to note that none of those effects are limited to the undocumented community. These raids affect all immigrants and are against all immigrants. And to endorse the idea is to oppose that community. This councilman opposes that community, and he continues to oppose that community. And he cannot get out of that by splitting hairs and talking about how it's only undocumented because it's hurting all immigrants. Having established that he does believe that half of his entire district are invaders, the logic is clear. He thinks they're invaders, and he can't reasonably represent them. Any reasonable person would resign, and if he doesn't resign, then he deserves to be recalled. Thank you.
Next is Jermaine Cole. Following Jermaine Cole will be Michelle Flynn. So Ms. Flynn, if you would go ahead and come forward. Mr. Cole, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, audience. My name is Jermaine Cole Jr. I am 19 years old. I serve as the youngest board member or commissioner in our city. And 23 years ago, my grandmother and my father decided to make the brave decision to leave Guyana and to come to America. And they decided to land in Council District 28, a district that represented everyone that encompasses our world. There's Kurdish Americans, there's Muslims, there's Christians, black, brown, white. There's people of all nationalities and walks of life. This district is the district that I grew up in from when I was 5 years old all the way until now when I'm 19 years old. And I want to paint a different picture. We heard a week ago what the district that we thought, or what district that was painted and what it kind of stands for, but I want to talk about a different message. I want to talk about one of the most loving communities in the city. I want to talk about the most diverse community in the city. I want to talk about a city that welcomes everyone with open arms. I want to talk about a city that, or I want to talk about a community and a council district that even when we were hit by ICE raids, when people were being disappeared off of our streets, a community that still rallied and still opened their arms to anyone who was willing to come into this district. We don't stand for hatred. We don't stand for fear. What we stand for is hope and compassion. Every single person in this room, whether you're a community member, whether you're a council member, you got here because your parents are immigrants. Someone in your family is a descendant of an immigrant. None of us got here because we were born here. We're standing on stolen land. And one thing that I can tell you is that Dr. King was right. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And until we make sure that we are speaking up every single time people are being harmed in our communities, every single time someone's being threatened in our communities, every single time someone's being told that because of where you come from and what you look like that you don't belong to be here, we are not doing our due diligence. So my strike reminder and my call to action to everybody in this room that is a member and a council member, or audience and a council member. This is our city. No matter where you come from, we all matter, we all belong. Let's stand up for it and remember the words that Dr. King was right. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Flynn speaking on immigration. Following Ms. Flynn will be Joe Lee. Go ahead and come forward as well, please.
Thank you.
You're recognized.
Thank you very much. On Sunday, I joined about 40 other folks in Councilperson David Benton's district to meet with people who were there, that live there, and talk about your statements, talk about your record, and encourage people to call you and also to sign petitions, because people are very concerned. There are about 40 of us. It was amazing to see the number of people who were afraid to come to their door. We would see cars all in the driveway, but they were afraid to come to the door. We left materials for those folks because they could see actually what you're standing for. And it's so distressing to actually be there. I actually did go on the Migra Watch, the weekend, the Mother's Day weekend, to watch what ICE was doing in the community. It's so disheartening, but even worse now, the state of Tennessee has passed legislation that has created an immigration czar. We are seeing right now people continue to be arrested, that up in Portland just the other day, up in Robertson County also just yesterday, ICE agents are riding with police officers arresting people. What's going to happen, Nashville, love Nashville, what's going to happen are these counties around here can apply, their police and their councils can apply for grant dollars to partner with ICE people to enforce 287G and arrest people. We're going to be surrounded by these folks. We do not want people here in Nashville that say they represent this community to partner with these folks. The mayor's taken a lot of heat. I give him credit for standing up. I don't know where that's going to fall out because legal challenges go on for a long time. But we have to stand together as a community and not demonize our neighbors. The other thing is, I have these flyers. It says, hey, you all, ICE not welcome, immigrants are. I also have these flyers that tell people what their rights are. I would love it if council members would take some of these, put them up in businesses, share them with people you know. We are one community. We are one heart. We are not what you have put forward. Thank you, sir.
So next is Joe Lee. He's speaking on agenda item 39, RS 2025-1291, regarding Immigrant Heritage Month in support. Following Mr. Lee will be Craig Bardo. Mr. Bardo, if you go ahead and come forward. And then lastly will be Luis Mata. Go ahead, Mr. Lee, you're recognized.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Lee, and I'm here to comment in support of the resolution to recognize Immigrant Heritage Month. As an immigrant from Taiwan, I sincerely thank all the sponsors for this resolution. And also, you're welcome for doing all the work that you can't do or you don't want to do, and putting spices in your food. If you ever wonder if immigrants are net positive to the community, just think of if any of the Nashville's best restaurants and never existed. America aspires to be the shining city on that hill. And for many of us, we had to sever family ties and communities, and for some, even endure physical danger just to be here. I myself had to give up my universal health care, walkable cities, and world-class transit, and to be here. And I love it. That's how alluring America can be. But like at least one of you here, I am worried about the invasion coming from our southern border. I'm, of course, talking about our border with Williamson County. They're stealing our jobs. They're bringing traffic. They don't pay property taxes. And they have the audacity to complain about their view of the city coming in from I-65. I mean, just last month, someone was convicted of bribery and theft just a few blocks away from here. And another from even further down south snuck across the border into the Capitol, presumably to do more crime. He's under FBI investigation. So I implore you to also pass a resolution to stop the invasion from Wilson County. Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Next is Craig Bardo, also speaking on agenda item 39, the resolution about Immigrant Heritage Month. Go ahead, Mr. Bardo.
Free Palestine. I'm Craig Bardo with the Party for Socialism and
Bardo,
Liberation, the Black
audience.
Alliance for Peace, and Veterans for Peace. I stand with all immigrants, whether fleeing U.S.-backed death squads in Central America, French imperialism in West Africa, or U.S. weapons manufacturers profiting from genocidal bombing campaigns in Somalia and Palestine. From the Somali refugees surviving corporate slumlords in Antioch, Vietnamese families displaced again by Nashville gentrification, Honduran workers exploited by our construction industry, Congolese survivors of resource wars now fighting ICE detention, to the exploited Filipino healthcare workers. We in the PSL see immigrant struggles like we see all worker struggles, from the SEIU and MNEA to the IBEW and LIUNA to Starbucks workers. We see one unified working class struggle against imperialism and capitalism. Though I stand in support of this resolution, it's empty. Without terminating all employee contracts with ICE collaborating banks, establishing a municipal ID accessible to all, funding tenant unions to combat predatory landlords, ending police cooperation with kidnappings and disappearances. Real solidarity means fighting the system that bombs countries abroad while jailing and exploiting their people here. From Little Kurdistan to South Nashville, no human being is illegal on stolen Cherokee and Shawnee land. Free them all, free the land.
Next is Luis Mata. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening. Thank you so much, council members and Vice Mayor, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Luis Mata. I'm the Government Relations Manager with the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition. I'm a proud, formerly undocumented immigrant, and I proudly work in Council District 28, an incredibly diverse, vibrant district filled with Nashvillians from all over the world. and from all walks of life. From the hundreds of immigrant-owned restaurants to vibrant community centers, it is districts like District 28 that make Nashville so special. And that is why we expect our elected leaders to protect and represent all of us, no matter who we are or where we come from, so that we can continue living, working, and loving the city that we call home. But since the indiscriminate immigration crackdown from May 3rd through the 13th, some have taken the opportunity to punch down on vulnerable communities instead of having their constituents' backs. Whether it's from a senator who hasn't held a town hall in years, a congressman who faked his resume in order to get elected, or a city council member who thinks vacationing in Mexico 30 times gives him the authority to speak on our communities. When we allow powerful legislators and commentators to pick on vulnerable people, like low-wage workers, asylum seekers, women, and children, it makes our entire communities unsafe. To wrap up, I invite all of you here today to spend more time in District 28, get to know the incredible community members and the vibrant neighborhoods. If you, like me, have had enough of press conference of angry men yelling and Twitter threads filled with lies, come let the neighbors of District 28 tell you what they love about their neighborhood and what they really want to see from their local leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. Next, we're moving into Section H of our agenda, Bills on Public Hearing. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
Gracias. We appreciate you. Okay, folks. Regarding the public hearing this evening, to maintain order and have things flow pretty easily, we are going to move from the front of the gallery to the back once we read these and announce these hearings, okay? So we're not just going to call for something and everybody pops up and starts stepping over each other and queuing up and so forth, okay? So I want to ask, please, that you respect our staff and the directions that they provide for you. Ms. Hayes Shacklet is there in her gray jacket. Miss Rosie, Ms. Hayes Shacklet, will you please raise your hand? Okay. So she is in charge of everybody kind of lining up. So if you would please look to her for direction, and please be mindful that with a full gallery to maintain our fire codes and so forth, we cannot have folks blocking that main door. Okay. For those wishing to speak this evening as part of the public hearings, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, what your connection to the agenda or budget item is, or who your council member is. There are 3 budget-related ordinances for public hearing this evening, and we will take them up separately in the order of our agenda. First, the capital improvements budget. Okay, this is the planning document for the city's capital investments. Then, the operational budget for the next fiscal year. And lastly, the tax levy. The tax rate, understandably, often comes up in comments about the budget, and I will allow it. So it is not necessary to wait to speak on the tax levy separately if you want to incorporate that into your comments about the operational budget. Okay? All right. So the first item on public hearing is H1, Ordinance BL 2025-835, sponsor Porterfield. This is an ordinance adopting the 2025-2026 through 2030-2031 capital improvements budget for the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County as the official capital improvements budget of the Metro government for this next fiscal year. Ms. Porterfield, Chair, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on the capital improvements budget. Would all persons hoping to speak on that budget or plan, please come forward? Is anyone seeking to be recognized on the capital improvements budget? Ms. Hayes-Shacklet, would you please ask outside to see if there's anyone out on our mezzanine that's hoping to speak on the capital improvements budget? Okay, sir, go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. I am Reverend Daniel T. Smith Jr., pastor of Christian Journey Fellowship Church in Bordeaux. I'm a resident of Councilwoman Toombs District 2. I stand before you tonight on behalf of NOAA, Nashville Organized for Action and Hope, as their vice president. I'm here tonight to call on each one of you to pass a moral budget, one that truly reflects the needs and dignity of every Nashvillian. We're facing a crossroads in Nashville. Our United Housing strategy has made it painfully clear that $30 million for the Barnes Fund is the bare minimum necessary to keep us from falling further behind in affordable housing. Federal funding is drying up, and if we don't step up, our neighbors, our seniors, our families will be the ones that fall through the cracks. And when it comes to health care, we believe that every Nashvillian deserves dignity, quality to accessible care. Metro General Hospital is a lifeline for so many of us. But that lifeline is in danger. Metro General Hospital is operating in an outdated facility that desperately needs investment. $66 million is needed just to sustain its current operations. An additional $9 million is needed to bring the infrastructure up to modern day standards.
Thank you, sir. Your time has concluded. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And let me end by saying,
no, sir,
this
your
is
time
not
is
about
concluded.
a spreadsheet.
Sir,
this is about dignity
sir,
for every
your
Nashville.
time has concluded. Thank you. Next on the capital improvements budget, go ahead, ma'am. You're recognized.
Point of order, Vice Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I know that you explained it to the body, but I also want to, and to the viewing audience, but I also want to make sure that it is very clear to everyone here that we're talking about the capital improvements budget at this time. So any requests for things like affordable housing and Metro General and all of those things are falling under the operational budget. So if you're here to speak on the operational budget, this is not the time that you want to speak. This is just for capital improvements. So I know you said it, Vice Mayor, but I just want to make sure that it's really clear so we don't get an influx of people speaking on the wrong piece of legislation.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am. You're recognized.
Thank you. Okay, I'm Izzy Witt. I'm the new advocacy coordinator with Walk Bike Nashville, and I'm here just to talk a little bit about state of our streets. And I first wanted to thank everybody for their support of Tour de Nash, and I wanted to invite everyone out to the Open Streets Summer Series on June 15th. So this evening, Walk Bike Nashville has delivered to Council the State of Our Streets, a document describing Nashville's current transportation landscape with short-term recommendations that can be made to make our streets safer and more enjoyable for Nashvillians. While reviewing the budget today, I want to encourage everyone to consider one of our 90-day recommendations, which is to create a line item in the fiscal year 2026 Vision Zero budget for quick build construction projects. Post-crash reviews are conducted by NDOT, which include quick build recommendations. We need early interventions that could save lives, especially on our high injury networks. Quick builds are essential to safety, while plans are in the works for more permanent solutions. We look forward to seeing our 90-day recommendations come to fruition, hopefully with the support of council. As said in State of Our Streets have the potential to improve the lives of everyone who touches them. Let's continue striving for the streets we are dreaming about, because if we can change our streets, we can change the world. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Again, on the capital improvements budget, the planning document for our city's capital investments, you're recognized.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miriam Abel-Fazli. I'm in District 34. I'm here because I want solutions like you. And we were digging and we found one. It's called social housing. Basically, the city would issue bonds and we would get to that 90,000 units that we need in the unified housing strategy by being majority owners in buildings that are mixed use and would be in partnership with private developers, but we would maintain a level of affordability because the city would be in the driver's seat. These would be on public lands. They would have trusts. We would, again, issue bonds so it's not pulling from your budget, and we would start to rapidly build housing. The best part about it, it's a fund, so it refeeds itself. It renourishes itself to build more and more buildings. If you don't believe me, check it out. It's in Montgomery County. A lot of y'all know about this. It's extremely successful. You can ask a 5% return on the rents and continue to feed that fund and get this mixed-use housing. You can also get it up to 65, 75 AMI so that it's actually affordable, because we know lower than that really doesn't get at the people we need. It's a really innovative, exciting way to solve our problem. And like you, I'm tired of talking about affordable housing, so let's go for it. Thank y'all so much. Take care.
Thank you. So next, on the capital improvements budget, again, the planning's document for the city's capital investments. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hey y'all, my name is Cade. I live in District 6, and I'm here tonight with Stand Up Nashville and Shift Coalition. So one of our asks for the budget this year, specifically with the capital improvement budgets, is the revolving housing production fund, which Miriam talked about. We're in the middle of a full-blown housing crisis, and our current tools are not moving fast enough to meet that need. The Barnes Fund plays an important role, but we need a turbo solution for what the United Housing Strategy has said is a deficit of 90,000 housing units. That's why we're calling on you to issue $50 million in bonds into the revolving housing production fund. This fund would issue municipal bonds to put the city in the driver's seat and rapidly build community-driven, permanently affordable housing. What makes this fund different is its structure. The money doesn't just go out, it comes back in. It carries a modest 5% return rate, so it can be reinvested in new projects again and again. That means each dollar stretches further and serves more people over time, and it puts the city as the majority owner, so it has more say in the pricing of units. We've seen this model work in places all across the country where revolving housing funds have allowed for quicker, more flexible responses to housing needs without depending entirely on federal dollars or private speculation. Nashville deserves the same strategic advantage. This isn't just another line object in the operating budget, it's a strategy. A smart, scalable strategy to build housing that's deeply affordable, financially sustainable, and ready to meet the scale of our housing emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized specifically on the capital improvements budget? Seeing none. Sir, are you seeking to be recognized on the capital improvements budget? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, I will declare the public hearing for the capital improvements budget closed, and it's back to you, Ms. Porterfield, for a motion.
Move for approval.
Gonna need to get a committee report, and that's from you.
Just kidding. Committee reports. Budget and Finance considered BL 2025-835 and voted. I do not have this on my committee report, Vice Mayor. One moment, please.
No worries. Special Counsel Darby may have it.
I do not have.
Special Counsel Darby is indicating 11 and 0. She was present at the meeting, and so we can take that as the report, Chair, if you're comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you. It looks like that went to Budget and Finance on May the 20th, which is why I don't have it in front of me here.
Okay.
But I will take Director Darby's information.
Great.
And move for approval.
Okay. There is a motion.
Committee report for, is there a committee report for planning also?
There is. Thank you. I appreciate the reminder. Go ahead, Chair Gamble.
Thank you. Planning and zoning recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve this bill on second reading and refer it back or re-refer it back to the committee at the June 10th committee meeting.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve. It is properly seconded. We got your committee reports.
I
but
would
if
like
you
to amend my motion to make this a motion to approve it and re-refer it back to both Budget and Finance and Planning and Zoning.
Okay, and then it will be taken up, just for clarification, at the special call meeting of June 10th.
Yes,
Right?
Vice Mayor.
Okay, for those committee meetings to be for the re-referral on June 10th as well. So just for the public awareness and council, that joint committee will be at 5 p.m. on June 10th, and our special called meeting to take up the CIB will be at 6 p.m. Okay, we have a motion to approve, and it is properly seconded. Is there any discussion at this time? Recognizing that there will be discussion at the special called meeting and that this is amendable on third reading. Okay, I'm seeing no one seeking discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has been approved on second reading. Its third reading will be on June 10th at our special called meeting. All right, next is agenda item H2. Ordinance BL 2025-833, sponsor Porterfield. This is a bill to be entitled the Budget Ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, Tennessee for fiscal year 2026. Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
All righty. So I, prior to declaring it open, am just going to give you all a reminder again that Ms. Hayes Shacklet on our staff is going to direct you. We're going to ask your consideration of letting those in the front, just for order purposes, be the ones to queue, and Ms. Hayes Shacklet is going to instruct you how to do so. And so with that, I will declare the public hearing open for the operational budget. You're recognized.
Happy evening, council members. I'm Tom Negri. I've been around for a while, and I currently chair Our Place Nashville, which Carolyn Napie, one of our founders, was speaking about earlier in her opening prayer. I was a board member for many years until my friend and chairperson of Our Place Nashville, Avi Poster, passed away. Besides being my best friend, he was a heck of a chairman and did a lot of work for the city of Nashville and all of our communities. With that said, I want to thank you for your prior support and for your support today. We have over 100 friends on our waiting list whose parents and families are waiting to get into Our Place Nashville, besides the over 140 friends that we service now. So thank you for that. On another subject, if I may, I was the past chairman of Nashville for All of Us, which stopped English only. And there's a lot of talk about immigration tonight. And since Our Place Nashville is one of the most diverse affordable housing scenarios in the city of Nashville, I think it's important that we stick very close to our council members, but one, and our mayor, all right, who's out there fighting hard for us. So thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I'm Nurse Mason Caples. I'm a nurse at Nashville General Hospital. I'm here to report our recent findings from Nashville General Hospital. So in the fall of 2024 and the spring of 2025, Nashville General Hospital has a grade A leapfrog score for customer service throughout the hospital. We've been underfunded every year, so we ask for your support because we're doing the best we can with the bare minimum. Every budget that we ask for, we're asking for $66 million. we were guaranteed 60 million. We ask that you please find a way, find it in your hearts to give us that additional $6 million. We also need another 8 million in infrastructure that allow all of our staff members to be in a facility that's more up to date, to upgrade, and we can keep bringing better service to this city. We are the individuals who are known for taking care of the indigent population within the city. That's the people who they can't go to some of these private companies. So we take care of the bottom people and we take care of the top two, the uninsured, the insured. We take care of the city. Anyone who comes to our city, when they Google it, they see Nashville Hospital. Nashville General is going to pop up first. It should look like it. It should look the part. We're Nashville General. We're here to stay. We know that we're going through the same changes that everyone else is going through in Nashville. We're shrinking to become greater. And we'll do what we have to do to take care of our city. Please do the same thing. We care about you all. We're here with you. We work with the mayor. We work for the mayor. So our success is your success. Remember that, because we want the best for the city. We want the best for our outcomes. There's no reason why Nashville is the healthcare capital of the world and we're not providing the best service in the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Honey Harris. I don't have my son here with me today. He's at home. He'll be watching on the news. I had a whole speech prepared that was going to take my 2 minutes. I practiced, but I'm going to stop. Allen Iverson said, practice, I practice. And I'm going to tell you what I've practiced. I worked for Metro for over 25 years and counting. I have come down here every year and practice. I practice begging. So I'm going to stop my speech. But first, I'm going to say thank you. Thank you to everybody who got on here and actually tried to give me a raise to take care of my son. And thank you to y'all who lied and said that you were going to do it and didn't. Because now you let me know I don't need to vote for you again. Okay? Now, practice. We're going to talk about practice. So the pandemic showed you that support staff, I'm a paraprofessional at Tulip Grove Elementary School in Hermitage. Practice. I've practiced over 20 years begging. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that practice into effect because I'm a person of action. I'm going to get off work. I'm going to find me a corner. I'm going to have my Tulip Grove shirt on. And I'm going to get me a piece of cardboard. And I'm going to get me a cup. And I'm going to go on the corner and I'm going to beg. Because if the council won't give it to me, I'm begging y'all. I've been begging y'all for 20 years. I'm going to beg the public. Now I'm going to issue an invitation. I'm going to issue to both sides, left and right. I want Fox, CNN, MSNBC, Newsmax. I want everybody. Y'all, this is y'all invitation to come out and interview me with my Tulip Grove shirt on. And I'm going to tell you, I'm begging for two things. Metro's policy is every student known, every employee should be known. So I'm begging because y'all won't give me a raise where I can live, 4% in the step. So I'm begging for a raise and I'm begging for bail money because I may get arrested. That's what I practice.
Go ahead, you're recognized. Shh, you're recognized.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Angela Perry, and I'm a proud member of SCIU and a paraprofessional at Belshire Elementary School. For 32 years, I've dedicated my life to our children in Nashville Public Schools by teaching them to read, helping them succeed, and watching them grow. But tonight, I need to tell you about the impossible choices your educational workers are having to make due to the increasing costs in living within Nashville. For example, last month I stood at the pharmacy having to choose between buying my diabetes medicine and my blood pressure medicine versus groceries for my family. This month, I sat at my kitchen table with a stack full of bills, knowing that I only could pay half of them. As a result, after 32 years of faithful service to this city, I've been forced to move an hour away because I can no longer afford to live in the community I serve. Not by choice, but because dedication to our Nashville children doesn't pay enough for me to live in our city. I'm not alone in having to make decisions like this. Across our schools, paraprofessionals are being priced out of the city that we love and know. We're the people who work one-on-one with your children and know their names, their struggles. We are the backbone of special education. We help struggling readers catch up and keep learning moving forward in every classroom. Yet, we can't afford to stay here. So tonight, I'm asking for two things that would make a real difference. The first is to add more days to our calendar for financial stability and a 4% cost of living adjustments to help us keep pace with Nashville's rising costs. The second, invest in us, because we invested in you. You need to invest in us, and I thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. Again, I'm Reverend Daniel Smith, and my parents always told me, finish what you start. And I started encouraging you all to pass a moral budget. And as the staff member from Metro General Hospital was saying, that building needs infrastructure upgrades because no one deserves to receive health care in a building that cannot even meet the demands of today's technology or the patient's needs. A moral budget also means investing in the people who make our city run. Our school teachers, our sanitation workers, our first responders. A 5% cost of living adjustment is not a luxury. It is a necessity for them to keep serving our city without being forced out by skyrocketing costs. This is not just about numbers on a spreadsheet. This is about investing in people, our neighbors, our children, and our community. It's about ensuring that Nashville is a city where everyone can thrive. So we are asking you tonight to choose compassion, dignity, and justice, a truly moral budget where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Kate Wingate, and my job at the Nashville Public Library centers around supporting the Limitless Libraries program and Metro Nashville Public Schools' outstanding school librarians and library clerks. I live on Westboro Drive in Charlotte Park in Roland Horton's district, and I've been a civil servant with the library for almost 8 years. I want to start by thanking this council for your historic support for Metro workers. We've counted on you to be there for us during previous budget seasons, and you've shown us we are a priority by often giving us more of a pay increase than what was in the mayor's initial budget. And that brings me to my point. Actions speak louder than words. If you're a parent like me, you know that you don't just tell your kids you care about them, but then not show up to their Little League games or science fairs. You show it with your actions when you provide for them and are present for them. We all know that words mean nothing without action. When the mayor tells us he's going to fully fund the pay plan as recommended by the Civil Service Commission because he values the work we do, but then quietly cuts 1% from the pay increases outlined in that plan, that's playing a shell game with people's salaries and livelihoods, and it erodes our trust in him. Metro employees' pay is behind where it should be. According to the recent findings of a Metro Social Services study, if a Metro wage isn't at least $55,000 annually, then it's a poverty wage in Nashville. Fully funding the pay plan gets us closer to where wages should be. I ask that you fully fund the pay plan as recommended by the Civil Service Commission to make good on what the mayor promised us and to reinstate the COLA going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. My name is James Scales, and I'm a nurse practitioner and charge nurse at Nashville General Hospital. I'm also a proud member of Local 205. I stand before you today because I'm deeply concerned about two hospital budget issues. Number one, fully funded, allocated $8 million in the capital budget, and number two, fully funding the subsidized $66 million operating amount as opposed to the $60 million proposed by the mayor. These budget items are critical to infrastructural requirements necessary to keep our hospital functional. Examples include computer system updates and augmentation, equipment upkeep, personnel recruitment and retention, as well as nursing medical supplies, all substantially depend on fully funding our hospital budget. Its absence, even by a little, would severely compromise the quality of care we are able to provide our patients. Moreover, the $6 million shortfall, if finalized, will create both short-term and long-term negative repercussions, which will adversely affect the tools we require to implement that quality of care. We need full funding to avoid reappearing before you mid-year, requesting more, an ill-fated circumstance that can be avoided with your support today. Lastly, these budget numbers are more than just simple computations on a spreadsheet, but rather they ostensibly reflect the priority we place on public health care in our city today. Real people, real lives are affected by this funding. Please help us out, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Free Palestine. Again, my name is Craig Bardo with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, the Black Alliance for Peace, and Veterans for Peace. I'm here to support the Nashville People's Budget Coalition proposal as a necessary step forward toward housing justice because, as a politician once famously said, the rent is too damn high. However, we must go beyond budgets to further demand immediate rights and protections for our brothers and sisters who are currently unhoused and for the tens of thousands threatened with being unhoused every day. Housing justice is a moral imperative, especially as our city faces the overlapping crises of displacement and state-sponsored terrorism. As we fight for housing justice in light of a new National Community Reinvestment Coalition study, it found that Nashville has experienced the most intense gentrification in the nation. We must also condemn the state-sanctioned violence of Governor Lee and his merry band of bigots, including acolytes Ogles and Benton, who never miss an opportunity to punch down on the vulnerable and to scapegoat the marginalized for the painfully obvious failures and immiseration caused by markets, capitalism, and imperialism. From Gaza to Haiti, from the Congo to North Nashville, to our beloved immigrant communities, our liberation struggles are connected. A budget centering the people who make this city work, the working class, will reject more funding for armed agents of the state who threaten us with their monopolies on violence and cages. And we will instead support needs like housing that are common to us all. And damn it, work harder to return our neighbors to their families. What's the call? Free them all. What's the call?
No, sir, no. You don't rally people in the gallery.
Free the land. Housing for all.
All right. You're next. Thank you so much. You're recognized.
Hi, I'm Andrea Prince with Rebuilding Together Nashville, and I'm a member of the Alliance for an Affordable Nashville and also live in District 8. Rebuilding Together Nashville, we perform safe and healthy critical home repairs for older adults, veterans, and those living with disabilities. And I'm here tonight in support of raising the Barnes Fund allocations to at least $30 million and highlight the importance of funding for home repairs and our neighbors. Since we began receiving Barnes funds in 2017, we have repaired 178 homes, reaching 290 Nashville residents. On average, we spend around $25,000 on repairs. And this includes replacing roofs, modifying bathrooms, and completing critical repairs that can mean the difference of selling a home and leaving the community the people have spent on average 30 years in. The impact looks like standing inside someone's home when it's raining, and it's raining inside their home. And then once our repairs are completed, we leave and it's dry inside of their home. It's a direct investment into the people and the residents of Nashville and to our neighbors, and it means the world to organizations like ours. We are able to also bring additional corporate and foundation support to magnify and multiply the impact of those Barnes dollars. So that we can leverage that money to increase even more repairs and stretch those dollars further. Please help us continue this important work in keeping our neighbors here in Nashville. And please recognize the importance that Barnes funds mean to organizations like ours and to all the other affordable housing nonprofits who are working to keep people in affordable housing here in Nashville. Thank you.
You're recognized. Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you all for having us. I'm Sherry Stenson with Habitat for Humanity of Greater Nashville and also a member of the Alliance for an Affordable Nashville. And I am here to advocate for a minimum of $30 million to the Barnes Fund. And I thought it might be easier for me to explain a very humanitarian crisis, I would say, with our residents here in the city not being able to afford affordable housing, as we've been listening to everybody talk about what a struggle it is to just buy groceries and find housing in this city. And Habitat has been in this community working for 40 years. So we know those struggles really well. So I want to just let you know sort of what it looks like on the ground. So the same house that Habitat was building in 2018 cost us $180,000. We're building that same house now for $300,000. So the cost of housing, and that's Habitat buys the land, we develop the land, we construct the houses, and we prepare our homeowners for home ownership. So I just wanted everybody to understand that there is a real need here for more affordable housing funding in our city. Barnes Fund in particular, I don't think any of us could survive without it. Just Habitat itself has had over 184 houses that have been funded by the Barnes Fund. And the last thing I want to leave you with is the United Housing Strategy report that just came out recommended that we need 9,000 new houses a year in the city, 4,500 of which should be for sale, not apartments. And when you take that 300,000 and you just multiply it times 10, you see the math. So the Barnes Fund is critical to all of our work, and I just want to thank you for having us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name's Eddie Latimer. I am the CEO of Affordable Housing Resources, and I'm also a member of the Alliance for an Affordable Nashville. Last week, the Metro Commission put out received $70 million in grant requests for the Barnes Fund. They awarded $35 million. And that was the largest award to date. And we have to thank you, the council, for making that money available and possible. So thank you for that. Most of the money went into development of housing for workforce, for special needs groups, people getting out of various housing situations. One of them spoke tonight. It's going to people who need affordable housing and who are contributing to the community. The UHS, which Sherry referred to, is where we get all of our statistics, just so you know. But we already have nonprofits in this room who can produce housing in 2 years with $70 million. And that's a significant number of housing units, thousands. If we combine with our for-profit compatriots who are also building affordable housing, we can today start to make a dent in this affordable housing shortfall. But we lack one major resource, and that's funding. So what we really want to ask of you is not to cut the Barnes Fund from 30 million to 15. I mean, it's sort of a slap in the face to the entire industry. It's a slap in the face to recognizing Nashville's true need. that if we want to be a community that can house all of its workforce, which includes everyone in education, everyone in the entertainment industry, all those that work for governments, they cannot live here, and they're a critical workforce.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Lindsay Crinks. I'm in District 21, and I'm the co-founder and director of advocacy at Open Table Nashville. I've been working on issues of homelessness and housing for nearly 20 years in Nashville, and I'm coming to you tonight exhausted, discouraged, but more committed than ever to the idea that housing is a human right. I watched today as bulldozers, bobcats, and contractors started the process of clear-cutting and fencing off Old Tent City. Let me be clear. Closing an encampment is not a success story unless we also address the housing and eviction crisis in our city. Until then, our neighbors will continue to be forced to live outdoors. When the shelters are full, Section 8 vouchers are halted, and the housing waiting lists are long, where are people supposed to physically exist? Downtown? Your other districts? When we zoom out and look at the bigger picture, we see that mass homelessness in our city and in our nation is not a personal shortcoming. It is a policy failure. We're asking you to do everything you can with this budget to ensure that we take bold steps to provide housing for all of our neighbors. We're asking for a minimum of $30 million for the Barnes Fund. We're asking for you to start investing in visionary non-police community safety programs and permanently affordable community-controlled housing, like the social housing proposal from our friends at the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. We can't rely on the private market or federal subsidies and funds to solve our housing crisis for us. And please stop letting Metro offices use our outdoor homelessness strategy as a manual for closing encampments without addressing the underlying issues that cause the need for encampments. Help us ensure that no one in our city has to waste away on our streets. When we have enough housing and services for all, the camps will close on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Claire Hennigan. I live in District 5. I'm also here to speak on the Barnes Housing Fund and a couple of other NOAA requests. I am here for Nashville Organized for Action and Hope. I am really, really excited about the UHS, and I think a lot of other people here are as well. It feels like the first sliver of like real hope that we've gotten in the city, and I haven't even been here that long, but from what I've heard from all my wonderful colleagues, this is a really exciting first step. It's really shameful that we're not following it. Like, we spent months and months and months just to work on the strategy. We sent it back multiple times, by we, y'all, sent it back multiple times, and it came back in this really, really, really comprehensive form, recommending $30 million for the Barnes Fund. When we fall short of that, we're only exacerbating our issues, and we're closing camps, and we're not meeting the needs. So please, please, please consider increasing your investment in the Barnes Fund just so that we can meet the mark. We aren't meeting it. We are woefully lacking in housing supply. I spend way more than a third of my pretty nice salary on rent, and this can't continue in Nashville. We need to follow what the unified housing strategy that we spent money on, we spent time on, decades of work went into that. We need to follow that recommendation. It's ridiculous. It's kind of a slap in the face that we're not. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me speak. I am Carter Swayze. I'm a little bit tall for this thing. The first thing first is this is the hardest environment since the early 2000s to build affordable housing. I'm representing the Clear Blue Company. I'm an employee of that company. We are a for-profit affordable housing developer and acquirer, and we partner with nonprofits through our various transactions to build affordable housing. The biggest thing that I wanted to lay on you all is that whether we're using 4% bonds or 9% credits, the key to getting that threshold across the underwriting table right now is partnering with those nonprofits. And if I can't underwrite that grant money and that partnership with our nonprofits, basically keeps us from proceeding with developing affordable housing through the LIHTC program. The federal funds are shrinking. HAP, AHAPs, any type of housing choice voucher program are shrinking. The state resources are stalled. The Barnes Fund remains that crucial piece of financing that we can use to get across the finish line. Even though these grants seem small, they're often the final critical step that gets us across the finish line. There are 3 examples of our company that we've developed affordable housing with the Barnes Fund. The first one is in District 5, Highland East, 238 apartments. We partnered with a nonprofit and received $1 million in Barnes funds. The second is Northview on West Trinity Lane in District 2. That provided 254 senior housing units supported by a $4 million Barnes grant. And then the last is Skyline Heights in District 5, which we were recently awarded $4.5 million. I respectfully urge you all to maintain the Barnes funding at $30 million, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Jahara Bahar, and I live in District 21. I work with an organization called Free Hearts, and I'm a member of NOAA Transformational Justice Task Force. Nashville needs a greater investment in mental health diversion through the Partners in Care and REACH programs. These programs must be expanded, adding more hours and days of operation, but they should also be improved through more training and awareness. My mother suffers from mental health issues and had a mental health episode over 2 months ago. The mental health worker did come out with the officers. However, 5 male officers manhandled my mother, and she was injured in the process and did not get any hospital treatment for her injuries due to their insensitivity. Metro needs more training and educational tools to help with the mental health community. That is why funding more money to the Partners in Care and REACH programs are critical. Metro Nashville Community Review Board needs to expand their capacity to process citizens and police complaints against the police department. The CRB could be more powerful. Their budget should be increased to over $768,000 to hire more staff and a budget of $270,000 for professional development training. In relationship with the Southern Movement Committee, NOAA Transformational Task Force supports a $10 million budget item for Nashville Office of Youth Safety. Funding the Office of Youth began in 2024 to implement and manage high school, community centers, community-based restorative justice pilot programs that will address gun violence, preventative harm, and foster safer communities. Thank you.
Go ahead. You're recognized.
Oh, Lord. That's my bad, y'all, for trying to adjust this up. This thing have to be on, clipped on here?
Go ahead.
Hey, everyone, this is Andy Zhu. I wasn't born and raised Nashvilleian. I was born in St. Thomas Ascension, or it wasn't St. Ascension then. Went to MBA, went to Vanderbilt. Now I'm here all along down West End Broadway, so I haven't gone very far in my life. But what I have done is dedicate my life to trying to understand affordable housing and how we can do affordable housing in this city sustainably to meet the need. And we've got a lot of people in here that are going to talk way more about the need and the advocacy and what we need for people. We have all the members of the SCIU here. You heard them about the need for this in the city, so I won't focus on that. But what I've been lucky enough to work on is several thousand units of affordable housing projects, not just in Nashville, but around the country, and looking at different programs done by different cities. And one I want to call out to y'all tonight is the Community Housing Fund that the Nashville People's Budget is pushing. And the reason why I want to call this out for y'all is because everybody knows we need more funding for housing. But the question is, how does that funding pay for itself? How can we build, if we can figure out how to do affordable housing that pays for itself, that's how we can actually get this problem solved. And one of the unique things about doing a fund like this, and this is not unique to Nashville, where it's not the first time. Seattle's doing it. Massachusetts passed a bill. Chattanooga just did this down the street. They are allowing the city to issue a bond. You got to pay money on a bond, 6, 7, 8% interest. But you then loan that money out, just unlike the Barnes Fund as it's done today, which is a grant. You give that money to a developer to do mixed income, affordable housing, and charge them 6, 7, 8% on the money that you just got on that debt. So in that sense, that's money that can be recycled forever, and that's affordable housing that can pay for itself. I really encourage y'all to take a look seriously at those proposals, because that's the only thing I've seen across the country that's going to come close to solving the problem. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're next.
How you doing? I'm Dion Floyd. I am a supervisor at Metro Nashville 911 Department of Emergency Communications. Also a proud SEIU member for about the past 15 years. What I'm coming to for today is to discuss. Can you hear me now? All right, I'm Dion Floyd from the Department of Emergency Communications, Nashville 911. My goal is to talk to you guys about the budget with our COLA for our pay. In recent weeks, especially the last 2 weeks or so of May, every major news agency around here reported that we have about 200,000 people who work in Nashville that can't afford to live here. They are working below a $53,000 annual salary. Nashville currently, to live comfortably, to have savings, requires about $80,000 to $85,000, with average rents around $22.90 per month. Conventional wisdom generally tells us that we only need to pay about 25 to 30% of our income toward our total housing costs, not just the rent. With that being said, that looks more like a salary for most people between $91,000 to $109,000. We understand that that is not feasible for everyone to do for this city. It would make us pretty popular in the nation. It'll get us some good talent. But what we're asking for right now is that could we help the people who fall below that? Many of the Metro employees, about 2,600 of us, make less than $53,000 a year. Some of those are part-time. We recognize that, but something like the 4% COLA would be extremely beneficial in raising the pay for people so that everyone could take part in our economy. Help some of us maybe stay in the city. I, for one, had to leave. I now live over an hour away. I commute in every day so that I can answer the call. So we ask that you would look in to what you guys do, look at us, measure what we do, the value that we bring to the city, and measure it against what it would cost to give us a good COLA, as well as maintaining the step raises to 15 steps.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you again, council members and vice mayor. Been too long. Thanks for letting me speak again tonight. My name is Luis Mata, Government Relations Manager with the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition and Turk Votes. As you deliberate over our city's budget, I urge you to ask one question. Who is the budget built for? Our city's future depends on the success of every resident, regardless of their income, neighborhood, or immigration status. That's why the Tennessee Immigrant and Refugee Rights Coalition and Turk Votes, in coalition with Shift Nashville, are advocating for a city budget that ensures our communities have access to the opportunities needed to thrive. If we want safe streets, thriving schools, a vibrant local economy, then we must focus on not only where the money goes, but who counts and who gets left behind. In this moment, you have the opportunity to craft a budget that truly reflects the values of our city, like investing in a zero-fare program, preventing displacement of vulnerable renters and homeowners, creating a dashboard for transparency and accountability in the city's investment, launching the Road to Opportunity Fund to support Black, Brown, and immigrant contractors, issuing bonds to create a housing production fund for permanently affordable, publicly owned, and commonly controlled housing. This is the moment to give the people who built this city, our Black, Brown, immigrant, and working class communities, a shot at reaping the benefits of their investment in our city and the opportunity that Nashville has come to represent to so many folks. And let me be clear that although we are here about the budget now, we all know our current moment goes deeper. A budget isn't just about what we say we value, it reveals who we value and what we're willing to do to stand with those communities. Thank you all.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Alicia Haddock, and I stand before you tonight asking for your continued support of Neighbor to Neighbor with a $75,000 allocation in this year's Metro budget. Nashville needs Neighbor to Neighbor. For nearly 30 years, we've walked beside residents across this city, serving thousands of neighbors who are too often left out of decisions that shape their daily lives. When we received city funding last year, we didn't just run programs, we laid critical groundwork. That investment allowed us to begin building a citywide neighborhood calendar and directory, tools designed to better connect residents to meetings, city services, funding opportunities, and to one another. These efforts are still evolving, and they reflect our commitment to creating lasting infrastructure that supports responsive and resilient neighborhoods. That's exactly what Neighbor to Neighbor does. We turn resources into results grounded in our 5 pillars: neighborhood wealth and economic empowerment, resident leadership and civic power, stronger, safer, and healthier communities, community voice and public influence, and connected and resilient neighborhoods. And now, with your continued support, we are bringing crime prevention through environmental design strategies directly into neighborhoods. These are proactive, people-centered, people-approached that reduce crime, increase visibility, improve lighting, and create spaces that make residents feel safe without relying on policing. This work helps neighborhoods take ownership of their safety while reducing unnecessary and harmful interactions with law enforcement. Neighbor to Neighbor is the right organization at the right time. We are trusted, we are tested, and we are anchored in neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, you're recognized.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Swanson. I live in District 14. That would be Hermitage, parts of Old Hickory, and parts of Donaldson. I stand before you today, as many of you may know me as a community liaison, a leader of my church, and also a boots-on-the-ground citizen for the constituents of District 14. That would be for the Davidson County Democratic Party. I stand before you also in a different capacity for Neighbor to Neighbor. Neighbor to Neighbor, as she stated before me, that has been a partner in the city for a long time. What gives me great joy is that when I see the benefits of the labor for Neighbor to Neighbor, when I look at my constituents, when I look at my neighbors and my friends, if you look at your neighbor, from the most senior person in the council to the youngest person out here as a part of the constituents, they've enjoyed or endured some fruits of Neighbor to Neighbor. That ask is not as high as some of the people are asking before you, but it's not as low as some of the people before you as well. That simple $75,000 ask would be the greatest thing that can happen in our partnership with the city of Nashville. The trepidation is that without having that, Nashville cannot continue to be a voice without Neighbor to Neighbor. I'm your neighbor is your neighbor, they're your neighbor. We stand with you if you stand with us for Neighbor to Neighbor. Thank you for your time and consideration for Neighbor to Neighbor. Have a good one.
Thank you. Go ahead, come forward, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Dylan Moore. I'm a 6-year educator in this school district working as an English as a second language instructor, and I'm a member and building rep for MEA. For the 6 years I've made this community that I work in my home. MEA's recent survey confirmed many factors driving teacher retention that Nashville's educators have always known to be true. Council members have received this report, and I highly encourage all of you to read the story it tells. And I'd like to focus on one of the biggest barriers to teacher retention, cost of living. As such, I'd like to call the City Council to action through 3 means. First, Council needs to invest in affordability and housing security, such as the housing program that the Nashville People's Budget Coalition is proposing. A housing program where teachers aren't priced out of the community they serve, where the school district isn't losing out on talent, and where students aren't losing their long-term support. Second, that Metro HR conduct a comprehensive educator salary study that can be used to inform future negotiations and ensures Nashville remains viable for long-term educators. This study should be done by Metro HR and separate from a general analysis of Metro employees, as MMPS represents the largest chunk of the Metro budget. Last, that Metro offers a cost of living adjustment of 6% for teachers rather than 3%, as this number is woefully inadequate and likely to be eaten by rising insurance and housing costs. 54% of educators report that their pay is inadequate to live in the city where they work. Tennessee lags behind the country in teacher compensation, ranking at 45th in the nation. While compensation and MMPS has made great strides in recent years, we are nowhere close to where we need to be, as educator pay is 5% lower than it was a decade ago when accounting for inflation. All district employees are struggling to make ends meet, particularly our support staff, new teachers, and even single teachers at the top of our pay scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Go on ahead and come forward. You're recognized. Thank
Hello,
you.
I'm Samuel Boyd. I work with the Waste Services Division. I'm a proud member of 205 SEIU. I'm not going to sit here and go through a big deal and beg y'all about money and everything, because at the end of the day, we're y'all fellow workers. We're all city employees, but we're also your constituents. Bottom line is, we don't like not getting what we deserve, not what we're asking for, not begging, but actually what we deserve. We're the infrastructure for this city. You know, bottom line is, without us, the city doesn't move right. It gets nasty. People don't get taught. Things don't get done. We are the infrastructure. All I'll tell you is, I'm not going to ask you for money. We all know we need it, from the hospitals to the teachers to everybody. I'll ask every last one of you council members, because I don't need the whole time. Take 4 hours out of your day. Come work with somebody in one of these places. Stay with them for 4 hours. And after 4 hours of having to deal with what we have to deal with, understand that we're underpaid. If you don't just think we deserve the money, then by all means, don't give it to us. But if you know we do, April 1st, that's what we asked for. Give it to us with no questions. Like I said, take 4 hours out of each one of your day. No matter which department you go to or who you work with, go and see what we do to earn what we're asking for. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Darika Mitchell. I'm a mother, wife, and I'm a dispatcher with the Emergency Communications Center, and I have been there for 20 years. Nashville isn't where I work, it's my home, where I'm raising my family and where I've chosen to build my life. Tonight, I want you to understand something crucial. Every priority you'll discuss in these budget meetings depend entirely on Metro employees who can afford to live in the communities they serve. We are expected to be at work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. During snowstorms, I'm at work. During floods, I'm at work. And during tornadoes, guess where I'm at? I'm at work. When you're enjoying time with your family on 4th of July, Christmas and birthdays and Thanksgiving, I'm at work. This isn't just about individual paychecks. This is about whether Nashville can maintain the qualified, committed workforce that makes everything else possible. Every goal in your budget, safer schools, cleaner neighborhoods, and better services, crumbles without people who can afford to live here and deliver on those services that you like to brag about. The mayor's proposed 1% cost of living adjustments is not just inadequate, it's a step backward. While housing costs, groceries, and gas has skyrocketed, that 1% doesn't even begin to pace with reality. We need a real COLA that reflects actual cost increases tied to the CPI and ECI, ensuring that Nashville's workers aren't forced to choose between serving their community and housing their families. When you vote on the subsequent budget, remember, I am the person who you call on the worst day of your life. I'm the calm voice you hear when a mother's crying, yelling for help because her child is not breathing. We matter. We are the people you trust on the worst day of your life. The choice is clear. Invest in the people who makes Nashville work. Nashville works only because we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Alex Stowell, and I'm a proud 911 dispatcher for the city of Nashville. But tonight, I'm not speaking to you as that. I'm speaking to you as a single mother of three, a public servant, and someone who's dedicated her life to the safety and well-being of this community. I'm here tonight to ask you to approve the funding for our pay raises and cost of living increases, not just for myself, but for every first responder in this city, dispatchers, firefighters, EMS, and police officers. We are the people you call when everything is going wrong. We are the backbone of Nashville's public safety, working behind the scenes on the front lines and everywhere in between. As 911 dispatchers, we're often called the first responders because we are the first point of contact in an emergency. We are the calm voice in the chaos. We are the peace in the storm. We are guiding you through CPR while you beg us to save your loved ones. We comfort victims hiding from domestic abusers. We help terrified parents deliver babies on their kitchen floors. We coordinate resources when mass shootings occurs, when tornadoes rip through neighborhoods, when buildings collapse, or when someone's child goes missing. We are the lifeline connecting victims to hope and responders to the people who need them the most. And that comes at a cost that most people will never see. We sit in dark rooms with our headsets on for 10, 12, even 16 hours a day. We hear the screams, the gunshots, the last words. We take call after call after call, never knowing what we are going to hear next. We carry those voices home with us, and we wake up to them in the middle of the night. And then we go right back to work the next day because people, you need us. Because you need us. We are not alone in this. Firefighters, EMS, police officers are all right there with us. They are risking their lives. They're sacrificing their mental health, their time with their family, and everything in between so that our city remains standing. So your events are protected, so your roads are cleared in floods, so your families are kept safe, even if it means that we cannot be there for hours. We have missed birthdays, holidays, anniversaries, even funerals because duty calls. We are not asking for extravagance. We're asking for fairness, for respect, for the ability to do the job that we love without sacrificing our ability to care for our families. So please, when you think about this budget, think about us because we do need it, just like you need us.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good evening, Metro Council. My name is Dave Rumar, and I live in District 19. As a Metro employee to the Department of Emergency Communications, as a first responder, I am asking you to take into consideration the pay increase for the 2026 fiscal year that reflects what the Metropolitan Civil Service Commission was promised. A fully funded pay plan with a 2% across the board raise for the COLA language to be returned, as well as a 2% COLA for all Metro employees. We, the emergency telecommunicators, are the first ones to engage with the citizens in our community when they're in call and need for assistance, especially when they feel they're in a situation they cannot handle. It is our job and our responsibility to ensure we're there to help them and gather the pertinent information needed to start them help as quickly as possible, even when the caller is hysterical. We are responsible to ensure not only the safety of the callers, but of our fellow first responding personnel responding as well. The call takers, police, and fire dispatchers all need to work in unison to make this process flow as seamlessly as possible. We educate, provide valuable pre-arrival instructions, and help citizens of Davidson County provide CPR to their friends and loved ones when it is critically be performed before responders arrive. I recently received this thank you card for a citizen of Davidson County, thanking me for helping her through what she stated to be an awful, truly shattering experience. She found her husband after he had a widowmaker heart attack. She thanked me for providing a calm voice and walking her through CPR, something she had never done before nor trained on. Through the instructions provided, her husband started breathing again and established a heartbeat. She stated she was forever thankful for my help for not only saving a life, but a family. I'm extremely appreciative of her for taking the time to send this card, but this is something all emergency telecommunicators do on a daily basis. This is our job and our responsibility to the citizens of Davidson County. The DEC urgently needs budget increases to retain current staff and recruit qualified personnel. Rising costs of living, housing, and transportation are making our positions financially unsustainable for employees and potentially financially unviable. Without competitive wages and benefits, we are at risk losing essential staff who keep Davidson County residents safe when they need us the most. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time tonight. Good afternoon, members and fellow community members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Sheila Ellis. I work for the Department of Emergency Communications. I started my career in 2003, but let me remind you of something that happened in 2001 quickly. I was a victim of rape and kidnapping in this city. I got justice, but in 2003, I decided to come work for the Public Safety Department to give back to the community to keep it safe, okay? I have dedicated my life to this job. We are almost always the first voice in the calm when people have chaos, and I was one of those people. When a grandmother's home of 50 years is burned down, when a beloved husband is having a heart attack, when an abused wife is whispering her location from a closed door in a closed room, or a mom's child that's just been found overdosed, we are the ones who answer that first. Not only do we respond to the call of the residents of this city, let me remind you that we have 17.1 million visitors in this city every year. That was in 2024. It's a projected 17.5 million this year. $29 million a day is spent in tourism revenue for this city, a day. That averages $10.56 billion a year. I'll let you figure out the tax number on the revenue profit for that. We protect those people also. We're the unseen but indispensable backbone of every police, fire, and medical response in this city. And we need them just as much as they need us. And we stand in solidarity on that. Today we are forced not to speak not in dispatch 10 codes, but in the plain language of accountability. Because the decision to make cuts in the last minute is not only fiscally irresponsible, but it's also ethically unacceptable. Let's remember, these raises were not hypothetical. Do your due diligence and make the decision to pass what civil service gave us.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Meade Forsyth. I'm a member of SEIU Local 205. I'm here to speak against the proposed budget, the mayor's proposed budget, and ask that you fully fund the pay plan as recommended by the Civil Service Commission. As a Metro employee, I work at the Luby Branch Library in Councilmember Toombs District Number 2. I'm a constituent in Councilmember Gregg's District 15. I'm a Donaldson 37214 proud native. I grew up there. I attended Metro Public Schools K through 12. And I went to the Donaldson Public Library every day after school. Until my parents got off, my sister and I would just hang out and use the computers, read the books, try to behave. So nowadays, I work at the Luby Library inside the community center, which also houses a theater, a gym, and a pool. They're all operated by Metro, all staffed by Metro staff. There's 2 schools so close they're within sight of the building, Hole Jackson and John Early. The community center hosts tons of after-school programs and summer camps now. We filled the pool up yesterday. We host seniors and students alike in the computer lab. We got to keep the building clean, safe, friendly, welcoming, every day, all day, no option. With all these parts working together over time, we can create and raise skilled, well-adapted, capable Nashvillians. This work requires just endless attention to detail, and we can't let a single thing slip through the cracks. We make sure every kid gets home, every door is locked. And I love serving my community in the library, and I want to keep doing so. And I'm not only a current Nashvillian, but I hope to be a lifelong Nashvillian. I just don't know how I can achieve it without a pay plan that ensures my salary maintains buying power into the future. I need it to be the same as it is now, not less. This is why I'm asking to reinstate the cost of living adjustment. Investing in our city by protecting Metro workers from long-term market fluctuation is the only way forward. Fully fund the pay plan as recommended by the Civil Service Commission and reinstate the COLA. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Mary Jo Cram. I serve as the Secretary Treasurer of MNEA and Chair of the PACE Committee. I'm a 16-year Metro teacher, a parent of 2 children in Metro schools, and I live in Inglewood in Councilmember Emily Benedict's district. I'm here to urge the council to support the People's Budget Coalition Housing and Safety for All plan and to increase the funding that this year's budget gives to the school district in order to fund higher raises for teachers. As a parent, I am thrilled with the experience my children are getting at Dan Mills Elementary and Isaac Litton Middle School. I only wish that their excellent teachers were paid what they deserve. Many MNPS teachers can't afford housing in Nashville, so they have to commute from neighboring counties. Many of us have second or third jobs to pay the bills. What educators need is increased funding to close the gap between teacher salaries and the salaries of similarly qualified professionals. The current budget gives teachers a 3% cost of living adjustment. That will do nothing to close the salary gap. It does not even keep our heads above water. Inflation is currently 3%. That means higher prices property taxes, and insurance will cancel out the COLA and leave us with a lower standard of living than we currently have. The status quo in teacher pay is unacceptable, and 3% is not even enough to preserve the status quo. Truthfully, it would be a step backward, and that is true for everyone who gets a paycheck that's funded from this budget. 3% is not enough. Nashville can do better, and it must do better. We must invest in education, affordable housing, and equitable public safety programs. Our city's future is worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Bubert, and I am a children's librarian at the Madison Library. I work in Jennifer Gamble's district, and I'm a member or constituent with Emily Benedict as my council member. On April 22nd, Metro HR presented the new pay plan to the Civil Service Commission, which hinged on a 2% across-the-board increase plus a 2 to 9% general adjustment to all salaries due to the reshaping of the pay plan. The across-the-board wording is a new and cute way to eliminate the cost of living wording that Metro employees rely on just to keep up with annual inflation. Metro HR assured civil service that even though the wording was gone, Metro employees could expect pay commensurate with inflation. And after much debate, the Civil Service Commission approved the pay plan based on the promise of a 4 to 11% increase for all Metro employees. Well, fast forward just 9 days later, and the mayor releases his budget quietly, including some new numbers. That across-the-board increase cut in half to 1%. The range Metro employees could expect lowered by another 2%. The mayor's office and Metro HR promised one number in order to secure the approval, and then they slashed it as soon as they had the chance. If I were on the Civil Service Commission, I would be pissed. I would question my role as a commission member. What good am I as an advocate to our civil servants if I have to make decisions based on incomplete information? The absence of the COLA almost sunk the pay plan in the vote, and the numbers set before the group were what pushed the approval forward, numbers that were dishonest. You cannot tell me that Metro HR and the mayor's office, who had been building that budget for months, did not know going into that meeting that the numbers set before the commission were not accurate. Metro says it values transparency and honesty with citizens, workers, and stakeholders. And in the interest of that transparency and honesty, I call on this council to restore the pay plan as originally approved by the Civil Service Commission and restore COLAs back to the pay plan. Also, a note, we are getting messages back from council members saying, oh, the ECI is the same as Metro has never chosen the higher option. They have never chosen the higher option. That's why we need the COLA language.
Next, please. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Can I please have your undivided attention for 2 minutes? My name is Elizabeth M. Hardy, and I no longer live in Davidson County. You'll find out why. I'm not begging. I'm asking 4% COLA, step raises, and more paid days. It would be nice if we have the days that we're out from spring and fall and spring break. Before you say no, decide to just give us anything or less than our asking, understand our insurance may go up, meaning that our check will be less. So it's like we're not getting a raise at all. I'm a one-to-one paraprofessional, 6 years with the same students, and I love it. We all love our jobs. I have been working for MNPS for over 31 years, and I am so embarrassed to say that I'm not making $30 an hour, and I'm not alone. That's sad but true. Here are some facts that you may or may not know about us. Many support employees, and even yours truly, and teachers work a second and third job, including ESY and Promising Scholars in June, just to make ends meet, and some of us still have spouses. And we live in surrounding counties because we cannot afford to live in a county that we work in. Imagine that. Paraprofessionals often deal with getting bit, hit, kicked, spit on. We are caregivers. We change diapers and pull-ups, and we feed our students. We're substitute teachers, we're sprinters for our runners, and sometimes we have to restrain a student as a last result, and we have training for that. We thank you for your previous budget approvals that helped us survive. And now we'll be even more thankful for your help this year so we can thrive and be ready to give our students our own give them our best without stress. God bless.
Thank you. Go ahead. ahead, you're recognized.
Hey again, y'all. My name's Cade, community organizer with Stand Up Nashville, District 6. I'm here tonight alongside working class Nashvillians who are fighting for a city budget that finally reflects the needs and values of the people who make the city run. Budgets are moral documents. They show us what and who we prioritize. The Shifts Coalition budget ask for this year came together through the hard work of Stand Up Nashville, Turk, and the Equity Alliance. Together, we will highlight 5 common sense and strategic investments that are ready to go. A fair free transit system, eviction legal defense and rental support for displaced families, a transparent dashboard to track how city money is spent, resources for fair contracting and worker protections, and a housing fund that moves at the scale and speed this housing crisis demands. These are not random asks. They are rooted in the lived experience of people across every district. Families being priced out of their homes, workers being exploited and unpaid, entrepreneurs shut out of opportunity, and buses that are confusing or unaffordable to many people. City budgets right now feel like they are happening behind closed doors, but they don't have to. What we're offering is a clear, values-based blueprint for you. Dignity for renters, mobility for workers, transparency for residents, equity for small businesses, and housing people can actually afford permanently. You'll hear from several speakers tonight wearing these shirts, and each of us represent a piece of this bigger vision. We're asking you to invest in what works, scale what's proven, and start building a Nashville where all of us, not just the wealthy few, have a real future here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Davis. I live in Donaldson, and I talk to invisible people. Or at least most people don't seem to see them. They're at just about every major intersection in town. They're holding cardboard signs and, living in tents in the brush by the highways and under bridges and in overpriced hotel rooms when they can afford it. They've always been around, but I've noticed change over the years. I grew up in the same neighborhood in Donaldson where I live now. It was nice, and it still is. We could never fathom the nightmare of not having basic shelter or being at the mercy of the weather or speeding cars and predators. We couldn't understand the homeless, so we called them hobos or tramps or even bums. But now I've noticed they look more like me and more like you. Everyday people, whole families like the one I met on an interstate exit recently. A woman in a hijab and her grandmother were desperately seeking help after her family of 5 were evicted from their home due to the rent being raised higher than their means. She cried when I gave her money, exclaiming this would provide diapers and food for her baby. It humbled me, so I hope it humbles you. Thousands of Nashvillians can't afford to live here anymore. That's why I'm asking you to support Stand Up Nashville's budget request for the Revolving Housing Production Fund and the I Want You to Stay Fund. We need a sustainable model to solve our housing problem. And Maryland has already shown that this can work. This is not just how things are, council members. This is a choice, a decision we are making. It's an investment in our city, our citizens, and our quality of life. Open your eyes and hearts, council members. Our citizens shouldn't be invisible, and they certainly aren't bums. They deserve the chance to be our neighbors. Thank you.
Go ahead and come forward.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Skye Stallman. I am a member of District 12, and I'm with Stand Up Nashville and the Shift Coalition. Tonight, I'm urging you to fully fund the I Want You to Stay Fund at $15 million. In addition to the critical $9 million investment in the right to counsel, this fund includes $5 million for help for 2,500 families directly with up to $2,000 each in support. This grant would include first month's rent deposits and relocation costs for families that are suddenly displaced. Recently, my partner and I learned that we would need to find a new place to live. We had just managed to get back on our feet after I had learned last summer that I could no longer work full-time due to my genetic degenerative tissue condition. I had to reckon with the fact that no matter how much drive, passion or grit that I had, I could no longer work in the same capacity I used to. I could not will the connective tissue that is supposed to hold my body together to do its job so I could do mine. I could not will myself through throwing up blood every single day. That put me in a precarious position when we finally realized that we had to move. We did not have the funding. Thankfully, I was lucky enough to receive a grant from the Grammys Music Cares Foundation because I had a budding music career before I became ill. And even with that help, we still needed to tap into family and friends to help fund our move recently. When people cannot access housing quickly, it pushes them towards homelessness, which causes cities more costs in emergency shelters, policing, and public health services. It was a grant that stood between me becoming homeless and me finding housing. And it is a grant that will help fill the gap for thousands and thousands of Nashvillians like me who need that help. We know that this works nationally in cities like Denver and San Francisco. In Washington, D.C., housing instability was reduced by nearly 30% for families who receive these kinds of funds. In Nashville, we're in a moment where development is moving faster than regulation. Families and vulnerable populations like me are being displaced, and we want to stay. So please help us stay by funding I Want to Stay Fund.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Hi, my name is Andrea, and I live in District 33, where Antoinette Lee is my city council member. I am against the current budget, and I am asking that it be amended to include $10 million towards the varsity spending plan. Now, last year, we collectively made a monumental step to allocate $1 million towards the plan, which helped establish our nation's first Office of Youth Safety. And it helped pilot enhanced community center programming at Napier. Let's continue to step in the right direction as we currently have over $3 billion available in our budget to allocate. Gun violence is a critical issue in my neighborhood because someone's family couldn't celebrate them graduating because their loved one wasn't here to walk across the stage. Gun violence is a critical issue in the schools I serve in because lockdowns are more frequent than student celebrations and field trips. Gun violence is a critical issue in my city because friends are planning vacations elsewhere when we have tons of talent, eccentric cuisines, and cultural events that are overshadowed by fears of not returning home. Gun violence is a critical issue for you because your constituents are moving and taking their talents and ideas to add value to safer communities beyond Davidson County. If you use an alarm on your vehicle or have a system for securing your home like a Ring doorbell, then you are taking a personal preventative measure. So join me in amending the current budget to take a communal preventative stance. The VSP is a preventative strategy to decreasing and eliminating gun violence in our city, our neighborhoods, and our streets. I'm asking for your support in the varsity spending plan to be fully funded. And as a solution-focused Nashvillian from Memphis, I urge you to collaborate about a better plan to allow your constituents to speak and exercise their right to speak in a fair way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Erica Perry. I live in District 12. I'm the executive director of the Southern Movement Committee. And this is one of my favorite nights of the year because it's where we get to see our community members come together and really advocate and show up for each other. And I'm really proud of the young people who I get to be here with today, who have been here since 5 and really want to talk to you about the varsity spending plan and their solutions to community safety. And so I'm extremely inspired and moved by them and so many others. You know, it's great that we go after SEIU, the folks who show up in our schools, because again, our young people are in schools and been really clear about a solution to gun violence. And so you'll hear from them today talk about the varsity spending plan. And, you know, many of them for the last 2 years have been working on building out a community-based solution to community safety, really understanding that safety is grounded in care, compassion, and investment in our goods. And so I ask you to invest in the varsity spending plan to build on the work that we've done together. I'm really grateful to say that last year, you know, this council passed a budget that included $1 million towards the varsity spending plan. And so since Since that budget passed last June, we've been working with Budget Chair Porterfield. We've been working with Clerk Matthews, the mayor's office, and even Parks to implement those solutions. We've built out the Office of Youth Safety, and I'm really proud of the work that we've done so far. We have implemented the process and the program at the Napier Community Center, and we want to do more. We have to do more, and you'll hear from students today talk about how we need to continue to invest in community-based solutions, how we need to continue to invest in restorative justice in our high schools and pilot more programs in our community centers and fund the Office of Youth Safety, because they know that we can stop gun violence in our city, but we have to do it with community-based solutions. So I ask you to support the varsity spending plan. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mia Willis, and I live in District 10. My city council member is Jennifer Webb. I'm here to ask for full funding of the varsity spending plan. Gun violence is something that our community needs to address, not only to make our communities feel safer, but for all Nashville inhabitants to feel a step closer to having something that everyone deserves: safety and peace. Now, when I say those two words, I don't know about you, but police do not come to mind. Police actually are the exact opposite of what our communities need more of. We have been increasing the use of officers for years, and our gun violence rates continue to increase. It is time for a change. Policing makes our communities, especially my fellow minority peers, feel unsafe and uneasy. It is time for a different approach. I do want to acknowledge and thank you for hearing us out last year and for the money that you have already allocated for the varsity spending plan. But we have to complete the entire vision of a safer Nashville, not just partially. We are not asking for the benefit of one people or persons. We are trying to benefit our community as a whole. That is how much my organization not only believes in its work, but its community that the work is for. If you take a look at all these young people that showed up to tell you what they need. All you have to do is give it to them. I'm advocating for the varsity spending plan so that my future children, their future children, and so on can have a safer Nashville than what I received growing up. I ask and advise you to do the same. Please fully fund the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, my name is Paige Hodge. I live in District 3, and my city council member is Jennifer Gamble. I am asking for the full funding of the varsity spending plan. I'm only 19 years old, and it may seem like I haven't been around long enough to know about life and its struggles. But in reality, I've seen and experienced more than enough of my share of violence, and so have many of my friends. Sadly, a lot more kids than we think or would like to acknowledge sit face to face with some form of violence every day, especially at the hand of a gun. I'm blessed to be a young person that is able to share my story firsthand because I didn't become one before I ever got the chance. The varsity spending plan is not only showing us a way out of this reality, but equipping kids with the tools to continue paving that way. The varsity spending plan is a catalyst for creating sustainable change within this community. It's laying the foundation for a structure that not only relies on the people, but supports and supplies them in return. I am asking that the full demand be met for the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am not a part of the varsity team, but I will say my cousin was killed in the Waffle House shooting, and my siblings went to Covenant School, and I went to Harpeth Hall. Go Honey Bears. Good evening, council members. My name is Ifani. I live in District 29, but I also serve in North Nashville in District 2 at the Brooklyn Heights Community Garden, and community power is growing there. From April through September, we share fresh, culturally relevant produce with neighbors in need. We create green space where elders pass down wisdom, youth learn life skills, and families connect. We host events such as health and wellness workshops, various healing practices led by local facilitators, and many of whom are local Black wellness practitioners, donating their time to our community or their startup entrepreneurs.
But we are at a breaking point. In 2024, nearly 700,000 Tennessee children relied on federally funded summer EBT. This year, Tennessee has walked away from that support. This state's substitute reaches less than 4% of those kids, and that leaves Davidson County completely out of it. So this summer, we're watching our families go without. Elders are skipping meals. Parents are stretching one can of beans for dinner. We're doing everything that we can, but we need real infrastructure to keep going. We're asking for at least $50,000 in city funding to meet these needs, not just to stay afloat, but to scale a grassroots solution that's already working. We need to expand our youth intern program for the entire growing season. We need access to electricity and running water and cold storage so our fresh produce can be viable for longer. And we need shelter in case of a thunderstorm or literally anything that happens because we're dealing with the elements. We're asking for you to increase funding for community-based food access programs and resilience efforts, so programs like ours aren't left patching together emergency support in a system that's defunded from the top down.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anton Christian, and I live in District 9. Tanya Hancock is my council member, and I'm advocating for fully funding the varsity spending plan. So, vulnerably speaking, I haven't been caught in the crossfire or laid a sibling arrest behind gun violence, but I have friends who survived it. I've seen what it does. That kind of trauma doesn't just leave marks on the body, it reshapes one's whole spirit. You don't need to hear the gunshots to live with the echo. Gun violence, it weaves itself into our everyday fabric of our neighborhoods, and our youth are the ones paying the price. Some of the kids carry more grief than they do textbooks, and too often they're forced to choose survival over self-worth. I speak for them at the moment, however, you will hear some of them come up directly and speak to you, and they've been impacted by real heartbreaking ways. For them, speaking today is part of their healing, and your response, your leadership, is part of their healing as well. When they look up and see their city fighting for them, choosing prevention, choosing protection, choosing peace, that matters. That tells them they're not alone in this. The varsity spending plan isn't just some budget line, it's a lifeline. It's about meeting young people where they are before the streets do. It's access, it's guidance, it's empowerment. It tells our youth, we see you, you matter, your story isn't finished. Although grateful for the $1 million allocated, fully funding the varsity spending plan at $10 million will further aid the mission of reducing gun violence and navigating conflict amongst our youth in the community. Let's stop reacting to tragedy and start investing in transformation and preventative maintenance. Let their young voices be heard tonight and respond with purpose. Let's build a Nashville where kids can dream without ducking, where futures aren't cut short by bullets, but built by belief and action. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello there, my name is Maxine Spencer. I live in District 19, and Councilmember Jacob Pupin is my council member. So today I am asking to fully fund the varsity spending plan. And now I know there's a diversity of ages in the audience, and ostensibly so in this body, so can I just run through like a little bit of like an idea right quick? So as a young person, I remember growing up and having to go through metal detector screenings. I remember how that made me feel like a criminal. At a time when I was trying to go to school to further my education and better myself, day in, day out, I had to come up, get patted down, and it felt like prison. And I realized that school didn't need to feel like that. It was the fear that was making the adults that controlled my life do this to me. And so today, what we are advocating for in fully funding the varsity spending plan, taking $10 million out of the $3.8 billion, is saying that we fully believe in our young people and we fully support our young people. We believe that they don't have to have this fear. We believe that we can chew at the fear that's eating at us. And by fully funding the varsity spending plan, we're able to create a new solution that really tackles gun violence in a preventative way. So we have to do something new. We have to do something that is truly proactive. Fully funding the varsity spending plan will give us a new vision towards strengthening our communities and make sure that our young people have healthy environments that they can be in and out of school. So really, what we need to end up doing is to listen to these young people that created the solution. They know the answer to the problems. All y'all have to do is just invest in them. If you really believe in them, then show it. Invest in them. Invest in our communities. Invest in your constituents, and invest in their futures.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Kat Jones, and I live in District 28. I am an artist and a musician who has collaborated on projects with NASA, multiple dance and artistic organizations in the city, and have been an active affordable housing advocate in Nashville since 2017, when I was hired by South Nashville Action People, the Wedgwood Houston Neighborhood Association, as their executive director. During my 3 years with that organization, I not only helped to manage an affordable housing unit, a refurbished schoolhouse that the neighborhood manages, but lived in affordable housing as well, thanks to Urban Housing Solutions. Residents of all income levels, ethnicities, and immigration statuses in all neighborhoods of our city are vital to a city's flourishing and vibrant culture. I myself have been unhoused in Nashville for multiple years, at times due to undiagnosed autoimmune diseases. The flood in 2010 displaced me, and economic downturns in our national economy. Were it not for organizations like UHS providing space for me to get back on my feet, those moments of displacement could have held catastrophic outcomes. Affordable housing doesn't just make spaces for our disabled residents, elderly, families who have hit hard times, and those in our working class, but it creates opportunities for our innovators and our creatives as well. Having the space to relax and having time to let the brain expand and imagine beyond the stress of life and death worries like affordable housing directly contributes to the length of the life of our residents, longevity in the workforce, creativity and ingenuity by our creators, and ability for our residents to grow and flourish in whatever fields they specialize in. I urge you to support affordable housing in the budget as it will literally save lives, and not to weaponize your position against your constituents. Thank you.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Joel Cottrell, and I'm the president of the Fraternal Order of Police for Nashville. I represent approximately 2,000 active and retired law enforcement officers in Davidson County. I'm here to discuss this pay plan. This pay plan, as structured, it flattens the curve of employees' wage growth. The curve has been flattened so much that step 10 on this newer plan is actually lower than step 10 on the current pay plan. This was before the plan was reduced by 1%. The current plan made of 10 steps has a 30% wage growth, and the new plan made of 15 steps has a 30% wage growth. This means it takes 5 years longer to grow just as much. The pay plan as proposed has also been reduced by 1%, as I said, meaning while the cost of living this year rose approximately 3%, the adjustment for employees is currently only 1%. Currently, the MMPD pay plan has a 3% merit or step raise each year, while the proposed pay plan has a 2% step raise. This causes the curve to flatten, which keeps us behind the average pay curve from years 2 to 13 when compared to our approved comparable cities. This plan did not fix the issues. Good faith negotiations between the unions, and I say unions, and HR, backed with data, showed no changes in the plan. Because of this, we now come to the council to fix these problems and fund a COLA to reflect a cost of living of a total of 3%. In addition to the issues of pay, the FOP here advocates for funding of staffing and the equipment our officers need in order to do their job and keep the city safe. Just like our friends at our 911 dispatch have said, they are the ones you call, and we are the ones they sent. We respectfully ask that you support your first responders to include police, fire, EMS, and dispatch. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Stewart. I live in Rayon City in Old Hickory, and I'm the proud representative of Metro General Government employees, MMPS support staff, and General Hospital employees as president of SEIU Local 205. I'm coming to you today to talk about Metro's new pay plan, I won't go into all the issues we have around this plan. It's far from perfect, and there are employees who it doesn't do nearly enough for. We've been saying for years that employee pay was too low and that the cost of living adjustments that have been recommended did not help employee pay stay ahead of inflation. And it only cost the city $1 million to finally understand what we've been telling them for free. And even then, even when their own study said, here is what you should do, even when our concerns and suggestions were ignored, even when they came to us over and over and over again for the past 6 months with, but you should all be happy. Everyone gets a minimum of 2% steps and 2% COLA. Well, they call it across the board, but I reject that narrative because a COLA doesn't require you to subtract steps from it. And then the mayor's budget cut the recommended 2% COLA to a 1%, once again balancing the budget on the backs of the employees and stifling pay growth. This was a serious betrayal of trust. How can we trust an administration to do the right thing for employees when they won't keep their word about their own plan? So now we come to you all once again, asking you to please do what the mayor would not. Put a pay plan in the substitute budget that not only keeps the promises that the administration made, but also has a COLA that actually meets the cost of living, which is 3%, not inclusive of steps. Additionally, I ask you to fully fund the MMPS and general hospital budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jayla. I go to Nashville Christian and I live in District 9. And Tanya Hancock is my city council member. A time gun violence affected my life was when 2 armed men came in my neighborhood knocking on car doors at night. This experience made me feel very unsafe to be in my own home or neighborhood. Gun violence is a critical issue in neighborhoods and schools because we're dropping like flies left and right and ignoring the fact that we might not come back home from school or even just walking our dog. Fulfilling the varsity spending plan will create a safer Nashville by having an option to go to our community centers for comfort and be able to go to school and feel comfortable to learn and interact with our peers. With $10 million, the varsity spending plan can give us a life that will not be shut down by gun violence in Nashville. Please support the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Yasmin Bailey, and I go to Early College High School. Well, I graduated from Early College High School, and I'm from District 10, and Jennifer Webb is my council member. I hold my breath when I leave the house. I feel safer staying home. I don't want to be out on Saturdays. I'm wasting my youth wondering if I'm going to make it 2 more weeks. Being a senior was so nerve-wracking because I was so close to being done, but I didn't know if I would walk the stage. My degrees would be empty place marks on my parents' walls. We see the violence, but we choose to pretend we're blind. We have been leaving you to take care of the situation, relying on you to help us. Kids are dying. My peers who I used to walk the hall with are missing attendance. We look at the growing number of the population, but not the decrease of youth, not the increase in gun violence. The varsity spending plan takes hands-on action in trying to solve this issue. We speak of change, but the varsity spending plan actively changes. Fully funding it would de-escalate situations before it happens. We want to reach the situation before the guns do. Office of Youth Safety would make the biggest impact by allowing our youth to be put in the limelight rather than the back burner. You need to fully fund the varsity spending plan. Acting now rather than later will be beneficial not only to me, but my peers. I'm asking that you fully fund the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jakayla Taylor. I go to Weiss Creek High School and I live in District 5. A time gun violence impacted someone close to me was the time my cousins were at school during the Antioch shooting, or even the time I was in school with the student who carried a gun in his backpack throughout the school day. There are several more occasions I could speak about, but these are just a few. This impacted our family because years ago we lost our uncle due to gun violence and we never know who's going to be next. Gun violence is such an issue to the community because young people are either losing their lives or spending time in jail. The varsity spending plan is a $10 million plan that would put $4 million towards community center programming, another $4 million towards Office of Youth Safety, and the last $2 million towards high schools. Fully funding the varsity spending plan will create a safer Nashville and put an end to gun violence. Someone deeply affected by gun violence was my cousin who attends Antioch High School. This affected her because she was in a cafeteria moments before the school shooting occurred, and she even knew who the young girl was. The situation traumatized her and made her scared to go back to school.
Not even a day later, a list of schools were threatened to be shot up next, and my school was one of them. This put us on a lockdown and caused multiple students to leave school early, missing out on their classes. After this situation, schools decided to enforce metal detectors, which is crazy because this isn't the airport or jail. It's supposed to be a safe place for us. If the varsity spending plan was fully funded, this would allow schools to have restorative justice in schools and allow students to feel safer in schools. It will also allow people of all ages to feel safer in their neighborhoods by providing us with community center programming. You should use your power and fully fund the varsity spending plan because it can make Nashville a safer place, and us students wouldn't have to worry about if our schools are going to be shut down due to school shootings or if we're going to lose our loved ones or close friends due to gun violence. I'm asking that you fully fund the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ebony Perry. I live in District 3, and my councilwoman is Ms. Jennifer Gamble. I am a junior at Middle Tennessee State University and a member of the Southern Movement Committee. I am here today to ask you to fully fund the varsity spending plan. I have personally witnessed the turmoil of gun violence and a lack of resources poured into our youth destroy the minds of our young people. I have been on the opposite side, seeing promising youth become corrupt. But once we see the importance of enforcing preventative sources to enrich our youth, as we do reactive, we can change this. We need to allocate the same effort and funding, if not more, in proactive action as we do reactive action for a chance to improve the future of our community. If you're going to invest in anything, invest in the future of your city. I'm asking for you to fully fund the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Zion. I go to Early College High School. I live in District 3, and my city council member is Jennifer Gamble. I currently attend the Southern Movement Committee, and we are asking that you fully fund the varsity spending plan. When I heard about the most recent school shooting, the Antioch High School, I was shocked. It mostly affected my friend who had a cousin that goes there. She was worried whether or not her cousin was okay, hoping she was safe. Now, this is an everyday feeling for guardians and students. We shouldn't have to feel like this, but now we do. The problem is not that another kid got a gun. The problem is people killing people emotionally and mentally. This is why we need the varsity spending plan to be fully funded. With $4 million to community center programming, we can have programs like study hall, sports, gaming, and social emotional learning programs. These programs can allow us to build relationships and also keep us proactive. These programs can also lead us away from being on the street, keeping us away from wrong. With $4 million with $2 million to high school restorative justice, this can allow me and a peer, if we're going through something, they can allow us to mend back together, allowing us to talk to someone. With $4 million to our Office of Youth Safety, I can be safe in my community and my school. Making sure that we are safe is very important. Please fully fund the varsity spending plan because you're not just funding a plan, you're funding the future, your future generation.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Zachary Orr. I live in District 3, where my council member is Jennifer Gamble. I go to Big Picture High School. I'm asking for the varsity spending plan to be fully funded. Gun violence has changed everything around me in my school, in my neighborhood, and the people in my heart. I remember how after a student was killed by gun violence, it didn't just affect his friends. It shook the entire school. We started having searches, lockdowns, and constant fear. Some people even started to think gun violence was normal, but it should never be normal. A parent once told me how terrified she was during a school shooting when her 5-year-old was still inside. Another family lost an auntie and grandparent in a mass shooting. These are real lives, real people. When people are scared to go outside when they're carrying guns just to feel safe, that's not community. But it doesn't have to be this way. Imagine what it could look like without all this violence. Kids can just be kids. Families could go outside without fear. Black communities can grow stronger. We finally be able to invest in healing and building something real. That's why in the varsity spending plan, $4 million to restorative justice, $4 million to community centers, $2 million to Office of Youth Safety. That's what we need, not later, not someday, but now. So I'm asking this to get fully funded. not just with words, but with actions, with votes, and with commitment. Our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Blake. I go to Laverne High School. My district representative is Delicia Porterfield, currently at large, and I have family that live in District 5 with Sean Parker as their representative. I'm here to fully support and ask for the $10 million funding of the varsity spending plan to not just create a safer Nashville, but a safer state. With the implementation of the Youth Office of Youth Safety, we could see a city with a lower mortality rate. We could see more connected communities and a feeling of peace with one another. There would be no need for people to constantly look over their shoulders. Recently, my school has installed metal detectors before entering the school. This is not an airport, it's not a jail or a government facility. Local schools should not have to worry about someone wanting to cause harm to the students or faculty. Without any control over firearms in neighborhoods, tragedies such as the school shooting in Antioch will continue to occur. Not only am I an only child, but I'm the first and oldest grandchild on both sides of my family. To know that my family could lose years of memories and love poured into me is a fate I wouldn't wish on any family to ever experience. The purpose of my voice is not just to repeat what has been previously stated, but to offer a perspective and my understanding. Every individual has their own unique experiences that should be valued and respected as your own. Please see that we are not just a number on a chart, but a story to be heard. Please fully fund the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess I go when I want. Okay, hi, my name is Manon Hall. I'm a renter at 1629 Good Day Court in District 3. We must address the immediate transportation needs of our students and fund a revolving housing production fund. High schoolers from the Napier community who attend McGavick High School are forced to unsafely walk 2 miles from the closest bus stop on Lebanon Pike. Please include funding for the 6 bus to make a hook deviation to pick up and drop off these students directly at McGavick, ensuring there's safe access to education, just as similar routes exist for other schools. Furthermore, the public, council, and administration have all said they agree on one thing: housing. It's the top issue facing our city. Rather than aggressively addressing that challenge by pursuing increased housing creation, this budget is just funding for studies and staff. There's not any increase in funding for creating or preserving any actual housing. Barnes funding is cut in half, the mixed income pilot is paused, and there's still no leadership from the administration on using public land for housing. And despite change to state law, we are not using TOD, bonds, or voluntary inclusionary bonuses to actually create new housing options for Nashvillians. This is not an intractable problem. It is possible to have a city that we can afford to live in. It will require serious leadership from the administration. Every asset should be put to work with an expectation for timed and clear results. Use our bond authority to invest in housing. Use Metro land to create housing. The UHS highlighted these are high priority items, and yet there's zero funding allocated. What is funded is what gets prioritized. The administration was serious about transit, and progress is now underway. The same should be done for housing. I urge this body to include money for debt servicing in the budget, as explicitly supported by Action 16 of our Unified Housing Strategy. The UHS states that a required operating budget commitment for debt service would be between $2 to $5 million per year. This and that is a foundational step to unlocking significant capital for housing. Please fund housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Willow Roberts, and I live in District 15. I'm here with the Southern Movement Committee, and I'm the Garden Education Ambassador at Brooklyn Heights Community Garden. I am asking for the varsity spending plan to be fully funded, as well as for the $50K that my colleague Afani also asked you guys for Brooklyn Heights Community Garden. I am a lifelong Tennessee resident and a 12-year resident of Metro Nashville. And though I haven't experienced gun violence myself, I know many who have been touched by it. And I've definitely experienced the lack of support going to high school and middle school and a prison, and the other things that I feel like we all know lead to listless youth. I have siblings who are still in high school, and I know many parents who will have kids that will soon for Metro schools, and we all fear for our loved ones' safety in Metro schools. I see the surrounding community being underserved by their government, where I work at Brooklyn Heights Community Garden, us turning away SNAP funding. A fully funded varsity spending plan proactively addresses the root causes of gun violence by fully funding the nation's first Office of Youth Safety, and $50K at Brooklyn Heights will make sure that these kids can eat some vegetables as opposed to nothing. That is why I'm asking you to fully fund and support the varsity spending plan and also for $50K for Brooklyn Heights Community Garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Gavin. I am in District 8, and my council member is Deontay Harrell. I'm asking you to fully fund the varsity spending plan. I go to Antioch High School. Within the very 2 months that I moved to Nashville, Tennessee, gun violence has impacted me heavily. I no longer feel safe while going to school. I flinch at every moving thing. I have an unsettling feeling anytime I walk into a school building. There's security everywhere, pointing guns and everything. And it's just a very unsettling feeling. And gun violence is a very serious matter because kids these days are really afraid. When my parents used to tell me about their high school years, they would have never imagined that schools now will be getting shot up as much as they have. The varsity spending plan will help us because they will give us the resources and support we need to heal and try to stop gun violence. Not just at school, of course, but the whole world. Gun violence is everywhere. My voice matters because as a 15-year-old, I shouldn't be up here sharing stories about how I heard gunshots while in the bathroom with my best friend and how when I walk out, 3 people were killed. 3 people were hurt and 1 was killed. The varsity spending plan should be prioritized because it will help us no matter what. It would also help the world become a better place. We need the varsity spending plan to be in the budget. Remember, the varsity spending plan. This will help us with gun violence and give us safety in our homes and will create a more and safer, stable environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Moya Adeojo, and I go to Martin Luther King Jr. Academic Magnet High School. I live in District 32, and Joyce Dow is my city council representative. I remember when I found out about the Antioch High School shooting. The first thing I did was text my friend who attends that school and asked if he was okay. What if he didn't come to school the next day? What if he didn't come home? What if I didn't see him at church next week? Gun violence is a critical issue within schools. Why should I be scared of going to school? I want to be able to go to school and not have to worry about if I'll be able to go home and see my family, but I can't. Earlier this year, I found out my school was on a list that were planned to get shot up. And I remember being scared for an indecent amount of time that I should have been using to focus on my academics, but didn't. Eventually, I spent that time saying, if I die, I die. It shouldn't be this way. We shouldn't be so desensitized to guns and school shootings. Why should it get to the point where we have metal detectors at our school? Why put pressure on us to get into school quickly and having our things ready to be checked for a weapon when that shouldn't be our responsibility? My one voice may seem small, but I'm speaking for the people who can't, the people who died for and because of this cause, the parents who had to hear, I'm sorry for your loss, and the people who don't have the opportunity to stand in front of you today. And so I'm telling you to fully fund the varsity spending plan. Why? Because condolences do not fix the problem. Action does. And the varsity spending plan is that action. It focuses on fixing the problem, starting with us, using restorative justice in high school so we have a place to go to solve issues and to prevent issues, so we don't have to be scared to go to school anymore, and so we know how to resolve conflict without violence. Among many other things I've mentioned, there is one more thing I want you to remember. The longer we wait, the more kids die. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name's Chase Gay. I live in District 10. I've worked with MNPS for 6 years teaching guitar until I found out at the end of April that my position and program were being cut due to an anticipated decrease in the school budget. This has been happening across the district, and I'm not the only music educator who's been cut from a Nashville school. The mayor's office proposed a 13% increase in the MNPS budget, but when we look at the context, there's at least a $50 million shortfall due to the decrease in ESSER funding. While we know this is one-time funding, that funding equals jobs. My position was cut even though it predated ESSER funding. 584 MNPS staff received non-renewal letters this spring, 150 of those being explicitly for budget reasons. With the expiration of ESSER funding, MNPS will actually have a decrease in total funding, not to mention the lack of transparency due to no public release of a line item budget from the school board or district. I'm concerned for myself and fellow educators who have lost their positions and are now scrambling to find jobs. I'm also concerned for my students, many of whom were planning on pursuing music as a major or minor in college, and now will now be at a disadvantage, even though they live in a place that proudly calls itself Music City. When one of my students found out our program was getting cut, he said, "They don't care about us." That's the message that's being sent to the young people of this city when their education is deprioritized. I've been talking to Nashville educators all day, and I've been hearing about constant turnover due to poor working conditions, cut positions, and the multiple jobs many of us have to work to support our households. A survey recently conducted by M&EA found that 48% of educators said their schools were understaffed, with 66% saying that understaffing hurts morale and 34% saying it directly increases their workloads. 52% of educators said their pay is not enough to live in Nashville. Start prioritizing the things that matter. Prioritize education by allocating higher than a 3% COLA for educators and filling the gaps left by ESSER. Prioritize housing, city workers, and school support staff, and prioritize the safety of our young people. Actions speak louder than words. Show Nashville that you care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Elenata Rita, and I go to Hume-Fogg High School. I live in District 8, and Deontay Harrell is my city council member. I want to take you guys back to tell a short story when gun violence took my friend's life. One day, we were walking to our bus, laughing and talking about our teachers, and the next, I was walking alone. His life was taken away in a blink of an eye. No 14-year-old should be holding a gun instead of a pencil. The current system fails because it focuses too much on punishment rather than prevention. The varsity spending plan invests in real solution. It's a prevention. $4 million for community center programming, giving young people safe spaces and mentors. $2 million for restorative justice in high schools, offering conflict resolution instead of criminalization. And $4 million to create an Office of Youth Safety, providing alternatives to jails and police. If we don't act now, another generation will grow up believing violence is the only way of life. The varsity spending plan is a real solution. It is a foundation for change. Be the forces that push progress forward and not the one that holds it back. Imagine telling your grandchildren, "I made life safer for you," instead of regretting that you only stood by while real solutions were being ignored. The choice is ours to act now, or let another generation suffer the same cycle of violence. By supporting the varsity spending plan, you set an example, not for only the United States, but across continents thousands of miles away. Gun violence doesn't target a specific country or generation. It's a universal issue that tears apart the youth and become a never-ending story. I am asking for the varsity spending plan to be fully funded, and I thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Aphomia. I go to Ezel Harding School. I live in District 8, and Deontay Harrell is my city council member. I am here in regards to fully fund the varsity spending plan. When I was in the 8th grade, one of my fellow classmates was shot and killed due to unsafe matters in our community. It kills me every day, and I am disheartened that this could have been prevented if there was the right precautions taken. Every day I fear in school. I fear for my friends and my family's lives because we don't feel safe. Gun violence is a universal issue, and we can start change right now here in Tennessee. Elected officials, I urge you to take thoughtful and immediate actions to protect our youth and future generations. The varsity spending plan presents a powerful opportunity to make our community safer and guarantee safety for young people. By investing in real preventative solutions, this plan can help address the root causes of violence and instability. It includes $4 million for community center programming, giving youth access to safe spaces and positive mentors, $2 million for restorative justice programs in high schools, and $4 million to create an Office of Youth Safety, which would provide alternatives to jails and policing. These investments are crucial and urgent. If we do not act now, the challenges our youth face will only grow and more young people will continue to live in fear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Good evening. I am Letitia, and I go to Ezel Harding School. I live in District 33, and Antoinette Lee is my city council member. I'm asking you to fully support the varsity spending plan by fully funding it. And I'm not here as a student, but as somebody who has lost my trust in people, my school, and the safety of the place where I'm supposed to learn. The varsity spending plan is of $10 million, which invests in real solutions. $4 million goes to community center programming, $2 million for restorative justice in high schools, and $4 million to create an office of youth safety. After an incident in my school, a search was issued and a loaded gun was found in the classroom right next to mine. That day could have went completely different. People could have died. I could have died. That kind of fear does not go away overnight. Since then, I've lost the trust in people around me. But even after all that, nothing changed at our school. Just a meeting saying the student was expelled. No extra support, no counseling, no check-ins, just silence. And now a lot of us are afraid to come to school, not because we do not care about our education, but because we are scared we will not make it home. Students still bring guns, and it's being treated like a trend. That's why I'm here today, to ask you, our city council, our community leaders, to use your power to support the varsity spending plan. Support the community centers that give us a safe space to go. Fund mental health resources in schools. Gun violence is not a joke. Our generation, the future, is being affected by this. It is necessary and fundamental for you to support the varsity spending plan.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Ibukun. You can call me Blessing. I'm from District 32, and my city council person is Joy Stiles. I'm advocating for the fully funded amount of the varsity spending plan. Now, see, I had my whole speech planned out, but it got deleted. But no worries, because that speech was heart-made, and so this speech is also heart-made. Now, I may not have a personal story to share about gun violence, and thank God, but now I want to fight for those who had and fight for the rest who haven't been affected. And to keep it that way, let me give my condolences first to every soul laid down on the floor due to gun violence. As I stand before you, let me lay some truth down. The culture of gun violence that Americans have complied with and been complacent with will not end immediately, but it can be slowed. It can be lowered. Shootings finally take a break from being on the news, and so families can celebrate a night without wondering what went wrong. So children who think America had already planned out their futures, we can stop that. They can actually have what they need. They can have a degree, they can have a life. They can have the things that they never thought they would have. Communities and neighborhoods where it seems so popularized or it's already destined for them to be that way, it can stop and there can be a change. I'm asking you to fully fund the varsity spending plan because the change, it can't happen decades later where you finally feel like, oh, let's do it now. Let's do it now. Children need change because children are the future. Your future matters and your children's future matters and my future matters. And everybody standing here or sitting here, our futures matter. So let's put our hands together and work for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
My name is Kaya Inman. My city council person is Sean Parker. I am a recent graduate of Maplewood High School. My school is in Joy Kimball's district. I am here as a small fragment of many students who won't change in Nashville. As an advocate of the varsity spending plan, I am insisting of the full amount from the one we were allocated last year, which we are so grateful for. We've experienced enough tragedies such as the most recent Antioch school shooting, as well as the shooting that occurred in October 2024 during homecoming celebrations on Jefferson Street, or even the Waffle House shooting, not even to mention the daily acts of violence in our communities. It's time for change. Getting messages from my friends being afraid to go to school the next day, or even just to walk to the park, should not be normalized. And the varsity spending plan is the first step of breaking the barriers and finally taking accountability and responsibility of the people you took an oath for. Our future is in your hands, and we trust you will demonstrate your commitment to its success by approving this vital budget request. Therefore, I expect to see the varsity spending plan in the budget. Please add the varsity spending plan to the budget so we can uphold our commitments to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Deanna. I live in District 12, and my district council member is Aaron Evans. After the incident at Antioch, we received many threats about a potential shooting at our school. Despite these threats, the school district did nothing. Every teacher continued their day without concern and dismissed the threats lightly. At that point, many of us, myself included, felt uncomfortable being at school. The situation escalated when a student was caught with a gun in his backpack. Many parents began picking their children up from school due to fears for their child's safety and worries about whether or not their kids will come home. Although there are many solutions to addressing gun violence, not enough people are taking a stand and speaking out. People voice their concerns and opinions privately, but they don't take action to resolve them. It's like when you tell yourself you're going to the gym next week. You don't lose weight by sitting around thinking about it. You lose it by actually going and putting the work in. If we don't take action, nothing will change, the problem will continue, and more lives will be lost. The Varsity Spending Plan seeks to proactively address and stop youth gun violence in our communities. Implementing this plan will make it less likely for our youth to feel the need to use guns to defend themselves and will ease parents' concerns about their children's safety on the way home from school. Children will also feel a greater sense of safety in their communities and at home. Please consider the future and add the fully funded Varsity Spending Plan to your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Deani Hathaway, and I'm a youth intern representing the Southern Movement Committee. I'm in District 21, where Brandon Taylor is my city council representative. I am also a 2025 graduate of Hillsborough High School, where Jeff Prepti is the councilman. Today, I'll be speaking on the Varsity Spending Plan and its solution to reducing gun violence in schools and all around Nashville. The Varsity Spending Plan is designed and created by youth ages 14 through 18 and supportive adults that have joined and come together to advocate about the rights in my generation in our school. Wait, let me start over.
You're okay.
The Varsity Spending Plan is designed and created by youth ages 14 through 18 and supportive adults that have joined and come together to advocate about the rights of my generation and our shared efforts to help stop the violence that's going around and that is being monitored by the City Council. Having the experience of going to school and feeling like I'm in a prison because of the mindset and fear of I might die today should not be the mindset I have when I get to school. School is about actual hands-on learning and trying to help me better myself. It's not about guns and worrying about my safety when you guys, city council members, have the power to pass policies to create better and safer communities that you represent. As I roamed the halls and classrooms of my school, I saw the lack of energy presented by peers who wish school could just, quote unquote, be over with. And just something to keep in mind that hands-on learning has clearly been forgotten in our system, and that needs to change. Online work and just reading off a screen isn't going to teach myself and my classmates actual life care skills, and that clearly shows in numbers. So here I stand today, I humbly ask that you, the people who are supposed to be protecting us, put the Varsity Spending Plan on the budget and help the Varsity Spending Plan with a full $10 million, because a fully funded Varsity Spending Plan that gives us a chance to end gun violence will create an educational system that me and my classmates will enjoy and bring back the fun and learning again. Go do what's right and fund the Varsity Spending Plan.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Amaya. I live in District 29, and Tasha Ellis is my city council person. I am asking for the Varsity Spending Plan to be fully funded. Living in a big, diverse city like Nashville, gun violence isn't anything new to me. Me and people I'm close to have been affected by gun violence since I can remember. My close friend experienced the Antioch High School shooting, and it breaks my heart to see someone have to go through something so traumatic in a place where your safety should be guaranteed. Funding the Varsity Spending Plan would help allow our communities, especially our youth, being the future of Nashville, to have access to more opportunities and to have the resources to a better future. The Varsity Spending Plan could greatly benefit the youth of our city, which is why we need the $4 million for community center funding, $4 million for the Office of Youth Safety, and the $2 million for restorative justice in high schools. With this, we can change our city and soon change the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hello, good evening. I know it's kind of late and we're all tired, but I hope y'all are doing good anyways. So, hello, my name is Zena. I go to Martin Luther King Academic Magnet High School, and I live in District 35, and Jason Spain is my city council member. I'm a part of the youth internship portion of SMC. I'm asking you to fully fund the varsity spending plan. We believe that if the varsity spending plan was fully funded, we would have other outlets to express how we feel and wouldn't feel the need to escalate conflicts to the point of a firearm making an appearance. It would be reassuring to know that there are other things out in place to help and assist bad situations. Gun violence encourages a negative outlook on life because people are afraid. I care about this. Me and my peers that have experienced it have been negatively affected, whether it caused someone to decline in academics or quit doing the things that they love. My cousin died to gun violence a couple of years ago, and we see things like this happen every day so much that we're desensitized to dramatic and traumatic events that are unnatural and impactful. Having someone close to you fall from gun violence can have drastic consequences. The sad part about it is more and more things like this happen every single day. And there are things like, we have metal detectors now at my school, and teachers are getting training on how to deal with situations like this. But I know that's helpful, but it's not enough because it doesn't just impact the kids. It impacts them if something were to happen, but it doesn't impact them in preventative measures, so it doesn't even become a thought in their head, so they don't even think that it's an option. So wondering if someone they know is being affected as we speak. Like, people are scared if their world is falling apart because someone felt forced to resort to a firearm. The varsity spending plan can and will reduce gun violence among the youth because it affects the youth. This is why I'm here today asking you, our city council, to fully fund the varsity spending plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Jariah John Finn Alexander. I go to Kip Antioch Global High School. I live in District 29, and Tasha Ellis is my city council member. I am asking that the varsity spending plan be fully funded. In 2022, my cousin was a victim of gun violence. Our family was broken. It was all on the news for about a week, and after that, it was like everybody had already forgotten. Another moment where gun violence impacted me and my family was the Antioch shooting a couple of months ago. I was worried when I heard that a girl had died. I didn't know who died or if it was my cousin. Nobody should have to fear that their family might not return from a place where they should feel safe. Gun violence is a critical issue for neighborhoods because it causes people to be afraid, and some people don't feel safe enough to walk in their own neighborhood anymore. Gun violence is a critical issue in schools because it makes kids not want to go to school, and that causes us to miss out on important schoolwork. This is important because we shouldn't have to worry about whether we will make it home from school instead of focusing on our education. Fully funding the varsity spending plan will create a safer Nashville because it gives us safe outlets, resources, and reduces violence in communities. This connects to the varsity spending plan because it gives us safer community centers, which helps reduce violence between the students and helps us have resources to discuss our problems. This will help reduce gun violence among Nashville because it will give us better outlets and people to turn to when we need help. It will show us that people care about us. This should be prioritized in the budget because the future starts now with us. The varsity spending plan will help lower gun violence among youth in Nashville by giving students positive things to do after school instead of getting caught up in violence. These programs keep teens busy during times when crime often happens and gives us a safe place with others who understand and support us. Community centers also help students feel like they belong, learn how to solve problems peacefully, and stay focused on their future. By keeping kids active and connected, the varsity spending plan helps prevent them from getting involved in violence. So I'm asking our city council to fully fund the varsity spending plan.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jamel Campbell Gooch. I live in District 21, born and raised. I'm the organizing director of the Southern Movement Committee. Now, I don't want to get in trouble, so I'm not going to have them chant. But I really hope that at some point you all acknowledge the hard work and the bravery of our young people that got an opportunity to speak in front of you. So we have this thing in our youth assembly where we talk about it's a call and response. It goes, when we work together, we win together, and when we win together, we can change the world. And so our young people really look forward to continuously working with you all, because as you can see, they have really studied hard and took the time to not only develop the varsity spending plan, but to really talk about the narratives and use their personal stories to hopefully drive a little momentum. So to model, I'm going to use a bit of my personal story, okay? When I graduated from college in 2015, I went straight into being a support staff member at Pearl Cone. While there, I met a lot of beautiful young people that were energetic, that really opened their arms and were really loving spirit. There was one in particular, one of my first students, that I really, really enjoyed. And I fell in love with as far as trying to train them in the way that they should go. In 2022, I found out that I was an older brother. And as many of you know, I have a very complex family. But when you find out that you have a little brother, there is something special about being able to see yourself in the future. Unfortunately, both of those people died of gun violence. And so when we talk about gun violence and solving it, understand that it is not only personal for me, but it is personal for our organization. But this body has the opportunity to end it. And I really hope you all take a step in the forward towards our young people and end the generational violence that we all experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Peace, peace. My name is Nick Drake. I am a native of Nashville, live in District 12, where Aaron Evans is my council person. How you doing, Ms. Evans? I'm a community organizer with the Southern Movement Committee, and I stand today to show my support for a fully funded varsity spending plan. A big part of my job as a community organizer involves talking to people in the community. And a lot of the times when we're outside doing outreach, we survey our folks around the question, what makes you feel safe? And a lot of the times, we get a lot of the same answers. And I'm sure if I was to go around this room, I would probably get some of the same answers. A lot of folks say, you know, God makes them feel safe. Family makes them feel safe. Community makes them feel safe. Money makes them feel safe. Resources make them feel safe. Better schools, access to health care. Those are things that we at SMC, we call them the goods, right? And so some of the things that I've never actually seen when we go out and survey folks around what makes them feel safe, we never see people mention metal detectors. We never see people mention license plate readers. We never see people mention more law enforcement, just to name a few. So what I've come to realize is that historically in these chambers, that there's been a disconnect between how elected officials view what makes us safe and what the community has said repeatedly makes us safe. But to echo Brother Jamel, today we have an opportunity to shift those trends and realign with the needs and desires of your constituents. So I ask today that you fully fund the varsity spending plan, because I believe that a fully funded varsity spending plan offers solutions that will transform the way we view safety. I believe that a fully funded Office of Youth Safety will help to create programs that will equip the youth of this city with the emotional and mental tools needed to navigate and resolve conflict properly. And I believe that a fully funded restorative justice programming and community centers will create programs that proactively help tackle the root causes of gun violence amongst our youth before harm has happened. So I ask that you fully fund varsity spending plan.
Thank you.
Your wish list. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
My name is Brandon Gooch. I live in District 32. My city councilwoman is Joy Stiles. I'm a community organizer with the Black Nashville Assembly. Our community needs the varsity spending plan to keep the youth off the streets. Also, put the youth in a safer and healthier environment. That will reduce gun violence. It will reduce the overpopulated juvenile system as well. No child should fear going to a place where it's supposed to feel the safest at. When a child is scared and worried, and they're not focused, and that's where the police can't help. They respond after the violence, but the varsity spending plan can help prevent the violence before it happens. The varsity spending plan should be fully funded, $10 million in the budget. Help kids have less worries and more safety. Where they should feel the safest at, so they can learn and speak and become leaders. So I'm a big advocate of the varsity spending plan, and y'all should fully fund that. And good things coming soon. All right, y'all.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Macy Fluharty, and my new representative in City Council is Aaron Evans. I implore you to complete funding for the varsity spending plan to help prevent crime. Today, I am here to ask you for your support for another budget plan aiming to prevent crime and helping our vulnerable communities. The Housing and Safety Plan that has been proposed to you by the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. This plan mainly focuses on two areas that are in need of attention in this city. Rent prices are raised every year by some, if not most, or all apartments in this city. It is hard for many people to keep up with rent. This is one reason why I moved and may have to move again, move sooner than I like to from my new home. Social housing like this is seen in this budget will help countless of constituents. I work with unhoused youth in a transitional housing space, and when we discuss next steps, it can be difficult to find reasonable solutions for some people. The majority of prices are too high for single living people that cannot get accepted into programs. A housing plan like this offers independent choices to those still getting their footing into their most compatible workforce or those with limited available hours or income. The housing crisis in Nashville has been long living. This housing plan being proposed could very well be an opening into areas where it can be difficult to work around. Over time, and especially the past couple of years, public safety has been of great concern. This concern almost brought us more intense mass surveillance. During these meetings, it was emphasized the importance of community programs to address the causes of crime rather than reacting in ways that are not helpful in many cases. I look forward to seeing how the safety plan in this budget that our communities come up with will help me and my fellow constituents. This body has expressed their support in working together with our communities to bring safety. This budget plan is an opportunity to do so. The Housing and Safety Plan is a small investment that can bring us necessary change to this city. Please look into it. Thank you.
Next. You're recognized.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, my name is Devin Bardo. I live in District 2, and Councilwoman Toombs is my council member. I ask you to support the varsity spending plan because our kids need that restorative presence in their community that we have provided, that they have provided, that they started by themselves with the community. It's a beautiful thing when you see young people who want to do better for themselves and better for their communities come together and make something like this. And I'm gonna say something that's kind of funny to me. I've been here for hours. I know we all have been. I've heard the grumbles from many people. And I just find it kind of interesting because I feel like what you're experiencing now is what these kids have been feeling at school for years. Y'all are frustrated and y'all are sad. Y'all want to be heard. Imagine what these kids have been wanting to hear. You have a moment to do this. You have a moment to do this. You have a moment to do that. And it's such a quick fix. It's such a quick fix. Give them the money, give them what they need so they can feel safer and build a better Nashville. All that grumbling is so funny to me because imagine what these kids are feeling when you don't even feel safe going to school or going out your house. We sitting here now in the comfort of a very nice chamber, but they could be staring at the barrel of a chamber in any moment. So I'm asking you to support the varsity spending plan because that frustration that you're experiencing is a frustration that is community-wide. And it can only happen with communal support. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Thank y'all. My name is Trey. I am a member of the Black National Assembly. I am in Tom Cash's district, District 18. I just wanted to, number one, thank y'all for taking the time to listen to us, listen to our young people. Thank you, Councilmember Porterfield, for the great work that you did with us last year. We appreciate the initial investment, and we're just asking y'all to take that investment further. I am a therapist. I specialize in trauma. And so as you know, the things that we hear these young people talking about today are things that I hear on a very regular basis. And while I don't believe that today we can eliminate all trauma, but I do believe that the varsity spending plan is a big step towards us eliminating some of that trauma that our kids don't have to experience. We need to be more proactive and prevent these things from escalating to the point. And there are people who specialize in de-escalation of violence. And so we should be investing in those things far more than we are investing in our young people. And so I just ask y'all to further that commitment that y'all made last year, fully fund the varsity spending plan. And as y'all know, we're very persistent. Our young people are resilient. So if nothing else, if you don't want us to keep coming here and asking y'all to do this, go ahead and do it now. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Yes, Dave Pomeroy, District 18, Tom Cash. I'm 48-year Nashville resident and president of the Musicians Union. I appreciate our fellow unions and what they've said today, and also all of the youth. It's great to hear them speak their minds, and I hope you're listening. Nashville is known worldwide as Music City, and that brand was built by respecting the contributions of working musicians. Every year, the music industry contributes millions to our local economy and supports thousands of jobs across tourism, hospitality, and entertainment. Despite being the backbone of our industry, Nashville's working-class musicians are struggling to stay afloat. Rising rent, cost of living, and business expenses like parking are making it harder and harder to make a living in the very city we help make famous. Imagine showing up to your job and having to pay $20, $40, or $50 just to walk in the door. For gigging musicians playing multiple shows a week, parking costs eat away at their entire paycheck. This is unacceptable in a city that depends on working musicians to keep our economy growing. The Musicians Discount Parking Program that AFM Local 257 helped create with Premier Parking several years ago is a practical and proven solution. With a minimal investment from Metro Council and the support of key private partners, we can expand this into a public-private partnership and offer reliable free parking for working musicians. This would benefit Nashville's downtown economy in a very tangible way. This is not a major budget ask, less than 1% of the annual budget, but could solve what has been identified as the #1 problem for our local music community, parking. It's a smart investment with an enormous return, helping musicians stay in Nashville, continue performing, and contribute to the cultural and economic vitality of our city. I urge Metro Council to find room in this year's budget to support the musicians' parking program and help create free parking options for Nashville's working-class musicians. Let us not forget how we got here and make sure Music City is still a place where musicians can afford to live and work and give back to our community. Thank you.
Next. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Carter Barnett, and I'm a resident of District 34 and the former student body president at Belmont University. I am here tonight to advocate for $30 million to be allocated to the Barnes Housing Trust Fund to support Nashvillians young and old, including college students. Additionally, in light of the recent attacks on our community from government groups that do not share Nashville's values of diversity and empathy, I'm asking for funding for the hiring of a dedicated immigration and civil rights attorney to support our neighbors in these scary and alarming times. This addition to Metro law would hopefully be boots on the ground, in the streets, and in the courts when enforcers are in town to make sure constitutional rights are upheld, and a liaison to the amazing organizations giving so much time and effort. I would imagine this individual would also be busy protecting the rights of legal residents, such as refugees and international students who call our beautiful city home. Too much happened literally in the dark, and hopefully this person would act as a spotlight when our government tries to hide and bend the rules. By no action of our own, we have been designated as a sanctuary city, but maybe it's time we look more like one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Julie Morehouse. I'm a resident in District 32, Joy Stiles District, and I'm in my 9th year of teaching at Antioch High School. I'm here tonight to ask you to prioritize MNPS educators and staff, both MNEA and SEIU, by giving us more than a 3% COLA. The people who keep the city running and educate our children shouldn't be struggling to survive, especially when we were forced to put our lives on the line to keep our students safe. Like we had to do at Antioch. We all deserve compensation that reflects our dedication and sacrifice and respects what we put into our jobs every day on behalf of Nashville's children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Leek. I live in District 21 and I teach in District 24. I'm also a single parent of 2 MNPS students in foster care. I'm thankful to provide them a home, but lately it's been hard to keep a safe and stable home with my current level of pay. This is my 6th year as a teacher in MNPS, and I wouldn't want to teach anywhere else. But it is getting hard with Nashville's cost of living. I'm a personal finance teacher, and each year I watch my 10th grade students realize the realities of adulthood. It's both a joy and crushing, as you can imagine. And the reality is that based on salary, only 9% of Nashville neighborhoods are affordable to an average MNPS teacher. Median rent is $1,594, but only 31.4% of rentals are affordable to educators, down from 63.4% in 2019. Educators are tired. We're leaving the city and we're leaving the profession. And let me be clear, we're not leaving because of the students. We love our students, two of whom I got the pleasure of watching speak here tonight. We're leaving because we're demoralized and lack the ability to afford to live in a city that we serve. And while my personal experiences with the struggle to afford Nashville make for good teaching moments, it doesn't make for a healthy life. I thank you for your continued investment in public schools. I am proud to work for MNPS and in a city that values public education, especially while the state attacks it. I ask that you continue your investment and the school board allocates funding to alleviate the financial stress on educators so that we have a chance to continue living and working tirelessly for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Hello, my name is Andrew Crinks. I live in District 21. From January to April of this year, the Nashville People's Budget Coalition directly engaged more than 500 residents living in every single council district in our city. We asked them what they want in a budget. They were clear. They want permanently affordable housing, and they want community safety that doesn't have to rely upon police, courts, or jails. To that end, we are proposing $540,000 to create and staff the Nashville Community Housing Fund, which would enable the city to build high-quality, permanently affordable, publicly owned, community-governed, mixed-income housing, and to do it for less money than our current housing models allow. Once established, the fund would be financed through the sale of $50 to $100 million in bonds, resulting in only about $4 to $8 million in annual debt service. We are on the precipice of a new period of mass homelessness in our country created by the drying up of federal funds for housing and social services. The Community Housing Fund would proactively sidestep these vulnerabilities by relying on public financing and ownership mechanisms that guarantee permanent affordability. Building this kind of housing for the long haul is a matter of life and death. Second, we are proposing $500,000 to fund 3 positions to engage impacted communities in order to develop a holistic community safety plan for residents of all ages that's centered around public goods, prevention, and trauma-informed response, all without relying upon police, courts, or jails. This plan would help expand upon the successes of community-driven solutions such as the Office of Youth Safety. And to be clear, our organization has not created this plan. We are asking for the city to allocate funds to hire qualified people to engage the community to develop that community-driven safety plan. Our total $1 million ask, if funded, would account for 0.03% of the entire budget and less than 1% of MNPD's budget. The amount of new money MNPD is slated to receive this year is more than enough to fund our Housing and Safety for All plan, the Varsity Spending Plan, and to fully fund the pay plan.
Thank you.
Please fund it all. Thank you.
Next, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Erin Berry. Pronouns are she, her. I live in District 5, Sean Parker. I have been in that district since 2022 and Nashville since 2014. And over the last decade, I have increasingly seen the homeless population grow. I'm here supporting Nashville's People Budget Coalition and their Housing and Safety for All plan. This past weekend, I saw an unhoused friend walking down a busy road in Nashville in her underwear in the middle of the day. I want every one of you to put yourself in her shoes and imagine the humiliation you would feel if that was you. It was a warm day, and my guess is that she didn't have shorts to wear and it was too hot for pants. I personally know this neighbor, and while I wasn't bothered or frightened by her presence, I'm sure there were other people driving by that were. I think this image of her will be in my mind for a while, but what's also in my head is a vision of a city that uses its taxpayer money to invest back into its own citizens' housing and safety. Permanent affordable housing doesn't just help those who need housing. It also helps the entire community feel more safe and thrive both socially, emotionally, and economically. This is what we are asking for with the Nashville Community Housing Fund, which is part of the Housing and Safety for All plan. As Nashville's population and tourism has grown, so has our housing costs and homeless population. We need to be proactive. We need to be strategic. We need to invest in dignified, quality, permanent, affordable, publicly owned, and community-governed housing for low and middle-income Nashvillians. If we continue to delay investing in proactive housing reform, we will see more folks lose housing, we will see more residents be displaced out of the city, and we will feel less safe overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Angela Summers-Reese from District 5. In the short time that I've lived here in Nashville, I have seen the people show up as our neighbors' well-being, communities, and livelihoods are threatened and torn apart by state-sanctioned violence and unstable housing. It's groups like the Remix Tennessee who showed up night after night to record ICE activity and provide immediate assistance to immigrant families whose loved ones have been disappeared. It's Open Table who provide housing, support, and healing, and mutual aid groups who distribute food and essential hygiene products to unhoused folks. It's the Southern Movement Committee who are organizing for racial justice and human rights through civic engagement and participatory democracy. It's friends and neighbors coming together to fight FUSIS, which was illegally implemented and preys on vulnerable people. I'm here with the Nashville People's Budget Coalition, and we've had authentic conversations with Nashville residents to find out what we really need from our tax dollars. And outstandingly, that's to focus on non-police and community-led safety and permanent housing, because we all deserve to thrive with dignity instead of just surviving. We know that a $24 million increased police budget would not create safe communities. However, at just a 0.03 drop in the operating budget, the $1 million Nashville People's Budget's Housing and Safety for All plan will create preventative community safety and jumpstart a publicly owned, permanently affordable housing solution, because safe housing is the cornerstone for individual and community well-being. Fund the full $10 million varsity spending plan to invest in community care with the Office of Youth Safety, community center programming, and restorative justice in schools. Support grassroots movements like Brooklyn Heights Garden, providing essential food for communities. These plans focus on the here and now, but most importantly, they're for the future as well.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
My name is Laura Pearson, District 3 resident, and I'm speaking in support of investing $1 million in the Housing and Safety for All plan and fully funding the varsity spending plan. A question I think about a lot as a Nashvillian, and especially during budget season, is what exactly are we building? Cranes crowd the skyline and massive stadiums replicate themselves along the East Bank, but I'm not talking about concrete and steel. What are we building to ensure all residents have everything necessary to thrive now and in the future? What are we building to put the needs of all Nashvillians ahead of corporate interests? As housing costs soar, I urge you to consider this investment in permanently affordable, publicly owned, community-governed housing for low and middle income residents. As neighbors look for ways to keep each other safe without having to involve police, let's put at least a small portion of the budget toward developing a community safety plan rooted in prevention and trauma-informed response. These are priorities the Nashville People's Budget Coalition heard repeatedly as we asked residents around the city how they'd like to see their tax dollars spent. If we care about the interconnected struggles of Nashvillians, we must invest in building this kind of Nashville. My 4-year-old daughter also wanted me to mention that we should fund beds, blankets, flowers, and strawberries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Steve Vinnick. I live in Inglewood. My council member is Emily Benedict. How are y'all doing? Can you guys maybe like stand up and kind of do a stretch or something? Okay, so I'm here with the Nashville People's Budget Coalition in support of the Community Housing Fund. This is a really solid plan. You should all have it in your inboxes. Andrew said he texted it to you as well. I really encourage you to look at the plan. You heard Andy Zhu talk about it earlier. This is just one more strategy that we have in the toolbox for affordable housing. The Unified Housing strategy just came out. It's got 43 specific actions across 7 strategies. And action number 31 says to, quote, prioritize projects that will provide long-term or perpetual affordability, such as long-term ground leases, community land trusts, and social housing. So this is in the Unified Housing Strategy. And this is in addition to funding the $30 million for the Barnes Fund, okay? Like, we need both. We need all of the strategies for affordable housing. It's not gonna be one strategy that solves it. It's gonna be all of them. We have a $3.8 billion budget. I think the asks that you've heard here tonight are pretty small, you know, amount of money in comparison to that overall pot of money. So I would really, I know you guys have hard decisions to make. I know the budget is certainly very complicated, but you've heard directly from a lot of people here about some really important issues. How's the varsity spending plan? Sorry, fund the varsity spending plan, fund the community safety plan, fund the housing, community housing fund plan, and COLA increases. I feel like you guys can do all of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Ariel Fears, and I've lived in District 16 for 11 years. This is my first time at public comment. As a parent, midwife, and someone who just wants my tax dollars to go to actually helping my community rather than punishing it, I'm here to advocate for $1 million to Nashville People's Budget Housing and Safety for All plan and the full $10 million for the varsity spending plan. And after learning in the past days about the mayor going back on promised funds for our Metro workers, I want them to be paid what they're worth. In my district, I've watched more and more neighbors enter into homelessness over the past decade while the city clears camps and shuts down tent cities and the state passes laws further criminalizing sleeping outside. Meanwhile, more and more people who keep the city running are pushed out and must commute long distances to serve its wealthier citizens. We need housing that is not tied to profit and vulnerable to the market. And with the Housing and Safety for All plan, we have a foundation to work off of that by design will expand funding in coming years to keep more and more people housed. This will keep us all safer by reducing desperation. Again, as a parent and someone who works in healthcare, I want funding to go to projects that will increase safety and lower stress levels. We know that meeting people's needs improves health outcomes and increases safety. We have the data to show this is in part done by preventing the circumstances that make people vulnerable to violence in the first place and by incorporating restorative justice practices rather than criminalization. The varsity spending plan from SMC has democratically created by young people in the community affected by violence and addresses prevention and restorative justice. Last, I just want to be clear that I want my money to go to these plans rather than more funding for MNPD as proposed by the mayor, because I'm tired of government-sanctioned violence and protection that only extends to property and business interests. We need community-led care instead, and we need it now.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
I'm Dr. Stephanie Schacht. I'm a resident of District 24 and a local business owner. I'm here to support the Housing and Safety for All plan of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition. We have heard throughout tonight how historic communities and essential workers have been impoverished and displaced by high housing costs and gentrification. In their place, we have tourists and McMansions, bland cookie-cutter neighborhoods seemingly made for Instagram and Airbnb. I've seen the same thing in other once great cities I've lived in. It's like living in the Twilight Zone. Literally the same exact stores move in. It's the same old sad story because it's the exact same model driving it, a heartbreaking profit maximization on something as crucial and life-altering as shelter. Building more housing without structurally changing how it's governed hasn't worked in the past and won't work in the future. There are models that do work. We've studied them to write this proposal. Think of this as an urgently needed innovation fund. We have a choice now to become a forward-looking city rather than follow in the backwards path of other dying cities. To move forward, we need this visionary plan. I supported the public transport plan, but it will lead to more inequality, not less, if it doesn't include inequality addressing measures like permanently affordable housing. Look at some of our present day neighborhoods that are touted as walkable. Walkable to what? $8 ice cream and $200 jeans? These have become playgrounds for tourists and McMansions. They are not walkable in ways that are useful to everyday residents. As we work to build this permanently affordable housing, we will also need to address the horrific, heartbreaking inequality that our current system has produced. This means we need true community safety. By the community, for the community. What are we doing? When we all have what we need, we become a safe community. Investing in both permanently affordable housing and community safety is the right investment for our community.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Trina Hewell. I live in District 6, and Clay Cap is my council member. Don't tell me we don't have the money when the money is with MNPD. I'm asking for both the Housing and Safety for All plan and the Varsity Spending Plan to be included in this year's budget. Maybe ICE wasn't assisted by MNPD, but it was the only department we treated suspiciously. After all, Trump was endorsed by the FOP. The same people who implemented FUSIS illegally and went over us to get rid of the COB, the same cop that laughed when I explained why I don't look like my ID. They lost a sexual harassment lawsuit and still employ all 13. The department we fund to feel safe does the opposite for me, a transgender woman in Tennessee. Don't tell me we don't have the money when the money is with MNPD. I'm asking you to fund these community-sourced and community-led plans to keep us safe instead. For less than half of the insane and offensive proposed $24 million increase to the police, we could fully fund both the Varsity Spending Plan and the Housing and Safety for All plan. The Housing and Safety for All plan is asking for just over $1 million to create preventative community-led safety that doesn't involve or rely on police, and to jumpstart a permanently affordable social housing solution that would actually provide an avenue for us to stay instead of just wishing and wanting that we could. The Varsity Spending Plan is a $10 million investment that includes not only $4 million for the Office of Youth Safety, but also $4 million for additional community center programming and $2 million for a schools-based restorative justice program. These plans are the result of asking our community what is needed and how people want their money spent.
Thank you.
Don't tell me we don't have.
All right, next. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Lewis. I work for Metro Water. I'm in John Rutherford's district. I noticed everybody got a lot of cups on the tables. Thank you, Metro Water. I know it's been a long day. When you go home, you want to take good hot showers or hot bath. Thank you, Metro Water. There's been a lot of buildings going up every day, apartments going up every day. Structures are being installed every day. Help us furnish the structure with what we have to do. So the deal was done in the back door where they took the 2%. Help Ms. Porterfield get that door open, cut the light on, and get our money back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hello. Thank you for holding this hearing.
All right, if you could speak into the mic.
Hello. Thank you for holding this hearing. I am Jane Steinfels Hussein. I reside in District 6, Clay Cap's district. But today I am here representing people from all over Nashville. I am here to announce the Nashville Peace and Justice Center's endorsement of the Nashville People's Budget Coalition's plan for affordable housing and safer communities. The Nashville Peace and Justice Center is a coalition of 17 nonprofit groups and hundreds of individuals striving for peace, justice, and sustainability. The Nashville People's Budget Coalition's request consists of 2 items. Number 1, everyone agrees that housing is a major problem in Nashville, and almost everyone agrees that there is no one silver bullet that will solve the problem. After conferring with over 500 citizens, the Nashville People's Budget Coalition has concluded that publicly owned housing needs to be a significant part of the solution. They advocate for permanently affordable housing for low and middle income Nashvillians. $50 to $100 million bonds would finance the construction of this housing to be paid back from rent, including medium income renters will shorten the payback period. But for this year's operating budget, all that is being requested is $541,000 to recruit, hire, empower, and require staff to plan this housing project. It's not enough to approve of a project if there aren't real people working to make sure it comes to fruition. The second item is in regard to community safety. It should surprise no one that this was the second major concern of citizens consulted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. I'm here advocating with the Varsity Spending Plan group. My name is Christopher Ferguson. I went to school in Sean Parker's District 5, East Literature Magnet High School, graduate of 2009 class. I have family that currently resides in District 5. Therefore, I am here speaking on their behalf because they could not make it here tonight. I am asking for the Varsity Spending Plan to be fully funded, not for entertainment, not for clout, but because we deserve it. Countless acts of violence occurs on a daily, so strange that every day is a mystery. The main vision is simply to secure this fully funded varsity spending plan that will guarantee a safer Nashville, prioritizing prevention over punishment. This plan will not only reduce gun violence among all, but specifically create a clear pathway for our youth. Ask and you shall receive. Believe and it is done, period. In conclusion, I claim that the varsity spending plan is fully funded, $10 million. The time is now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sabina Moyedin. I'm the Executive Director of the American Muslim Advisory Council. And we've been a proud partner of the Eviction Right to Counsel program since 2023. This is an amazing program. We collaborate with Legal Aid Society, Nashville Hispanic Bar Association, Nashville Conflict Resolution Center, and Rooftop Nashville. And this is a collaborative effort to keep families in their homes. And I want to tell you a story about a woman, a mother of 5, a single mother of 5 from Iraq. She reached out to us and asked that she needed help. She was losing her Section 8 housing. It took a little, it took a little time, but we figured this wasn't the mother reaching out to us. It was actually the daughter, the high school daughter, pretending she was a mother, because her mother did not speak English and could not navigate the resources she needed to fight this. And so we told the daughter, look, we need to talk directly to your mother. We will bring interpreters and we will listen to her story as she tells it. And I worked with an interpreter and with the Hispanic Bar Association. We listened to her story, and it quickly, I understood. This wasn't just any story. This was a story about somebody who was a domestic violence case. This was a DV case. And so we were able to help this person talk to the landlord's lawyer and work things out. We saved this family from being homeless. And a year later, this family, the daughter that I was talking to, graduated valedictorian of the MNPS Virtual Academy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
My name is Darkenya Waller, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director of the Legal Aid Society of Middle Tennessee and the Cumberlands. I'm here to speak regarding the Eviction Right to Counsel program, a coalition of providers who work to help Nashvillians and those in Davidson County to remain in their homes when facing unfair and illegal evictions. There is no right to an attorney in civil legal cases like eviction. If you're facing criminal charges or going to jail, you absolutely have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed to you. But that's just not the case in eviction cases or in many other civil cases. In fact, a recent study found that in Davidson County, 98% of landlords were represented in court by an attorney, while less than 1% of tenants were represented. That 1% was us. You helped to change that with your initial investment in the Eviction Right to Counsel program. Thanks to Councilwoman Serrara and others here who supported that, we thank you, but more is needed. Through an independent study, we found that a $9.3 million investment is actually what is needed for us not to have to turn people away. We know that one of the best ways to promote affordable housing is to keep people in the homes that they already have. Many people walk away from their homes because they don't know they have the right to fight for what is theirs. They are saddled with debt from bogus fees and assessments, like the landlord who routinely sues for $25,000 in every eviction case because they know the tenant won't fight it. The Eviction Right to Counsel program fights for those neighbors. There is no single solution to the affordable housing problem in Nashville, but with a $9.3 million investment to fully fund this program, we can return $40 million to Nashville. There are smart solutions that are working, and this is one.
Thank you.
Next, you're recognized.
Hey all, thanks for tonight. My name is Zane Judd. I'm the project manager for the Eviction Right to Counsel program at Legal Aid Society. One of the main roles and hats I wear is the data guy for our program. And so I'm going to talk a bit about the data that we had done. As part of our pilot program, we contracted Stout Risius Ross to do a fiscal impact study to see if the money you gave us would be worth it if we gave it back to the community. And the biggest takeaway from that is it was. For every $1 you all invested into our program, we saw a return on investment of $5.10. 5 times the amount of money that y'all put into our program, we returned back to the city of Nashville. As part of this money, it's not just to save the money from Nashville, it's directly to our clients. In our pilot of 2 years, we gave clients an estimated $5.7 million in direct financial assistance. That's money to keep them housed, to pay their rent, to avoid court costs, and to make sure that families stay housed in their school districts, to make sure that folks aren't leaving Davidson County. That's money directly into our clients' pockets and into the pockets of y'all's constituents. Another key fact from this report found that 95% of our clients' goals were achieved. Oftentimes that was to prevent or delay an eviction, to make sure that they stayed housed. And we achieved that rate 95% of the time, which is just extraordinary. A number Darkinia mentioned in the previous speaker was that to fully fund our program, it takes $9.3 million. With that return on investment, that's $45 million returned to this city. That's saved costs in Social Security net savings. That's cost directly into the pockets of your constituents and our clients. And that's an incredible monetary value that we think can even increase further the more that our program gains expertise and works with you all collaboratively in the Unified Housing Strategy. I want to thank you all again for continually supporting the Eviction Right to Counsel Coalition, all of our partners with the Legal Aid Society, Nashville Hispanic Bar Association, the Nashville Conflict Resolution Center, Rooftop Nashville, and the American Muslim Advisory Council. We all thank you.
Thank you. Next, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Lyserson. I live in District 16, grew up in District 18, work in District 13, and am in court most weeks in District 19. I'm also pretty sure I have represented or advised a tenant in every single one of your districts. For the last 3 years, I have had the honor of leading Legal Aid Society's portion of the Eviction Right to Counsel program, and I am so pleased and excited to be here tonight to tell you how much this program works. We've partnered with all of the wonderful organizations you've heard about tonight, including, in particular, I want to highlight the Nashville Hispanic Bar Association. Our partnership with them means we can represent tenants regardless of immigration status. And I, as my part in this work, have gotten the honor of standing in court next to my neighbors, next to DV survivors and cancer patients, and so many single parents who are just trying to get by. And what we've seen is that this program works, because for many of our neighbors, for many of the tenants we help, the housing that's affordable is the housing they're already in. We call this the Eviction Right to Counsel program. It does so much more than represent tenants facing eviction. We're a homelessness prevention program. That study you've heard about tonight found that a little less than half of our clients would have likely faced homelessness but for our work. That's what we are doing when we are in court every day, making sure that the tenants I am with in court have their rights protected, have their voices heard, and have a chance to ask our court system for what they need. We're so appreciative of the support we've gotten from the City Council. There's a $2.2 million resolution that will let us continue doing this work. You've already heard it would cost $9.3 million to fully fund us. If there were $5 million in the budget, we have so many plans for what we could do with that. We want to do rapid response phone consultations. We want to do same-day in-person advice at the courthouse. We want to do direct tenant trainings. Your support has made this program exist, and we want to do more. Thank you.
Next. You're recognized.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Shannon Wagner. I am the Executive Director of Nashville Conflict Resolution Center. We've been in Davidson County for 25 years, and I can guarantee we've served your districts, all of your districts over that time. We are also a partner in the ERTC program, a very proud partner. We are a little unique though. We offer mediation and free of charge between landlords and tenants, and mostly those that are unrepresented by attorneys. Because of this, we play a unique role, and mediation is a compassionate and equitable alternative in our justice system. We can offer empathy-based conflict resolution and are a neutral party that can hear both sides of the issue. And we can help people reach an agreement. Mediation is truly a remarkable tool and a beautiful process. This bill allocates much needed support to the ERTC program, allowing our organization to serve individuals facing eviction and find a fair resolution. It helps individuals, it helps families, it helps small businesses. Our agreement rate in cases like this is 90%. With mediation, we are able to work out payment plans, extend a move-out date, and honor the nuanced needs of both parties. At the very least, tenants who do not have an eviction on their permanent record after mediation expand their chances of finding housing again. It is truly life-changing for families. Recently, we had a father of 4 come to us after a very serious illness caused him to lose his job, and he was facing eviction. He was trying to do right by his family. He was trying to work and stay housed. Both parties were able to feel seen and heard, and the power of mediation did that because of the ERTC program. Thank you so much for your support of the ERTC program, and thank you for having us here tonight.
Thank you. Next. You're recognized.
Hi, everyone. My name is Faith Klein, and I work under Shannon Wagner, who you just heard from as NCRC's Director of Civil Mediation. I am here also in support of the Eviction Right to Counsel program to reallocate American Rescue Plan funds to provide legal representation and to low and middle income renters facing eviction. As a mediator here in Davidson County General Sessions Court, I see firsthand the disparities renters face when facing eviction, especially when their landlord has an attorney and they do not, which is the case for 90% of folks that find themselves in eviction court. This is no small issue we are talking about. This is shelter. It's their housing record and future housing on the line. It cannot be treated flippantly. And the reality is that the vast majority of the time, the issues at play can be easily resolved without a detrimental court judgment if tenants are given access to free professional services such as legal representation and mediation. As a mediator, it is my job to provide the equal support for both landlords and tenants when they sit down for mediation, to facilitate a balanced conversation where both sides feel heard and are able to craft a resolution they are happy with. Through mediation, conflict is resolved without the need for court judgments that will prevent tenants from finding housing in the future. Without this continued funding, this cannot happen. We are making progress, but there is still much to be done. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Woolley, and I'm short. I'm the Executive Director of Rooftop Nashville. We are the rent relief partner in the Eviction Right to Counsel. I'm going to ask you for just a moment to stop and think, when was the last time you had to go into your savings account for an unplanned emergency? What was your stress level? What if you didn't have the resources to cover that emergency? What would it look like if that jeopardized your housing? That is who we serve every day, our Nashville neighbors, both as a part of the Eviction Right to Counsel and on our own. We have been in Nashville working for 20 years, and I've been a part of this organization for that 20 years. And I cannot tell you how many times we have said, we need an attorney, because sometimes all you need is to understand the rules of the game, to know how to play it. And we are so thankful for the Eviction Right to Counsel program, because you don't just get the attorney, you get education, you get advocacy, you get including interpretation, you get mediation, you get legal advice, and sometimes financial assistance. So I thank you. I thank you for committing to it. I also want you to know that you are not alone. Rooftop Nashville matches every dollar that we spend for Eviction Right to Counsel with private funding. So we are doing this together with you, and we hope that you continue to prioritize this, because you have heard tonight for hours and hours of why it is needed. Let's keep Nashville housed. Thank you.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Thank you for your service and the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Chris Cobb, and in addition to being an independent concert promoter and venue owner here in Nashville for the past 25 years, I have the honor of serving as president of Music Venue Alliance Nashville, which is our local advocacy organization, nonprofit for Nashville's independent venues and promoters. Last year, MVAN, Music Venue Alliance, led a music census, which brought together over 100 community partners and resulted in over 4,000 responses. The number one issue brought forward by respondents, musicians, presenters, venues, and professionals in Nashville was parking. Since that time, a new partnership between Metropolis, the Nashville Musicians Association, we heard from Dave earlier, the Office of Nightlife, and MVAN has resulted in a 60% discounted parking for hundreds of working musicians across 23 parking lots all over Nashville. In a time where cost of living and doing business in Nashville are higher than ever, a working musician here can easily lose 20% of their take-home pay to parking alone. This program has already cut that number in half. Together, we can make that number zero. For an extremely small investment of only $45,000, you can ensure our working musicians can take home as much of their pay as possible and keep playing music here in Music City. Music City has traditionally lacked in passing effective music policy, but this budget season, you can change this. Please address the parking issue that is top of mind for so many, take a small bite out of our community's affordability struggles, and create a huge impact for musicians across Nashville. Please commit $45,000 to ensure free parking for Nashville musicians. Thank you.
Go ahead, you're recognized.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Adele Ruby. I'm a staffer at the music venue Dark Matter Collective. We are a truly one-of-a-kind independent venue. We're woman-owned, we're queer-owned, Black-owned. And we're a nonprofit also, and we have one core ethic: all ages, all people. So we're a space for musicians and music lovers from all walks of life. Lots of working class people. We serve our community in many ways, mutual aid, etc. Since I began working with Dark Matter 3 years ago, I've watched a landscape on Dickerson Pike, where we reside, change drastically. Most of all, free and low-cost parking has been converted into premium paid parking lots. Our neighboring lot charges no less than $20, no matter how long you pay. This causes an issue for working musicians, not only for convenience, but also for accessibility. Playing shows isn't always profitable. However, it's part of the job. It doesn't make sense for musicians and bands to have to lose money on gigs just from paid lot companies taking advantage of the fact that they need their cars to transport instruments, equipment, and themselves. The money garnered from these paid lots does not fund music in any way, and Dark Matter does not see any profit from this. Instead, we have become more inaccessible to working class musicians who cannot afford the luxury of $20 parking in unkempt lots.
So we at Dark Matter support the expansion of the Musicians Discount Parking Program, and we only ask Metro Council to make a small investment of $45,000 to do so. So in order to keep our venue open for all people, we need to be accessible to all people. Thank you.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ashley Ducates. I'm also from Dark Matter. I've only worked there for, I'd say, under a year. I live in Edge Hill. Dark Matter is in Zone 5. And I'm here to advocate for the Musicians Discount Parking Program as well. Dark Matter is an independent, queer, and Black-owned music venue on Dickerson Pike. It's genuinely like the heart of East Nashville, one of like the longest standing venues there. Super well known and really core to the music industry in Nashville. And access to music is incredibly important to keeping Nashville alive, and Dark Matter is at the center of that. Over the past few years, the parking lots around our venue, which once were free or low cost, have turned into private lots that are charging $25 or more. There's ones across the street, even at the Dollar General across the street, are charging $25 to park there. We've had artists tell us that they've lost money on shows, not just because of the turnout, but because they've had to pay to park. These are musicians that are touring, that bring value to the city. They're local, and simply don't have the means to pay private companies for parking their cars. I support the Musicians Discount Parking Program because it's a small but concrete step in the right direction. By giving artists access to free or discounted parking, it directly addresses one of the biggest barriers they face when performing at an independent venue like ours. This isn't a massive budget request by any means. It's $45,000, but it could make a world of a difference. We're asking Metro Council to step up and support this program, not just for Dark Matter, but for every venue, every artist, and hopefully soon after, everyone who loves music. The parking monopolies in this city have made live music and so much more an exclusive right, and that's unacceptable. Music is not a luxury. Parking is not a luxury. Please consider this small addition to your budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jamie Kent. I represent the Music Venue Alliance Nashville, and I'm also a card-carrying musician association and union member myself as a singer-songwriter. I'm going to echo what my friends and colleagues before me just said, and maybe just add a little more context and a little more data to it. But our music census that we led last year was truly unprecedented data. Over 4,500 musician people within our ecosystem filled out this census, which is almost half of the entire Imagine Nashville survey that went out there as well, just to show you the impact and how much our community cares about what's happening here. And we knew an affordability issue would likely be the number one complaint, but the specificity of parking in the comments was jaw-dropping and eye-opening. Of the roughly 2,000 comments that were submitted, 1,200 of them were about parking. It has reached a crisis level within our community, and it's not just the private lots that are spreading like wildfire. Right around this same time, all of the street parking in Nashville became digital, and at the same time went from being free nights and weekends to being the first city in the country that enforces 24/7 on its street parking. So there's not really an alternative. If you are parking for the evening on the street, you're paying $35 as well. So this is an opportunity for $45,000, which is 0.00015% of the budget, have a huge impact on our music community. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you.
I apologize, Ms. Bowers. Go ahead. You are recognized.
Thank you. I'm Kay Bowers, and I live in District 25, Jeff Prep-Teep's district. In 2015, Nashville Next stated that residents listed affordable living as their top concern. Since then, the need for affordable units has skyrocketed. In 2018, it was 31,000 units by 2025. In 2021, it grew to 54,000 units needed by 2030. And now, in 2025, the data shows we need 90,000 units by 2035. Economic mobility that affordable homeownership makes possible has been stifled. And the president's budget cuts 43% from housing programs like housing vouchers. Almost 7,000 households in Davidson County are using vouchers. We're facing another cliff. We must be proactive and plan for this. Barnes funding must not be cut back, but remain at a minimum of $30 million. Housing instability leading to financial instability is causing tremendous stress on Nashvillians and spilling over into our communities. Nashville must catch up with peer cities like Charlotte, Austin, Denver, and scale up sustainable, affordable housing finance for permanent affordable housing models like mixed income, housing co-ops, and limited equity. I urge you to please read the descriptive and very thoughtful report you were sent to describe this model and support the very small budget ask to stand it up. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. I know it's a long meeting, but thank you for having it. I'm Mike Hodge. I'm in John Rutherford's district. I'm a member of Edge Hill United Methodist Church, and I'm on the NOAA Affordable Housing Task Force. NOAA had our first public meeting in 2015 with over 1,000 people there to meet with candidates for mayor and to lay out the needs that we'd heard from thousands of one-on-one conversations with our members. There were two key points on our housing platform in 2015. One was recurring funding for the Barnes Housing Trust Fund, and the second one was creating a separate Office of Affordable Housing. We've made real progress in those 10 years, creating the Division of Housing and increasing funding for the Barnes Fund. In fact, over these years, the Barnes Fund has become Nashville's main tool for creating affordable homeowner and rental housing. Nonprofits that receive funding leverage about $9 for each $1 that they get from Barnes. For the past 3 years, Metro's put $30 million per year into the fund, which made sense. Metro's recent unified housing strategy calls for investing $30 million in the Barnes Fund this coming year, and then moving up to $55 million in 5 years. The mayor's budget only recommends $16 million, while there were actually $79 million in requests this year, showing that there's a lot of untapped potential to create thousands of units. We support new tools that are being developed for affordable housing, but we also know that the Barnes Fund is the foundation of Nashville's affordable housing work. And just like the foundation of your house, we need to keep this foundation strong and stable, since nonprofits have to begin making plans more than a year ahead for their developments. You know, I've attended Metro Council meetings off and on since about 1980. And I know that budget making is one of the toughest things that you folks do. So please work with us to find the money for $30 million for the Barnes Fund and keep a solid foundation for affordable.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, or good afternoon, good evening. I don't know what time it is.
Good
anymore.
evening.
I'm Carlene Dowell, and I live in the Antioch area in John Rutherford's district. And for the last 20 years or so, I've worked as a volunteer with Habitat for Humanity. I hope you all do go out there this weekend and enjoy that experience. It's meant a lot to me. I've met so many fascinating and hardworking people that have gotten a home through their sweat equity and work record at Habitat. From a grandmother raising her twin granddaughters because her daughter had a drug problem, all the way to an immigrant family that had been refugees in a refugee camp for 5 years. It's fascinating, and they are well-deserved. They earn every bit of the house that they get. And Habitat is one of the nonprofits that is funded by the Barnes Fund. I also work on the Affordable Housing Task Force of NOAA for the last 10 years since its inception. And as Mike explained, we have a long history of supporting the work of the Barnes Fund and the development and the stability of it. We also have been so excited about the Unified Housing Plan, and because that was another thing that we'd been pushing for, was to have a strategic plan for housing in Nashville. And it comes out, we're so excited, it says 30 million for Barnes Fund at least. And as Mike said, again, over the next 5 years, up to 55 million.
Thank you.
Oh,
your time
thank you.
concluded. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thanks to all the council members and to the vice mayor for hosting this very long event. We're glad to be here and have the opportunity to talk to you. My name is Martha Carroll. I live in District 5. Sean Parker is my council member, and I hope he stays for a long time. I'm also a member of Eastwood Christian Church, and I'm a retired Disciples of Christ minister. So last fall, as a part of my work with the NOAA Affordable Housing Task Force, I did some interviews with people in North Nashville and people in East Nashville. I was surprised at the kinds of struggles some of the folks talked about. It's not just poor people. It's not just people with low incomes. There are a lot of people struggling in a lot of ways with housing. And I know you've heard a lot of numbers tonight. I just want to tell you about some of the people I talked to. There was a family that bought a house in 2006 for less than $100,000, and now it's worth over $400,000. No surprise, we know about that. But that house is 1,100 square feet with 2 bedrooms and 2 teen boys. And so they decided, well, they needed to move. They're both employed, could not find a house anywhere that they could afford that was as big as what they were hoping to be able to buy. And so they tried to talk about rehabbing and having somebody come in and did that. Far too expensive. They finally got a tough shed and they rehabbed it. And now they have space for both their boys. We support the $30 million in the Barnes Fund. It makes a difference for so many people. So please put that $14 million back in, at least. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Our city, great and free, it stands up for you and me. Our city, always uniquely, from the First Nations to the founding of this nation, our city shines, sometimes for the bad, like recent school shootings, or Daughters of the Confederacy, or for the good, like the Fifth Jubilee Singers, or the sit-ins downtown in the 1960s. And one came to gain inspiration from our movement, Dr. King. This Athens of the South, known for its education, is now at a crossroads. Will we lead the nation? Will we be great and free, or great or free? Will we make this city great for both you and me? The income inequality is exacerbated by the high cost of living. Will we help each other's income grow greater, or will we ignore the least of these? For we actually grow greater as we seek to serve more. But some still hold it's about more money in the fold. But what if we use our genius to unify the polarverse? One side for the benefits, the other side for wealth. What if we did beneficial things while improving the state's financial health, alleviating homelessness while bringing down the state's budget? Yes, it costs more to criminalize those considered poor. With this being the buck of the Bible Belt, why do we criminalize homelessness and offer little to no help? We can still help others without tax dollars. When we help one another, don't give the cold shoulder, our economy can still be first rate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Council. My name is Matthew Loudon. I live in District 31, and I am here tonight with Stand Up Nashville and the Shift Coalition. Across every single council district in the city, working class residents are being pushed out of their homes, not because they've done anything wrong, but because rents are raising faster than wages. And unchecked development is outpacing protections for the people most impacted. That kind of displacement isn't just unfortunate. It's destabilizing entire communities, disrupting kids' education, and uprooting generations of families from the neighborhoods they've helped build. But it's also preventable. The I Want You to Stay Fund is one of the most powerful, immediate tools we have to intervene. It would invest $9 million into a right to counsel program delivered by Legal Aid Society and trusted partners to make sure that renters facing eviction aren't doing it alone. Right now, over 90% of landlords show up to court with an attorney. Fewer than 1% of tenants do. That imbalance isn't just unfair, it's deadly. But when tenants do have legal representation, they're able to stay in their homes in 80 to 90% of cases. That's a proven intervention. It keeps families housed, avoids the trauma of eviction, and prevents the downstream cost to shelters, hospitals, and schools. And this crisis doesn't discriminate by zip code. In every district, we're seeing rising eviction filings. This issue is especially urgent for undocumented residents who are being actively and illegally targeted by landlords who count on fear and silence. When people are scared to speak up, bad actors win. Right to counsel offers a legal shield for most of our vulnerable neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is LaShonda. Can you hear me now?
See, pull that mic up even a little bit more. There you go. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello, Council. My name is LaShonda. I live in District 3, and I'm here tonight with Stand Up Nashville and the Shift Coalition. It's 2025 in a city growing as fast as ours. People deserve to know clearly and consistently how their money is being spent. That's why we're asking you to support Working People's Database, a $50,000 investment in budget transparency that tracks spending across the areas that matter most to Nashville residents: affordable housing, small business support, childcare, good jobs, and healthy food access. This isn't just a public-facing tool. In conversations with many of you, we've heard how hard it is to navigate Metro's complex budgeting system. Even from the inside, council members, city leaders, and department heads are making decisions without easy access to data that shows whether we're meeting our goals or missing the mark. This database creates a shared baseline. It helps the public ask better questions. It also helps council make better policies, because at the end of the day, this is about trust. You can't represent your
constituents, it's okay.
If they don't know what you're doing. And they can't hold you accountable if the information isn't buried 600 pages of PDF attachments. This is a small, smart investment that builds something bigger: legitimacy, clarity, and shared responsibility. Let's make our budget visible to the people who pay for it and the people it's supposed to serve. Thank you, Council. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Hello, my name is Rita. This is my first time speaking tonight here. I live in District 19, and I'm here tonight with Stand Up Nashville and the Shift Coalition. I'm here because I was personally impacted with displacement and had to make some executive decisions, and here to speak on behalf, too, of those single moms that's been silent. If we want to solve the housing crisis, not just manage it year after year, we have to start thinking about housing as infrastructure. The Revolving Housing Production Fund does exactly that. This fund keeps Nashville in the driver's seat by prioritizing developments on city-owned land and working through community land trusts. We ensure that the homes we build remain affordable, not just for 5 or 10 years, but permanently. That permanence matters. Because right now, many affordable developments phase out of affordability after just 15 years, and we're left chasing our own tail. The revolving structure of the fund also means that this isn't a one-time expenditure. These dollars don't vanish after the ribbon cutting. They return and get reinvested into the next development. That means this $50 million will create a cycle of affordability rather than a one-time fix. And it puts the city as the majority owner, so it has more of a say in the pricing of units. And it keeps us from being held hostage by the private market. When we lead development ourselves, we set the terms. We can build with equity in mind, with climate resilience, with community needs, not just profit margins. This is how we create long-term stability.
Thank you.
This is how we resist
Time is
displacement
concluded.
and build
Thank you.
real public power. Thank you.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
Council. Good evening. My name is Diamond Bell. I currently reside in District 3. I do want to say I am thankful for all of y'all, all the work that y'all have put into this budget process, especially UCM Porterfield. I'm advocating for right to counsel for eviction. When I was in middle school, I attended IT Crestwell Arts Magnet. I was living in North Nashville on 14th specifically. And a year and a half into us living there, my mom was put out. So Saturday morning, we waking up, she got 3 kids. We seeing our stuff being put outside on the front, on the curb. In that neighborhood, the same kids who went to our school was outside seeing the same thing. It's a Saturday morning. So in my head, I'm thinking, they must think that my mama don't pay her bills. They must think that she's not responsible, but that was far from the truth. The landlord came and sold the property to a private developer. We can no longer stay there anymore. So at this point, we got to move into a hotel. So now we in middle school living in a hotel. I'm feeling very embarrassed. All of our stuff is just here. My mama feeling like she failed her kids. And I feel like that's where, if she had those resources then, even folks who are going through it now, single parents, single mothers, single fathers, who are struggling to have right to counsel, finding legal aid, having Social Security deposits, all of those things. If we had that then, now, it would be very helpful. So yeah, advocating for right to counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Taylor John. I live in District 24, and I'm here to back up what Diamond just said. Tonight, I'm urging you to fully fund the I Want You to Stay fund at $15 million. In addition to the critical $9 million investment in Right to Counsel, this fund includes $5 million for direct rental and move-in assistance, enough to help 2,500 families a year with up to $2,000 each in support. This includes first month's rent, deposits, and relocation costs, exactly the kind of expenses that become insurmountable barriers when someone is forced to leave their home. Displacement doesn't just mean losing your apartment. It means losing your community, your child care provider, your transit route to work, your local grocery store, your church. It creates ripple effects across schools, jobs, and health outcomes. And when people can't access housing quickly, it pushes them toward homelessness, which costs cities far more in emergency shelter, policing, and public health services. Nationally, we know this works. In cities like Denver and San Francisco, rental assistance programs have cut homelessness risk in half. In Washington, D.C., housing instability was reduced by nearly 30% for families who received these kinds of funds. It's evidence-based policy with measurable returns, not just in savings, but in lives kept intact. And here in Nashville, we're in a moment where development is moving faster than regulation. Rezonings, demolitions, and corporate land grabs are displacing families every week. If we don't pair our growth with real protections, we'll keep losing the people who make this city what it is. People want to stay. This fund gives them a real chance to, and I urge you to fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward.
Hello. Awesome. Hello, my name's Jose Villeda. I live in District 32. And every day I see countless neighbors of mine walking to or from a bus station or even waiting there for a long time. A lot of them on Bell Road, a very working class neighborhood. There's students, people in uniforms, and people, just everyday people going to Kroger, doing all their day-to-day things. While public transit is a more affordable form of reliable transportation, it can still pose a financial burden on working class people, the people who use, for example, buses the most. A bus pass is $65 a month, $1,500 a year for a family of two, not counting kids. And in these hard financial times, you know, every dollar matters, especially in our communities. That money can better be used, you know, in these communities for groceries or other basic necessities, while still being able to get from place A to place B without struggling. With billions of dollars spent on this new transit bill, making buses affordable by implementing a zero fare program, it's just going to be a drop in the bucket while benefiting the people who need it the most. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Okay, that's better. Or I should say good night. I hope everybody's still up. My name is Shani Glapion, pronouns she, her. I'm an active community member, a homeowner in Antioch's District 8, and a proud member of the Shift Coalition. I'm here tonight because I want to see real investment in the people who actually live and work in the city. Traffic in Southeast Nashville is a daily battle. It steals our time, our energy, our joy, and our access to opportunity. I support the Shift platform because it's rooted in what working families truly need: better transit, real housing solutions, and the tools to stay and thrive in our communities. To be honest, I don't currently ride the bus, but I know a zero fare program would still help me. It will ease my traffic commute, offer last mile options when parking in the city is abysmal, and hopefully be a gateway drug to expand more exciting public transit that actually meets Nashville needs. We've got to make it make sense, and we have to make it look sexy. As a working class homeowner, I also support the revolving housing production fund because my family, like many others, want to move on up to the east side. Shift plans for permanent affordability and public land use to give us a shot. It creates real housing options for people like me, not just luxury units for people we'll never meet. This is a long-term solution that pays for itself and reinvests in community. I'm not speaking as an expert, I'm speaking as someone who wants a city where we can stay, grow, and thrive. Shift gives us a people first version, and that's the kind of Nashville I want to live in. I'm going to do my Duolingo now.
Hello, I'm Kelly in District 21. Everyone here has spoken really beautifully tonight and has been very kind and gracious. I don't have that in me. The past 3 days, I've been at Old Tent City for about 24 hours, which is the largest and oldest homeless encampment in our city. I've watched people's lives being torn apart, help them pack up their belongings and get out of our city land because we don't want them there anymore. We also have provided no permanent housing solutions for anyone in Old Tent City, as far as I'm aware, possibly through a couple community partners, but that is best case scenario, and it's far and few between. Every single person here tonight has mentioned housing. It is the #1 crisis in this city. Right now, we are looking at giving, for example, MMPD $24 million in an increase to their budget. Our overall criminal justice system is about 1/6 of our budget. That does not touch everyone in this city. Housing touches everyone in this city. We have been doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting something to magically change. All of the things that are being asked for, you know where you can find them? In MMPD's budget increases. I maybe have more extreme views on funding law enforcement and courts than some of you, but what other system in this city would we ever dedicate 1/6 of a $3.3 billion budget to when we are not seeing incredible results? Where is MMPD here begging for their money? We come and sit here every damn year and beg for crumbs. People in here, MMPS workers, Metro workers who cannot afford to pay their bills. And if these people don't show up to work, this city shuts down. Are the cops gonna clean your water? Are they gonna pick up your trash? I don't think so. Freddie O'Connell has abandoned the people who put him in office. He has broken his promises, and all of you here have a chance to change that, and you need to stand up and do it.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alexandria Danner. I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm an organizer for SEIU. I am a former Metro employee. Most of y'all know who I am by now, but I'm not really sure that y'all know what I actually do. So my role is to support Metro employees, to make sure that they are treated fairly, and to give them a voice in their workplace. In the past year alone, I have personally spoken to over 2,000 Metro workers. So I hear a lot, as you can imagine, but not just about people's jobs, about their lives, about their families, about their needs, about their hopes. And I hear about the ways that they're struggling right now to stay afloat. I hear from a single father of 2 whose family is living out of hotels and sometimes his car because he can't afford rent in the city. He makes sure that y'all have clean water to drink. I hear from a second-generation Metro worker who works another 40-hour job on top of this one so he can feed his family. He paved the roads you drove here on. I hear from a woman who had a heart attack less than a month ago, and she is begging to be let back into work because she can't afford to stay home and heal. She makes sure the parks that y'all are all so proud of stay pretty and clean. These are all current Metro employees, and there are so many other stories that I have that I can't share with you, that I don't have time for. And I can help with a lot of things that happen on the job, but I can't fix this. That's the mayor's job. That's your job. But right now, I'm the one sending out mutual aid resources and food bank flyers to your employees. Some people in this room have said that 1% does not matter, but that is everything to people that have nothing. And right now they are looking to you for support. Today is about choices. The mayor chose to strip away money from the people who keep us all alive. And your choice is about whether your actions match the priorities that you tell us that you have. You have the opportunity right now to show workers that you will fight for them, that you can be a champion for them. I'm asking you to find the money for this pay plan, wherever you need to find it. Return the COLA language, show Metro staff that you can trust them, prove to them that they matter, prove to them that there is actually hope in politics. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Lee Myers. I'm a recent graduate at Belmont University's College of Law. I'm here in my capacity as a private citizen of South Nashville. Siom Sepulveda is my council member. For the last 5 years, I have been involved in one capacity or another in Nashville's tenant rights movement. Listing all of the housing organizations I've worked with would take more time than I have here to speak, but you've heard from some of them tonight. I'm here partly because of a Nashville Scene article that was published last week concerning unlawful evictions that are spiking in immigrant communities. As everyone in this room is aware, over the past month, Tennessee Highway Patrol has been conducting racially discriminatory pretextual stops of Latinos and other immigrants. One of the consequences of this operation is that unlawful evictions outside of the court process of immigrants have spiked. The spike has occurred in conjunction with immigration authorities conducting operations nationwide in state courts, chilling immigrants' confidence in the state's legal system. I realize that we are already late in the budget process, and I'm grateful that Metro Council has continued to fund the Eviction Right to Council pilot program administered by various nonprofits. Please continue to fund that program. It truly is wonderful. However, eviction defense is only one aspect of housing justice and does not fully address the gap in legal services provided in violation of one's civil rights as it relates to housing. Many of the legal services provided under the ERTC program do not pursue plaintiffs' fair housing discrimination claims. They seek to stop an eviction and prevent homelessness and are more defensive in nature. One of the things that the Fair Housing Act and its state's corollary, the Tennessee Human Rights Act, does is it prohibits racial discrimination and discrimination based on national origin. It allows those discriminated against to recover money if they bring and prevail on a lawsuit against their landlord. Federal funding for enforcement of the Fair Housing Act is on the chopping block with this administration. And while Andy Ogles may wish to teleport us back to Jim Crow, I am confident that the majority of Nashvillians do not want this. In the city of Nashville, you can count on one hand the number of people whose full-time job it is to enforce the Fair Housing Act. In a city as large as we are, that is far below the need for civil rights enforcement. Civil rights laws, unlike criminal laws, are not self-executing. Please consider funding fair housing in the future, if not in this budget cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hello, I'm Jessica Gillen. I live in District 32. I'm here representing Middle Tennessee Moms Demand Action. We are a gun safety and gun violence prevention organization. I was not supposed to be the one to stand up and talk, but My mom's got tired, so they left. So it's up to me. Okay. Thank you for the support. Okay. We support Councilmember Gadd's Resolution 1211. We thank her for sponsoring the resolution and for all who co-sponsored it. I'm here tonight asking you to include funding in the budget for a domestic violence gun dispossession investigator. Since 2009, Tennessee law has required persons subject to orders of protection to get rid of any firearms they have within 48 hours of the order going into effect. They could transfer their guns to a third party, like a friend or a family member. Current state law does not require the abuser to identify the third party securing guns for them. The honor system. Last year, the Office of Family Safety found that 6,090 persons subject to orders of protection had access to guns. This investigator we're asking you to fund would ensure that abusers are separated from their guns. Victims who have been given an order of protection deserve to feel secure in the knowledge that their law enforcement will protect them. Please fund this position. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Von Valentine, and I'm in the amazing District 17, the Honorable Terry Vo. Thank you guys for all your hard work. Many of you all I'm in a community with or conversation with. Two quick stories. So I live in Napier, just a mile and a half down the road, as many of you guys know. And yesterday and today, we took 50-ish folks to the lake. We do this often with my job, and it was just so awesome. And one of the students today was like, I did not hear one gunshot. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Last week, my best friend came from Milwaukee, and she came for a graduation, and she texted me when I had to go run an errand. She said, is there gunshots around here? This is at my house in Napier. And I forgot to warn her because actually there has been a decrease in the daily or weekly gunshots that we hear. A lot of that does have to do with initiatives like the varsity spending plan. So please, please fund that. I know that for being at the community center. Terry and I were at the community center just a few weeks ago with the swimwear distribution. Some of the kids and families wore the swimwear today at the lake. And so that is so important. I have so many other initiatives that I would love for you guys to fund. Housing is so important, y'all. Y'all know this. I can look out of my job's window, which is 2 blocks away from my house, and see people who are unhoused and also dealing with addiction. So I think that is something that also needs to be supported as well. McGavick WeGo Bus, thank you. Jordan and Jeff and Terry and all who've been advocating for that, because my neighbors are having to switch schools and they definitely need access to WeGo. So I hope that stays in the budget, and there's so much more, but thank you guys for doing the right thing.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
I am Dr. Stacy Elliott. I'm a resident of District 16, and I have the honor and privilege of being one of the only union organizers for public school educators in the city at M&EA. During the school year, I also volunteer every Friday at my neighborhood public school, Wright Middle, through a wonderful MNPS community school initiative called Community Achieves. Community Achieves is one of the many ways our stellar public school system works toward fulfilling its mission of making every student known. And the MNPS has so many great partnerships and great programs that bring volunteers in from outside. But from what I've seen up close, the main conduits for making students known are the caring and competent frontline workers who are in the schools 5 days a week. They make our schools run and they make our city run. Teachers, staff, paraprofessionals, classroom aides, substitute teachers, the mailroom workers, the custodians, cafeteria and nutrition workers, front office workers who often provide on-the-spot translation services as the face of Metro schools to the community at large. These and many more are the M&EA members and SEIU members and other workers who most directly ensure that our students are known. Yet for all our district successes, this district also has a high turnover rate among employees. It keeps hemorrhaging out amazing teachers, many of whom you've heard from tonight. They keep leaving MNPS in their profession, like they've mentioned, not for lack of love for their students or lack of love for their vocation, but due in part to financial burden, not being able to afford housing, not being able to afford to live in the district in which they teach. Metro schools and Metro government must do more to partner with labor collectively. Listen to your own civil service commission and your own workers. Further, according to annual Davidson County General Purpose School Fund Reserves and Funds Balances records submitted to the state of Tennessee, Metro Schools has an underpublicized yet enormous budget surplus of leftover undesignated funds that has ballooned to more than double the 17% savings required by Metro statute. With Nashville housing costs and costs of living skyrocketing, now is the time for the people in this room to make sure the city and its public school system wisely use taxpayer dollars to adequately pay workers so we can make sure that every MMPS worker is known. That's the only way we can be certain we are doing everything possible to ensure that every student is known. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. I am Dr. Paula Pendergrass. I am the president of the Metropolitan Nashville Education Association, the teachers union, but I'm also a parent of a rising sophomore and Metropolitan Nashville Public Schools. I am here to advocate for all educators. And I know many of you have recently seen the survey that educators conducted. And I was kind of hesitant about sending the survey out because I know that a good survey in the hands of the right people that's going to be solution-oriented can be a great thing. But also, if a great survey in the hands of the wrong person or people, it could be a way to weaponize education and to point fingers. And so I encourage you as council members, because you are in a very unique position. I know, educators know that you all did not create the problems that we are seeing in education, but you are in a position where you all can help us be solution-oriented. I encourage you all today to take a deep dive in the survey that we conducted. Look at the things that MMPS is doing well. Look at the opportunities. There are a lot of opportunities in there, and I encourage you to look at the eyes of what can I do as a council person to make sure that MMPS administrators, educators are being able to retain, recruit educators, because it matters. In that survey, you'll see things like high stress load, but that's because that we're in a state where it's very hard to recruit and retain our educators. So I encourage you all to take a deep dive in the survey, to be solution-oriented as possible, to help us make sure that all students and educators are thriving. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Seamus, and I live in Tom Cash's district. 2 years ago, in 2023, Nashville was sold a promise of progress and hope by Freddie and you sitting in this new council. After 8 months of me being in Chicago, coming back to Nashville has reminded me of one thing, that y'all have done an abysmal job at serving the people. Y'all ought to be ashamed at the lack of support for our neighbors. Unfortunately, 2 minutes will never be enough time for us to share our true perspectives. For years now, me and countless other MMPS students have come here to demand tangible resources to support students rather than millions of dollars funneled into the school-to-prison pipeline. Each time we spoke, y'all ignored us. But not just us, y'all have frequently waved away Nashvillians who pour their hearts out for the city that they try to love, who you keep ignoring. This budget allocates an additional $3.5 million for police and schools, an expenditure that students, teachers, and even the school board don't want. Instead of listening to us, y'all are choosing to leave our city workers out to dry. On top of this budget needs bus support for the kids at McGavick, as it is unacceptable to force these kids into a position to hitchhike for hours to school. And on top of all of this, our own mayor, Freddie, has failed his commitment to refund the community education program and to stop adding SROs to our schools. The people who run this city have sacrificed their time to come and beg for their livelihoods. Like Kelly said earlier tonight, where the hell is MMPD begging for their money? Why is it us? Freddie O'Connell has abandoned the people who have tirelessly supported him. You have a chance to correct his own wrongs and show that you respect this city and the people who make it run. I don't care if you represent Germantown, Belmead, or East Nashville. Your actions impact every single person in the city. For once in your lives, it is time for you to get over yourselves and approach your job with integrity, care, and respect for the working class in this city.
You're recognized.
I'm Angus. You know we can see you when you aren't paying attention to us, right? Both from the gallery and those watching at home. I hate to think public service is a burden for some of you. The kids showed up tonight. It's really cool. I'm proud of them. Y'all should listen to them. I'd like to counter the antisocial weirdos who probably fill your inboxes, who hate thriving, livable cities. Taxes are good, actually, and we should raise them. I know some of y'all are smart enough to figure out how to do that without displacing our fixed and limited income neighbors. We've known a property tax increase was going to be necessary for a long time, but too many of our elected officials have remained silent because honesty is apparently a political liability. That reality, combined with decreasing federal funds, puts us in a position you've all known was coming. So this is probably one of the more difficult budgets in a long time. Our neighbors have come to you, as they do year after year, asking for money for housing, a cost of living increase for Metro employees, money for schools, libraries, a housing production fund, a road to opportunity fund, an I Want You to Stay fund to support our most vulnerable renters and homeowners, the varsity spending plan, and the Napier bus situation, among other valid requests. And then we have neighbors once again telling you that police make them feel less safe. But the administration's budget wants to allocate an additional $24.7 million to MNPD, a department that can't even fill all the positions you continue to fully fund. Who do you serve? A budget is a moral document. I'd like to echo your colleague's recent call to divert money from MNPD. Freezing the current MNPD budget will give you the opportunity to fund most of these brilliant projects, which will tangibly improve the material conditions of our most vulnerable neighbors. I want the mayor to succeed in making this a city where we all want to stay.
Your time is done. Thank you.
Also, I know it doesn't carry any tangible consequences, but you should censure your bootlicking fascist colleague.
You. You're recognized.
Excuse me, I haven't done any public speaking in a long time, so bear with me here. As a new resident of the city of Nashville, it's plain to see there's a lot of exciting projects here. I wish I could see duplicated in Michigan, where I'm from. An elected official's job clearly should be to reduce taxes at any opportunity, but at the same time, I would hope Nashville residents would always remain passionate about supporting their local government. I have no specific components of your agenda to criticize or compliment. I'm asking you to place the highest priority on shielding the people you serve from orchestrated, intentional acts of violence. On Christmas 2020, your first responders effectively protected the lives of the people you serve. Just weeks after Donald Trump terminated the White House Office on Gun Violence Prevention, on the very first day of his new term, and a shooting occurs on Florida State campus. On February 13th, 2023, I was in Berkey Hall in the Union Building on Michigan State campus. Hours after I left, a shooter opened fire on staff and students in both buildings. He then proceeded to walk north of campus towards my location and took his life within roughly a mile of my location. So again, I have no specific input. I'm simply asking you, I'm urging you to prioritize the security of the people that you serve to the greatest possible extent. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, I declare the public hearing closed on Ordinance 833, the operational budget. Chair Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move for approval with a very, very, very brief comment.
Okay, your committee report first, please, ma'am.
Just kidding. Committee report. Budget and Finance voted for, what number is this, Vice Mayor? 833?
Yes, ma'am. And Special Counsel Darby will have it, if that's helpful to you.
I have it right here. So sorry. What do we have? What do we vote? 11-0 in favor, Vice Mayor. Oh, I see it here. Okay. 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, with a re-referral back to Budget and Finance Committee.
All right. Back to you for a motion.
Thank you. I just wanted to just take a moment to thank, I believe we had over 100 speakers to come out tonight. I was trying to keep a tally, and I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out to speak to us and to let it be known your priorities as a community and how you would like to see your tax dollars be spent. We've already talked about this is going to be challenging, so I just want to invite my colleagues to continue to show up at the work sessions. Thank you for those of you who have come up to this point and who have engaged with this process. And I would like to invite the rest of our colleagues who may not have been able to attend yet to come to these work sessions so that we can work through to try to find a budget that we can agree on. I also wanted to remind colleagues that the final version of their wish list is due June 5th. At noon, I believe, Director Darby, at noon on June 5th. So colleagues, I'm sure we heard a lot of good things tonight. So if you could make sure that you get those wish lists in so that those items can continue to be considered. Just reminding people that tonight we're just looking at the second reading of the budget. A substitute budget will come out, and 2 weeks from tonight, we will vote on that substitute budget. So, so tonight we are passing the budget as is and looking forward to the substitute. And with that, I move for approval.
Okay, there is a motion to approve on second with a re-referral to the Budget and Finance Committee, and it's seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, we'll need to go, well, no, I'm sorry. Do we need to record those no's, Ms. Darby? Okay, it's just a voice vote tonight, y'all, because we're on second. So let's just do this again and say, just clear voices. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Okay, the ayes have it. This has passed its second of 3 readings with a re-referral to committee. Okay, next on the agenda is H3, Ordinance BL 2025-834. This is an ordinance establishing the tax levy in the General Services District for the fiscal year of 2025-2026 and declaring the amount required for the annual operating budget of the Urban Services District pursuant to Section 6.07 of the Metropolitan Charter. Sponsor Porterfield. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone remaining in the gallery who would like to speak specifically on the tax levy? If so, would you please raise your hand? Okay, seeing no one raising their hand, I declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you, Chair Porterfield, for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe I need committee reports.
Yes, ma'am, you do. I apologize. Yep, go ahead.
No worries. We exchange positions in that one. So for BL 2025-834, Budget and Finance voted 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, with the re-referral back to Budget and Finance. And I will move for approval with the re-referral back to Budget and Finance.
Okay. There's a motion to approve on the second of 3 readings. We will remind the public that for both of these, obviously, as you stated, these are amendable on third, and with a re-referral as part of that motion. Again, this is its second reading, so we can take this by voice even if there are no votes. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve with a re-referral for the tax levy in particular? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Okay. This has passed its second of 3 readings. It will be re-referred to the Budget and Finance Committee at our next regular meeting. Okay. That concludes our public hearings. And now we are just going to keep rolling, colleagues, because I know we all got a little bit of a break to step out during that public hearing time and get a meal and so forth. So we are at about 11:20, and so let's just keep on moving. Next is Section I, our consolidated consent agenda. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Okay, this begins the reading of the resolutions proposed for consent. First among them, Agenda Item 1, Resolution 2025-1206. Agenda Item 3, Resolution 2025-1227. Agenda Item 4, Resolution 2025-1256. Agenda Item 5, Resolution 2025-1257. Agenda Item 9, Resolution 2025-1261. Agenda Item 10, Resolution 2025-1262. Agenda Item 11, Resolution 2025-1263. Agenda Item 12, Resolution 2025-1264. Agenda Item 13, Resolution 2025-1265. Agenda Item 14, Resolution 2025-1266. Agenda Item 15, Resolution 2025-1267. Agenda Item 16, Resolution 2025-1268. Agenda Item 17, Resolution 2025-1269. Agenda Item 18, Resolution 2025-1270. Agenda Item 19, Resolution 2025-1271. Agenda Item 20, Resolution 2025-1272. Agenda Item 21, Resolution 2025-1273. Agenda Item 22, Resolution 2025-1274. Agenda Item 23, Resolution 2025-1275. Agenda Item 24, Resolution 2025-1276. Agenda Item 25, Resolution 2025-1277. Agenda Item 26, Resolution 2025-1278. Agenda Item 27, Resolution 2025-1279. Agenda Item 28, Resolution 2025-1280. Agenda Item 29, Resolution 2025-1281. Agenda Item 30, Resolution 2025-1282. Agenda Item 31, Resolution 2025-1283. Agenda Item 32, Resolution 2025-1284. Agenda Item 33, Resolution 2025-1285. Agenda Item 34, Resolution 2025-1286. Agenda Item 35, Resolution 2025-1287. Agenda Item 36, Resolution 2025-1288. Agenda Item 37, Resolution 2025-1289. Agenda Item 38, Resolution 2025-1290. Agenda Item 39, Resolution 2025-1291. Agenda Item 40, Resolution 2025-1292. Agenda Item 41, Resolution 2025-1293. All right, so that concludes the resolutions proposed for consent. Next, we move to second reading ordinances, bills proposed for consent. First among those is Agenda Item 93, Ordinance BL 2025-836. Agenda Item 94, Ordinance BL 2025-838. Agenda Item 95, Ordinance BL 2025-839. Agenda Item 96, Ordinance BL 2025-840. Agenda Item 97, Ordinance BL 2025-841. Agenda Item 98, Ordinance BL 2025-842. Agenda Item 99, Ordinance BL 2025-843. Agenda Item 100, Ordinance BL 2025-844. Agenda Item 101, Ordinance BL 2025-845. And now for bills on third reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. Agenda Item 102, Ordinance BL 2025-760. Agenda Item 105, Ordinance BL 2025-818. Agenda Item 106, Ordinance BL 2025-819. Agenda Item 107, Ordinance BL 2025-821. Agenda Item 108, Ordinance BL 2025-822. Agenda Item 109, Ordinance BL 2025-823. Agenda Item 110, Ordinance BL 2025-824. Agenda Item 111, Ordinance BL 2025-825. Agenda Item 112, Ordinance BL 2025-826. Agenda Item 113, Ordinance BL 2025-827. And lastly, Agenda Item 114, Ordinance BL 2025-828. Do any items need to be removed from the consent agenda? If so, if members would please join the queue to request that. Chair Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Agenda Item 9, RS 2025-1261.
Okay. All right, Resolution 1261 will be removed from consent. Next, Councilmember Quinn Evans Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you. Agenda Item 22, RS 2025-1274.
All right, Agenda Item 22, Resolution 2025-1274 will be removed from consent. Councilwoman Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Will you please take off number 37, RS 2025-1289?
Okay, so Agenda Item 37,
Yes.
RS 2025-1289 will be removed from consent. Okay, Councilmember Benton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to pull number 4, 2025-1256.
I'm sorry, sir. So Agenda Item 4?
Yes.
Okay, hang on just a second. Okay, Agenda Item 4, Resolution 2025-1256 will be removed from consent.
And number 10,
Okay.
1262.
Yep. Agenda item 10, Resolution 2025-1262 will be removed from consent. Ms. Hill, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We're going to remove RS 2025-1292, item 40.
Okay, agenda item 40, Resolution 1292. Yes, ma'am, will be removed from consent. Councilmember Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to remove agenda item 39, RS 2025-1291.
Okay, agenda item 39, Resolution 1291 will be removed from consent. Okay, Ms. Toombs, we already took yours off consent. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right, are any other members seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the consolidated consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, are all committee reports in for items on the consent agenda?
Yes, all committee reports are in.
Okay. Is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you have passed all items on the consent agenda. And now we will go back through the agenda in agenda order for the items that were not on consent. Okay, first among those in resolutions is agenda item 2, Resolution 2025-1209, sponsors Ellis, Bradford, Gamble, Cortez, Gadd, and Toombs. This is a resolution requesting the mayor's office to initiate an investigation into the operations, practices, and leadership culture of the Davidson County Department of Emergency Communications and report findings to the Metropolitan County Council. Councilmember Ellis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to approve.
You need to ask for your committee reports.
I asked for my committee reports.
All right. Chair of Public Health and Safety, Ms. Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended approval, 6 in favor, 0 against, 4 abstentions.
Okay. Now it's back to you, Ms. Ellis, for a motion.
Thank you. So I want to make a motion to approve.
Okay, there's a motion to approve and it's properly seconded. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we move into discussion?
I want to open it up first for discussion, and then I'll provide.
I can recognize you kind of towards the back.
Thank you for the opportunity, though.
All righty. So we're on to discussion on the motion to approve. Councilwoman Stiles, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor, and I appreciate my colleague for bringing this resolution forward. As I mentioned previously, the Women's Caucus has been working with the Department of Emergency Communications to address the toxic work culture, and we're currently in the midst of, we just finalized the survey and it's going out to staff this month. So I would love to ask my colleague if she could defer this until the first meeting in August, which allows us to get the survey responses back, plus their plan to implement some peer groups. And we'd have an opportunity to see if in that time we get any more abused worker emails, if we have any more evidence of malfeasance on behalf of the director or the assistant director. But if we pass this tonight, we don't have an opportunity to really hold their feet to the fire on that. So I guess that would be my request. I'd like to move for, what is the first date in August? This be deferred?
You're making a motion to defer to the first meeting in August.
Yes, please.
Is there a second? Okay. There is a motion. Do you have a point of order, Ms. Ellis? Remember to stand for a point of order. Okay. Okay, Ms. Ellis, go ahead and are you trying to make a point of order?
No, I just wanted to be first in the queue.
Regarding the deferral motion. That's totally fine.
Wanted
Yes,
to
ma'am.
follow the rules.
Yep, you are recognized, so there is a motion to defer to the first meeting in August. It was properly seconded. We're on to discussion on that motion, and Ms. Ellis is the first in the queue. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I wanted to take the time to write out some points and not become over passionate and blow this for the workers. Colleagues, I understand that some of you may feel hesitant to act on anonymous complaints. You may be thinking, if this is real, why don't employees come forward publicly? Why not name names? I want to speak to that directly. The fear of retaliation is not hypothetical. It's rooted in lived experience. When you work in an environment where disciplinary actions have doubled, where employees report being punished for things as basic as taking sick leave or correcting a directive while off duty, anonymity isn't cowardice, it's self-protection. We are talking about our first responders, the people that we call in life or death situations. We can't afford to continue to wait for perfect evidence in perfect conditions. 11 different folks have reached out to various council members with different allegations asking for help. Some of them even in fear of being pushed out of their career that they've dedicated themselves to. The stakes are simply too high to continue to wait. And let's be honest, requiring victims of potential workplace abuse to name themselves publicly before we even agree to request the mayor to independently investigate sends the wrong message. It says we only care if you are willing to risk everything to be heard. But our job as public officials is not to wait for perfect evidence under perfect conditions. It's to weigh credible patterns, listen to repeated concerns, even when they're uncomfortable to hear, and demand accountability from systems that wield power over others. This isn't about taking anonymous complaints at face value and discussing judgment. It's about initiating a fair and independent review using both the Ogletree-Dinkins report and the recent, as of February 2025, complaints as a starting point. The truth doesn't become more true when someone says their name, Dave. And silence doesn't mean safety, it often means fear. Let's lead with courage, let's lead with compassion, and let's lead with the understanding that investigating, existing precisely, and starting with the truth from rumorous, structured impartiality is what is needed to protect our first responders.
Okay, thank you. Remembering that we're on the deferral motion, Chair Evans, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to speak in favor of the deferral to the August meeting date. We had a really robust discussion in public health and safety today. And I think that the challenge that I have been weighing in my mind kind of related to this resolution is there was extensive conversation with the Women's Caucus. And we've had like this discussion about like where is the appropriate platform for some of those conversations to take place. But because there's not really a great place for that on the council side, you know, Women's Caucus has kind of taken leadership over that. And there has been activity that feels like it's moving in the right direction. And so I appreciate the resolution and I appreciate the idea that we should continue pushing on this. But I feel like if we could get through kind of this piece to get to the other side and then look at if this resolution needs to come back, bring it back, I'll fully support it. But that if we could wait just a little bit because of the efforts that's been made behind the scenes to kind of keep things going, I just think we'd end up in a better place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion to defer? Okay, Ms. Ellis, I'm going to recognize you, but just briefly because you just had 2 minutes prior. So on the deferral, please, whether you're for or against. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I would ask that my colleagues vote against deferring this. At any moment, God forbid, one of you all could call 911, and you would expect that person on the other end of the on the phone to do everything that they can to get the correct authorities out to you. So waiting and allowing things to play out behind the scenes, when Mr. Rosenberg said in the public safety that he doesn't know what would be done if this passes, is a clear reason why we need an independent investigation to start immediately to protect our frontline workers.
Okay. Mr. Harrell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So my question is to the administration. If this resolution passed tonight, how does it affect the current efforts that's taking place between both parties?
Okay. Mr. Rosenberg, do you want to take that for the administration? You're recognized.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. Council member, I don't think it would affect the current process going on.
Thank you. Do you want a follow-up question? Go ahead, sir.
No, I have a brief comment. Well, with that being said, I do not support the deferral. Earlier this year, the SEIU had a town hall, and I spoke with 2 or actually 3 employees, and they shared their concerns. And I know that, Director Hall mentioned that there is things or policies in place against retaliation, but many of those employees fear retaliation, and they say that they have been retaliated against for saying, hey, this is wrong, or hey, this is not the policy, or hey, I just need a day. And so I think it's important to be on the right side of this and to be on the side of our workers, because they are the vital ones that keep the city going. And if this does not affect what's currently happening, then I'm going to say I support this.
Okay. Is there anyone who has yet to speak who wishes to speak on the deferral motion? Okay, Ms. Ellis, are you still in the queue from before? Okay.
And I'll make this brief again. Thank you for your patience, Vice Mayor. I know it's not easy. I just want to shed light for those of you that haven't leaned all the way in on this. The current process that that's taken place is that going back to when we had the 2 anonymous employees come before the Women's Caucus and report these issues, there was a member of the Office of Family Safety in the meeting, and even they were alarmed at what they were hearing and volunteered to actually help take the survey out of HR's hands because the workers feared their complaints not being reported anonymously. And so fast forward to June, from March or April, whenever it was, the employees only now feel safe writing on a printed piece of paper what their complaints are and handing it off to the union representative to then turn in. So that means that they don't even feel safe with all the light that's been shined on the situation thus far to fill out an electronic survey. And so if we tell them, oh, wait and let us do this, let us do that, I think that we are failing them as elected officials that are have the responsibility of oversight.
Okay, Ms. Stiles, do you seek to be recognized on your same deferral motion? Okay, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And again, thank you, Councilmember Ellis. So I have been in communication with the individuals that have the conglomerate of individuals that have been reaching out to us, and they are aware of this process and are glad that something is actually taking place. So this is not happening in the dark for them. They conveyed to me that paper was more comfortable, and in speaking with the SEIU representative, that is what they would prefer, but they do want to take this survey. We could pass this, again, we could pass it tonight, but I do think that we need to allow for this process because there was nothing in place before we asked the director to come to our meeting And we let them know that we had been receiving these emails. Many of us that are second termers, we've been getting these emails for 6 years. This is the first time we've been able to actually do something about it, and the fact that the department is willing to move forward in a way that could have a positive change. We're not expecting the world to turn overnight, but we at least want to see if we can get this moving. And as the workers are okay with it, then I think we should hold off for a second and defer this until the first meeting in August, because again, we will have more opportunity to see what was shared in the survey, how those peer groups go, and if we need to take this as a next step, saying we gave you ample time to fix things and you didn't, so this is where we are. So I would ask my colleagues to please support this deferral. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion on the deferral motion. Ms. Ellis, I've recognized you several times. We are on a deferral motion. You've spoken initially about the bill. You've spoken on deferral. I've recognized you multiple times. We need to move to the vote on the deferral, please. Okay. Ms. Ellis,
Is she allowed to do that?
I'm not obligated to recognize you multiple times.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move to the vote. We'll try it first by voice. Okay. All in favor of the motion to defer to the first meeting in August, please say aye. Okay. All opposed to the motion to defer? Okay. I think we need to go on the boards. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. All right, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion to defer has failed with 10 votes in favor of the deferral, 24 against, and 0 abstentions. So now we are back on Ms. Ellis's motion to approve the resolution. It was properly seconded. We've already had quite a bit of discussion. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on the motion to approve this resolution? Okay. Ms. Johnston, you're recognized.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm forgetting. It's too late. So I know that it was said that in public safety that the mayor's office didn't know what they would do. Is there any better response with that?
Mr. Rosenberg, can you further elucidate the response or expand on what was shared in Public Health and Safety Committee as far as next steps?
Try my best, Madam President. Councilmember, there's already a process ongoing with SEIU, HR, and management. That process is going to continue. They're meeting bi-weekly. It's been fruitful. Councilmember Stiles referred to it. This is asking us to initiate an investigation without anybody to follow up with on anything. So I don't know how it would differ from the process that's already ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Ellis, Ms. Benedict has yet to speak, so I'm going to recognize her next, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Previous question.
All right. Ms. Benedict has called the previous question. Is there any seconds? Okay, properly seconded. This is a non-debatable motion that requires 2/3 of those voting to prevail. Okay, so We will try this first by vote. Ms. Benedict, having called the previous question, that means if you vote in favor of the previous question with Ms. Benedict, we will end debate and move to the vote on the motion to approve, okay? If you want to continue the debate on this resolution, you would vote no, okay? And I ask everybody not to be gaming it with the volume of your vote. Just make a very clear statement as to your vote, okay? Again, on the motion to move the previous question, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. One no. So the motion to call the previous question prevails, and so we will move directly to the vote on the motion to approve Resolution 1209. Okay, I guess we can also try this first by a voice, unless, yes, ma'am. You may, yes. Mr. Clerk, Ms. Ellis has requested a machine vote. Does that require a second, Ms. Darby? Hang on. Okay. It's plenty of seconds. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote on the motion to approve. Ms. Stiles and Mr. Coopin, you need to be at your seat so you can vote. Yes, wonderful. Thank you. Okay, all votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this resolution has passed with 32 votes in favor, 1 voting no, and 1 abstaining. Council has adopted this resolution. All right, next, agenda item 4, Resolution 2025-1256, sponsors Swara, Porterfield, Ewing, Welsh, Gadd, Ellis, Allen, and Stiles. This is a resolution reallocating $2,220,235 in American Rescue Plan Act funds from Fund Number 30216 to provide legal representation to low and moderate income Davidson County renters to defend against landlord eviction. So the Eviction Right to Counsel program. Ms. Swara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Budget and Finance Chair Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted on RS 2025-1256 and voted 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting for approval.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Swara, for a motion on your bill.
I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
First, I want to thank everyone that came out to speak in support of the Eviction Right to Counsel program. And a lot has been shared in terms of how it's impacted residents. What I also wanted to share with you is there's a lot of studies that actually show that there's a correlation between eviction and mental health, and that when people are at the point of losing their home, it actually affects their stability, it affects their children, it affects a whole lot of things. You heard the story about the family with the young girl that later became a valedictorian. I cannot help but think about what would have happened to her or her family if they lose their home and she's had to change school or live outside and all of that thing. Eviction also help us make sure that we're not increasing our homelessness. And there's a lot of study that also supports that when people are actually homeless, it costs the city a whole lot more. Lastly, you heard from the report that shows that for every dollar that we actually use here, we get about a $5.10 return, 2.5 to Metro, 2.6 to our constituents. And so this is a program that is about education, it's about services, it's conflict resolution, you heard all of the stuff that was shared about it. We continue to talk about housing being critical in Nashville. We continue talking about how we need to make sure that people are housed. This is a tool that actually enables us to make sure that people stay in their homes. Before we can build 90,000 homes, at least we want to make sure that we're not putting more people on the street. And as we're losing funding, people are losing their job, as things continue to skyrocket, we continue to have more and more people in need of this service. As a matter of fact, In addition to this, I was actually have a wish list asking for more, and the groups are also looking for private funding to add more to it because they're not able to serve everybody that comes and knocks on their door. I cannot talk about how many calls I've got, texts, people in different part of the city, everywhere needing service, people being put out and a whole lot of things. So this is a program that is working. This is a program that costs less than putting a building up, but it's saving our people financially and mentally. And with that, I ask for your support.
Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Previous question.
There's only one more person in the queue after you, but okay. Are there any seconds? Okay, so there's a motion to call the previous question. If you want to end debate on this item, you're going to vote yes. If you want to continue debate on this item, you're going to vote no. By voice first, we'll try it. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, the ayes have it. We move to the vote. All in favor of resolution, I've lost my place, 1256, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you're abstaining, Mr. Benton. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please record that abstention. You have adopted this resolution. Okay. Next is agenda item 6, Resolution 2025-1258, sponsors Porterfield and Hill. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for the general employees, the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, excluding employees of the Board of Health, the Board of Education, and the Police and Fire Departments, effective July 1, 2025. Ms. Porterfield, committee reports, please.
Thank you so much. Budget and Finance voted for a 1-meeting deferral, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and Government Operations Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted to defer one meeting, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, applying Rule 8.1 with the committee recommending the 1-meeting deferral. This is a 1-meeting deferral by rule. Okay. Yes, Ms. Allen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so the viewing audience will know, is this amendable at the next meeting?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next is agenda item 7, RS 2025-1259, sponsors Porterfield, Evans, and Hill. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Departments of Police and Fire, effective July 1, 2025. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted for a 1-meeting deferral, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, for the report of Public Health and Safety, actually, go ahead, Ms. Hill. You go. GovOps.
Government Ops has deferred one meeting, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, now to you, Chair Evans.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended approval, 7 in favor, 3 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, I'm sorry, approval, 7 in favor?
3, yes, 7 in favor, 3 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Even so, by Rule 8.1, this is a mandatory 1-meeting deferral by rule. Okay. Next, we will move to agenda item 8, Resolution 2025-1260, sponsors Porterfield, Evans, and Hill. This is a resolution adopting a new pay plan for employees of the Metropolitan Board of Health, effective July 1, 2025. First to Budget Chair Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted on RS 2025-1260, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1-meeting deferral.
Okay, for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended approval, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and Chair Hill for the report of Government Operations and Regulations.
GovOps defer one meeting, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, per Rule 8.1, this is a mandatory 1-meeting deferral by rule. Okay, moving on, so those will be, all 3 will be deferred to our next regular meeting. Okay, now, agenda item 9, Resolution 2025-1261, sponsors Coupon, Johnston, Webb, and Hancock. This is a resolution initiating the creation of an expanded downtown central business improvement district and setting a public hearing regarding the creation of the same. Is there, oh, wait, Mr. Coupin, I'm going to go to you first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
Yes, and now to Chair Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted on RS 2025-1261, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, so it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate my colleagues' consideration of this resolution, which is a reestablishment of the Gulch Business Improvement District, combining it with the Central Business Improvement District, and then expanding some of the areas. We had a great conversation in budget yesterday. I encourage folks to watch that to hear some of the questions and answers, including folks from the partnership who were here to answer. I know that there were certain concerns that were raised in a recent article. I want folks to know that I'm on those. I'm looking into anything that's been shared or considered. I went out with the outreach team Monday morning at 6 a.m., continuing to have conversations with outreach groups and others. So that piece of it, we're really looking into and addressing if there is anything that needs to be addressed. But overall, this is a really great program for not just downtown, but the whole city. You'll notice in the resolution, it talks about $8 million. So there's $8 million of funds that are coming into this district, paid for by this district, for services in this district. And the downtown generates almost $70,000 an hour in outward revenue to the whole city, right? So downtown's paying $8 million, and the rest of the city does get the benefit. We heard tonight from many, many people who want things funded that we should be funding, and this takes that burden off the taxpayers in the whole city and puts it in downtown. So I think it's a great thing for downtown. Constituents want it, people in my district want it, and I think it's good for the rest of the city. And again, the last thing I'll just say is that this resolution is just saying that we want to create the bid and that we are asking for a public hearing the second meeting in July. This does not create the bid. This is just setting that up, and then we will have plenty of time for discussion before we get to that final public hearing and final reading of the ordinance that sets the bid up. So I urge my colleagues to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coupin. Transportation Infrastructure Chair Parker, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and appreciate my colleague for bringing this. We did hear a lot of good discussion in budget the other day about the great things that this arrangement brings to the downtown area, but we've also had concerns raised about how this funding is kind of interacting with transportation and infrastructure delivery and with public safety concerns downtown, as well as just kind of general transparency and accountability questions about how the organization that this funds operates. So, I'm going to support this resolution today to kind of kick this process off, but I didn't want folks to think that those concerns were going unheard. As the sponsor said, we will have time with the actual ordinance that's going to follow this to discuss it in committee and further address those questions. So I just didn't want folks to think we were blasting past this on consent, but I'll be supporting it today.
Appreciate that. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. There's a motion to approve, properly seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Okay, that means we will have to go on the board. Because this resolution only has one reading. So is that correct, Darby? It indeed is correct. So, Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, this resolution has been adopted with 31 votes in favor, 3 against, and 0 abstentions. Okay, next is agenda item 10, Resolution 2025-1262, sponsors Porterfield, Ewing, Welsh, Gadd, Ellison, Swara. This is a resolution approving Amendment 1 to a Where It Starts, Breaking Barriers to Business grant from Living Cities in partnership with Main Street America and the Truist Foundation to the Metropolitan Government, acting by and through the Metro Finance Department to strengthen the relationship between local government and commercial corridor business support organizations with the goal of fostering an equitable entrepreneurial ecosystem and address systemic barriers for business owners during each stage of business development and growth. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted to approve, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Move for approval.
Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay. Not sure why this didn't say on consent, but anyway, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, Mr. Benton, you will be recorded as an abstention. All right. The next resolution is Agenda Item 22, Resolution 2025-1274, sponsor Porterfield. This is a resolution authorizing the Metropolitan Department of Law to compromise and settle the claims of Deanna Watson as independent administrator of the state of Claude Garrett against the Metro government's former employees in the amount of $300,000, with said amount to be paid from the Judgments and Losses Fund. Sponsor Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Move for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it's properly moved and seconded. We're on to discussion. Ms. Evans-Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. It occurred to me yesterday during committee that not everybody had heard Mr. Garrett's story. Mr. Garrett was convicted in 1992 of killing his girlfriend in a house fire. That trial was overturned because it turns out that evidence was kept from his team. He was then retried on what was known to be junk science and found guilty. He spent decades in prison. He was not released until 2022. During the few months of his life that he had from his release until his death, he did what he would have done in life. He spent Father's Day on the beach. He played basketball on the 4th of July. He wrestled with his grandson. He visited his mother's grave. He went to church. He did all the things that he wanted to do had he had the life that he should have had he not wrongfully been convicted. He also brought this lawsuit, and he told the press that he brought this lawsuit to compensate for his loss, but also to compensate for his daughter's loss, because Dina was only 5 when he went to prison, and in his words, her life was stolen too. This money, whether in his life or now in his death, will never make up for the stolen life that we took from him and that we took from his daughter. But I hope that she and her son find some peace in this. In one of his last conversations with the reporter who doggedly brought his case to light and made sure that it was picked up by the Innocence Project, he told that reporter that he hoped this lawsuit would serve as an acknowledgement by the city and our government of what we did to him and the suffering that we caused him and Dina. And in that spirit, I would ask and move that we invoke Rule 12.3 so that Dina knows that we are acknowledging the pain that she and her family suffered when we approved this.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Evans-Siegel. I appreciate that. So there is a request, Ms. Porterfield, to amend your motion to approve to apply 12.3 such that all folks voting in the affirmative will be recorded as co-sponsors. Are you good with that? Is there a second for that amended motion? Okay. All right. Mr. Coupin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. My wonderful wife worked for the Tennessee Innocence Project on this case. I got to meet Claude. I'm not going to weigh in and will be abstaining on this vote, but just wanted the public to know that I'm not abstaining for lack of support, but just because of a personal conflict. So thank you.
I appreciate that. So noted. Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue for discussion, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? And Mr. Coupin's abstention will be recorded. Any other abstentions? Okay, thank you. All right, you have adopted this resolution. All right, next is Agenda Item 37. Resolution 2025-1289 is a resolution recognizing the 100th anniversary of the Belcourt Theater. Sponsors Cash, Stiles, Allen, and Evan Siegel. Mr. Cash, you're recognized, sir.
Thanks. I'm excited about this.
Can you request your committee report first, sir?
Committee reports,
Yep. Chair Prep T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for approval.
Okay, thank you. And it's back to you, Mr. Cash. First for a motion, please, sir.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Wait, I'm sorry. I'd like to move approval and
Have a
invoke-
brief comment, sure.
Well, and invoke the
Okay.
12.3.
Yep. Mr. Cash has moved approval with Rule 12.3 applied such that all those voting in affirmative will be signed on as co-sponsors. Is there a second for that motion? Okay. It's back to you, Mr. Cash.
Thanks. A few years ago, we had the 100th anniversary of Hillsborough, the origins of Hillsborough Village. And this year, we're looking at the 100th anniversary of the Belcourt Theater, which is a gem in the district and for the city. I hope everybody will support. Thank you.
Okay.
They're going to have lots of activities over the next year to join in.
We'll look forward to that. Is there anyone else seeking discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, you have adopted this resolution. Next is Agenda Item 39, Resolution 2025-1291. Sponsors Bo, Prep T, Gamble, Stiles, Lee, Toombs, Taylor, Porterfield, Swara, and Ellis. This is a resolution recognizing June 2025 as Immigrant Heritage Month in Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Do I need to do committee reports?
You do.
Okay.
Chair Prep T is already standing behind you, ready to give that report. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve.
Okay, it's back to you for a motion, Ms. Vo.
Great. Can I get a motion to approve with a brief comment?
You may. Is there a second? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Tonight, I rise with a deep sense of purpose, pride, and pain, because this month, Immigrant Heritage Month, asks us not only to celebrate who we are, but also to confront what we've allowed to happen in our communities. We celebrate Immigrant Heritage Month because this nation, our nation, was built by those who cross oceans, deserts, and borders in search of hope, dignity, and the chance to live freely. That includes my own family. I'm a proud child of Vietnamese immigrants. My parents arrived in this country with callous hands and weary hearts, seeking refuge from a war they didn't start. They worked nights, learned English from scratch, and taught me how to honor this country, not by hiding who we are, but by standing tall in it. Immigrant Heritage Month matters because it tells the truth, that America has always been shaped by the dreams of newcomers, that our communities are stronger, safer, and more vibrant because of immigrants, documented and undocumented alike. But we cannot honor that heritage without naming the harm. Last month, ICE raids have torn families apart in the dead of night. They have sown fear in our neighborhoods, swept up mothers from their jobs, fathers from their cars, and have stressed out children unfairly. These raids do not make us safer, they do not bring justice, and they are state-sanctioned trauma. Let me tell you what I've seen. I saw a 55-year-old man, Eduardo, who was on his way home from church, be dragged out of his car and detained. La Brigada's absence at the May 10th Nashville soccer match because they lost a member to deportation, a new father who won't see his infant son grow up. A small business owner called me because her employees were too afraid to go to work because of ICE. A daughter who misses her mother and wants her back home. This is not cruel. It is un-American. This is not just cruel. It is un-American. To every immigrant listening tonight, I see you. I carry your stories with me into my votes that I cast, the policies in which I propose, and the budgets that I fight for. Let Immigrant Heritage Month be more than a banner on our website or a social media hashtag. Let it be a call to conscience. Let it be the month we recommit ourselves to being a nation where dignity is not dependent on papers, where families are sacred, and where no one lives in fear of simply being here. I am Councilmember Terry Vo. I'm the daughter of Vietnamese immigrants. I am an American, and I will never stop fighting for those who made this country their home, just like my family once did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vo. Councilman Prep-T, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I obviously rise in support of this resolution because this resolution represents more than just elevating our communities. It represents our commitment to investing in and protecting the American dream, a dream of which all of us are a product. Le famille te soti be de Haiti, yo te peon pil, ke yo te kase. Yo te soti, yo te rive aux États-Unis, peut-être yo besoin by petit yo un la vie. Un la vie qui, bon moi, chance pour moi représenter maman avec papa, toute famille moi, tout haïtien, tout monde qui te soti per yo, qui te rive aux États-Unis, un la vie. Jodi a moi gen chance pour me parler langue maman avec papa dans chambre ça. Ça c'est première fois nous te gen un monde qui capable de faire ça. Moi dis tout monde haïtien ici aux États-Unis, moi kembe avec tout jour, toute fois. This was the first time that a person has spoken the language of my mother and father in this chamber. And in this moment where immigrants are consistently under attack, language and just being is so important. And so I say again in English to every person in the immigrant community, we carry you with us. You are a part of this community. You are welcomed, and we will continue to fight for the American dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to my colleagues who have risen before me. Councilmember Prep-T's words in his native tongue moved me to tears. So thank you for speaking that, Council Member. It is important that we evoke our languages. So thank you for doing that. I just wanted to stand and rise in support of this legislation and to stand in solidarity with our immigrant community. We know that it has been an extremely difficult time for all of Nashville, especially for our immigrant community. I don't know everybody's ethnicity in this room, but my assumption is just about everybody in this room is a descendant of immigrants. Unless you are Native American, at some point in time, your ancestors immigrated to this country before there was a legal process, before there were certain processes that they are now. Everyone's descendants came to this country. Either they were brought here in chains or they came here on their own. And I think about my mother's side of the family who was brought here enslaved. And I think about my father's side of the family who came here willingly on their own as immigrants from England. But we all are descendants of immigrants, and our immigrant community is so powerful, and they are the fabric of our city, and they are loved and they are valued, and it is so important. We got some pride shirts that Councilmember Bradford ordered for us, and the shirts say, y'all means all. And when we talk about that, when we say that as Southerners, we're always saying y'all, but when we're saying that, all of us have a place in this city, all of us have a place in this state, and all of us have a place in this country. So I'm standing in solidarity with my constituents, with my neighbors, and with my friends, and with the Immigrant Caucus. And I, again, just want you all to know that you are valued, and you are a valuable part of our society. We could not operate as a society the way that we do without our immigrant brothers and sisters who are not only laborers in the sense of manual labor, but who are also doctors and professors and cooks and bus drivers. From every gambit of the space that we need to operate this city, we have people in the immigrant community that are adding value to our city. So again, just standing in solidarity and support, and I ask all of my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This was not rehearsed, but I'm going to go with after Prepti did what he did. I posted something on Instagram today. When I got the news about the court decision, my mind went to a song. And when you remember that the slaves that were brought to this land, every time that we face any persecution, we rise through song. We fortify ourselves through song. And so as I was reading the letter and thinking about the eyes rate and everything going ahead, I thought about a song that actually gave me fortitude. It sang in my language, and with your induction, I will not sing too long. My voice is not even that good, but I'll try. But it's from the Lord is my shepherd, meaning that no matter what happens, I'm always going to stand with the Lord because I know He's got me. And so, Olúwa ni agbára ẹ̀mí mi, àyà ta ni yóò fò mí o láyé. Olúwa ni agbára ẹ̀mí mi, ẹ̀rù ta ni yóò bà mí o. Olúwa lágbára ẹ̀mí mi, àyà ta ni yóò fò mí. Olúwa lágbára ẹ̀mí mi, ẹ̀rù ta ni yóò bà mí. Olúwa ni agbára ẹ̀mí mi, àyà ta ni yóò fò mí o láyé. Olúwa ni agbára. The Lord as my soul, as my life, and who is it that I'm going to be scared of? I stand before you as the first immigrant elected to an at-large office, as the first immigrant to sit in this first seat. It has not been easy. I thank Nashville for their support, for seeing me and seeing my community. But I ask that we don't go back. And the way to do that is to continue to be the Nashville that will always be. We always talk about how beautiful the city is, the cultures, the food, without how welcoming we are. So when we are challenged, we need you, not just in resolution, that's performative. We need you to really stand with us. And I do believe that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. And because of that strength and because of that belief, I'm not going to let fear stop me from doing what I need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suara. Thank you. Pro Tem Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Oh, that was beautiful. I'm not going to sing because I only sing at church and karaoke. But I do know that Councilmember Stiles is a former country artist. Sorry, I know we've been here for a very long time, and I do want to say that it has been a difficult journey being a daughter of Mexican immigrants and being on this council and being able to have the privilege of serving with my colleague, Councilmember Suara, our first term. I'm thankful that I wasn't alone. Having somebody to go through this specific journey with has been helpful, to say the least. And now there's two more of us, right? And hopefully there will be more to come regardless of what happens with this court case. I have a little bit of senioritis and I'm not as nice, so I wish that one of our colleagues was here to hear a little bit of what I was going to say, but immigrants belong in this city. Immigrants are our constituents, and we represent all of them regardless of their legal status. And it is quite a thing for all of this to be occurring during this time. To bear witness to some of the things that we have seen, right? Councilmember Vo went through it. I have seen it. This is nothing new. It's just been amplified in recent days. It's disturbing. It's disturbing to say the least. And there are a lot of people with privilege that will never know what it's like. Even I have privilege. I am lucky enough that my parents are now U.S. citizens, and I will never have that fear of coming home and the possibility of them not being there. So in these times, I want you all to ask yourselves, what can I do to protect my constituents? What more can I do? Because believe it or not, a lot of the people that they are deporting are U.S. citizens, and some of them are more native to these lands than some of you all here, but we're not ready to have that conversation yet. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilmember Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As my colleague used the word stand, I would ask my colleagues that if they're going to vote in favor of this, words matter, actions matter more. I would ask if my colleagues if they're going to vote in favor of this, that they stand when they vote in favor of it, because I think the immigrant community, I think it will show that our actions are that we support you. So if my colleagues are so inclined, I would encourage you to stand with your vote.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Anyone else seeking discussion? Okay, well said all. Thank you, and beautiful singing, Ms. Suara. Okay, we're moving to the vote. All in favor of this resolution, per Ms. Benedict, please stand and say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, we have adopted this resolution. Next is Agenda Item 40, Resolution 2025-1292. Sponsors Hill, Benedict, Bradford, Gadd, Nash, Coopin, Gamble, Evans, Siegel, Gregg, Cash, Huffman, Toombs, Taylor, Ewing, Cap, Porterfield, Allen, and Ellis. This is a resolution recognizing and honoring the month of June 2025 as Pride Month in Nashville and Davidson County, and uplifting the strength, legacy, and ongoing contributions of the LGBTQIA+ community. Sponsor Hill, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports?
Chair Prep T.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting to approve.
Okay, back to you for a motion, Ms. Hill.
I move to approve with a short comment.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I was going to let this go through. I know we're tired. I know it's late. But with the brutal attack, if everyone's not aware, of the trans woman Friday, who was simply just going to get something out of her storage unit. And as the only trans woman in this entire state, I have been flooded with comments of trans people going, what do we do? Can I leave home? Do I just need to stay home? And I want every single trans person in this area to know that I stand with you. And yes, it is safe here in Nashville. I want the entire LGBT community to know that I stand with you. And I believe the entire LGBT caucus all stands with to make sure that she stays safe and that every other person in the LGBT community stays safe. I will not hide. I will not go away, and I will not cower to all the hatefulness that's going on out there. The level of hate that I receive continues to ramp up, especially with Pride Month. I will be standing at the very front of the Nashville Pride Parade, leading the parade with as many trans people as I can gather to show Nashville that we are here, we're not going anywhere, and that we all stand together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. If it pleases the sponsor, I'd like to, I see there's many of us on the resolution already, but I would like to invoke 12.3 if it pleases the sponsor.
Ms. Hill, would you like to amend your motion to apply 12.3? Okay. Is there a second for that motion? Okay. What that means then is that all voting in the affirmative on this resolution will be recorded as co-sponsors. Is there any further discussion on this resolution regarding Pride Month? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay, we have adopted this resolution. We look forward to standing with you, Ms. Hill, at the Pride Parade. Council will be participating, and we'll be hearing more about that in the coming days. All right. Now we are moving into section K of our agenda, bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time, but do any items need to be pulled from first reading consideration? Okay, Ms. Vo, you're recognized. It's agenda item 72, Ms. Vo.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay, that is ordinance BL 2025-876.
Yes.
Will be pulled from first reading at the request of the sponsor. Are there any other items that need to be pulled from first reading? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion for approval of all the remaining items on first consideration? Okay, properly second without objection. You have approved all those items on first reading. And now we'll go back to the singular item that was pulled. Again, it's agenda item 72, ordinance BL 2025-876, sponsor Vo. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from R6 to MUANS zoning for property located at 1253A 3rd Avenue South, approximately 42 feet north of Hart Street. This is 0.16 acres. Ms. Vo, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move the amendment.
Okay, let's move approval and get it before us.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, now you can move that amendment.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I'd like to,
Move the amendment. As I understand, it's just a typo.
It was a clerical error.
Housekeeping error, okay? Is there a second on that? Yep, okay. Any discussion on this amendment? Motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, the amendment's on your bill, Ms. Vo. Now you need to move it for approval as amended.
Okay. Yes, I move to move.
Yep. So just, you can say so moved.
So moved.
Second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its first reading as amended. All right, now we're on to second reading ordinances that were not on our consent agenda. Oh, they were all on consent. Woo-hoo. Okay, now we're on to third reading, and I believe we just have those two. Okay, we can take them up together. Agenda items 103 and 104, both sponsor TOOMS. They are companions to each other. Ordinance BL 2025-809 and 810. 809 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro Government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from IWD to RS 7.5 to SP zoning for various properties along Dickerson Pike, Lemuel Road, Jones Street, and Locust Street, approximately 343 feet south of Kenneth Drive. This is 106.9 acres to permit a mixed-use development. 810 is its companion regarding materials. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move for a one-meeting deferral.
Is there a second? Is there any discussion on the motion to defer? Okay. All in favor of the motion to defer, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this concludes this evening's agenda. This council will meet next at a special call meeting to take up the capital improvements budget on June 10th at 6 p.m. Our next regular council meeting will be on Tuesday, June 17th. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, we're adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.